Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Illinois High School Esports Association Valorant State Final here live at NIU DeKalb. My name is Andy Mendez, Executive Director of the Illinois High School Esports Association, and joining me today is the one and only Dalton McGee.
I'm back, the Chief Competition Officer for the Illinois High School Esports Association. Andy, it's great to be back here 4 years after I started my IHSEA journey when you guys, for one reason or another, asked me to come commentate the Overwatch State Finals that year. The first time, of course, we saw a Terps team win, maybe the last time we ever saw them win. No.
What are you talking about?
I'm just tired of them winning. Anyway, welcome, guys, to the stream. We're glad you're here. We have a fun day of Valorant packed for you ahead. We've got matches at 9, noon, 3, 6. It's going to be Valorant all day here at NIU. And we have some incredible teams this year.
Yeah, it's incredible is not even the word to use. It is like watching VCT, honestly. It's like watching professional Valorant. You'll see today some of these teams are absolutely incredible. And to join us with those teams are some incredible high-level casters, in my opinion, that we have here at the IHSEA. It's incredible the amount of talent that just is spread across all the students and staff is what I was going to say, not the students and the students. But it is incredible to see the kind of things that schools like your own can bring to the table as far as, what they can do for esports.
Yeah, we've got Springfield and Downers Grove South on the casting teams today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Can't forget Lane Tech.
Lane Tech, we'll see what their day
what their day looks like,
if they're playing or not. But I will say what's crazy about this year, we heard coaches all over the state saying that our teams got better and our record got worse.
Yeah.
And that's just because people are elevating. There's so many schools joining the IHSEA. We're over 115, 125 schools in that area.
More than that, yeah.
Okay, you're the one that counts that.
Yeah.
We're way up there, and it's just getting so hard to win, but that's just a testament to these students' talent. So it's going to be a great day. We've got Whitney Young, the 13 seed, taking on Naperville Central, the 5 seed in this first match. And interestingly, Whitney Young already upset the 4 seed to get here.
Incredible game. That was actually who I picked to win it all. Unfortunately, my pick'ems are now ruined. But
my pick'ems are still in it. I picked the upset, and I picked Wheaton North to take it today.
Really?
Yes, the number 6 seed.
I would love to see Wheaton North take home a trophy. That would be the very first trophy for that program.
Yeah, they actually did play Jones at the end of the regular season, who's our number 1 seed today, and we'll probably see them go pretty deep. They're an incredible program. But when they lost to Jones, it was 13-10, 13-10.
Ooh,
and that was the most rounds anybody had taken off of Jones, and it wasn't close. Yeah. Jones has been blowing everywhere out of the water except the Falcons of Wheaton North. So I'm excited to see how it goes. Lane Tech's always a dark horse. They're hungry to win and get payback on Jones as well. And last year, of course, Jones was the odds-on favorite, and they got beat by the number 2 seed Barrington at the end. So they're hungry for the run back. It's going to be a great day of Valorant.
Listen, my pick is already out the window, so now my caster prediction for today is going to be Naperville Central Red Hawks. Listen, I'm partial to the Naperville Red Hawks. I'm partial to the Naperville Huskies. Huskies aren't in it today, so I got to go Red Hawks.
Go Wheaton North, I guess.
There you go.
Okay, well, Andy, we're going to hand it off to our casters. So thanks for bringing in the stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll be right back with our casters and get our match started. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IHSEA Esports LAN event for Valorant here. And today, right now, actually, we have a bunch of matches today, 3 others. Right now, we have the number 13 Whitney Young Dolphins facing off versus the number 5 Naperville Central Redhawks. I'm here today with my color commentator.
I'm John. I'm from Springfield.
Springfield?
Yeah.
John, how would you give us a little insight on these 2 teams and their picks right now on Ascent?
So far, just off what we're seeing, can't really see anything until they lock in. But it looks like one team did already lock in all the way. It looks like a pretty meta pick here with the Chamber and the KO.
Yeah.
They're doing double initiator, but only one flash.
Our attacking team right now is the Redhawks, and our defending team is Whitney Young.
I'm not sure. Our Whitney Young looks like they might be playing an Astra here, which is not currently what would be the quote better pick, as it's out of the meta if you say it like that. Oh, it looks like they are going to play it.
Red Frost is one of the better players for Whitney Young, top fragging pretty frequently, but we're gonna have to see what they do with that out of meta pick, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
But again,
You can
they have a Vandal.
play it right. You can play it right, but that KO, they're both playing a KO here, so they can both shut each other's utilities down pretty hard, and that Astra could bite them for it. If their KO plays right, then they'll have no issue at all. Looking like they're gonna play a fast entry for the attacking side. Got the setup for it.
Absolutely. As they worship a shrine. Looks like.
Team bonding survives.
Yeah.
The Glitch Pop Classic.
This is Naperville Central's pick on Ascent here. Our 2 banned maps are Icebox and Fractal.
Fracture.
Fracture?
Yeah.
I was doing my best there.
Next map's gonna be Haven, and our decider map's gonna be Pearl. And I don't know if we've had a Pearl featured map yet, so it would be interesting to see. Have we?
As far as the last 2 games I've commentated, or the last, I guess, 5 games I've commentated, we have not seen that, as we see a more 8-sided push here for the Redhawks and a clash at mid as suppressing knife goes out and catches 2, so they know where they're at, but looks like we're going to see a little bit of a rotation from the Redhawks as they come back to spawn to try and figure out what they're going to do, and I think they've decided to go A mid here as they wait. But they could catch this team off guard here. They're not looking. Still not unsure where they are, but they're still not pushing out. Redhawks waiting as they all spread out now. B and A centered here. Mid and A centered, rather, as the Redhawks head up towards this right side and try for a conventional A push here.
Looks like they're going in.
Going A, his abilities are coming out, and nobody's died yet. Chamber a little low on the side of the Redhawks as they have taken site, and Whitney Young is going to try and get the site back. As I cannot see, unfortunately, due to the production right now, but I believe Fade catches somebody on the central side as Gengar peeks around the corner, gets caught by Killjoy. Alright, Killjoy trying to take back site.
1 enemy remaining.
And they take back site pretty well, but KO's still under there. Maybe going to try and peek out, but on a pistol round with shenanigans, it's not going to be any use.
Excellent retake by the defenders here. They all played off site after they kind of did the attacking side, just kind of putzed around the map looking for something there, and they caught all of them off site so they could do a 5-man retake. Not the best. Then the Fade caught one, got traded, got taken out.
Placing swarm grenade.
So looking like gonna be going in possibly on A side.
Yeah, as we see probably a more another
Towards A, probably some mid presence by the Chamber most likely. That is
the economy for the rest of the game, but it does not look like they're going to do so. But Central's coming back now, trying to reconvene more at mid there. Not sure about the here. You're probably going to find something here, like you just said, as High heads up this right side towards this space side. They're not sure where they are. The name there.
they hear all of them.
What he doesn't know is he gets caught by the whole team, but there's a trade there. A few damages as High catches Quink. Caught in that corner there. Not really sure the entire Redhawks team is going to be coming out. But Red Forest and Zia on the pick coming out, getting 2.
One
Good
enemy
flash,
remaining.
but it's not enough as the Red Hawks get caught right in mid there. Or DBP 250 getting 2 kills there for the Dolphins
Yeah,
as they're heading
big-
up 2-0 early.
Big round. Only lost 1 gun there, which is still, I mean, if you think about it, it's still a win for the attackers as they're looking for anything they can get so they can hopefully ruin their economy a bit more, but it looks like it's going to be their buy round while they're still bonusing defenders. Seems like they're more towards B this round. Doesn't look like a whole lot of mid presence at all.
Yeah, that A site hasn't really worked for them, so they're going to buy here, getting a full buy-in. But it'd be pretty garbage economy if they can't win this out versus the Dolphins here. It's a very, very slow push into this B tunnel right here, but there's only 2 on B site right now.
Yeah, they got the mid watch and the KJ setup, hoping to fry them as they go through lane.
Center really moving to the team pretty often here. Smokes come down and DBP shoots through, and they're gonna head back slightly, trying to watch their backside here as Jet still pushes, but it looks like they're gonna rotate, maybe towards mid again where they've been caught twice already. But they hope for better fortune here as Pi still stays on B site, and there is a clash towards the B site, but the Jet moving off as Quink shoots towards the middle, and Whitney knows exactly where this central team is as shots are exchanged down
Lots of
mid-tunnel.
damage.
Absolutely, a lot of damage on the Naperville central side. That's not good to see. As they head A side, and Quink's could get one here. Not sure where they are. Again, right next to the whole team. Catches one. Red Force gets another earlier. As Quink doesn't know where the other team went, not knowing that they're already on site, but knows now as he gets a Vandal, and they head towards the A site here and try to retake it.
It's going to be a 5-man retake versus 3. Not looking great for the attackers.
Great for the attackers, but again, they still hold a defensive position here. Dolphins catch 2 on DVP's pick. Gragan catch 2 on their own for the Red Hawks, but that's going to be a failed defense there as Whitney Young, with an excellent retake, goes up 3-0.
Whitney Young is playing this incredibly well. While the attackers are just kind of looking around, looking for picks that round, they just kept getting picked off and not taking space. While Whitney Young was, as you saw, one was flanked, there was 2 mid. They had as much space as they needed to retake. They had so many angles they could peek from, and the attackers just couldn't take it.
Absolutely, it's a numbers game here in that round there, and in money as they're going to see a more econ round from the side of the Red Hawks here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it does seem kind of bleak early for this Red Hawks team. The much higher seed too, as Whitney Young did put the league on notice as they beat down the number 4 Mustangs, my alma mater, as we see an A site clash. Asher getting a few abilities down, trying to get an ability down, but stopped by that KO knife as the entire Red Hawks team waits right behind the Astra smoke, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah. Whitney Young's playing aggressive here, knowing that they're on their save. We're going to get something.
Yeah, smart Dolphins. Backside, Zia gets caught backside by Caramel with that stinger. Deadly gun. Red Frost has to back up. Can't get one with that Phantom. Still trying to peek, but he's getting overrun there. Backing up out of sight as reinforcements come from behind. Yeah, they do have a flank, and that's going to be deadly there. But Red Hawks get out of it with 2, as it is a 2-on-2 now as the Red Hawks rotate towards another site or mid. The Sova Dart going down, trying to find anybody at mid, but there's not going to be anybody there as 2 defenders still sit A site. Killjoy, Zipsy Doi heading over towards the B site now. Really aggressive defense here by Whitney.
Looks like it might be a rehit on A. Asher's getting caught here.
Asher get caught.
30
Killjoy,
seconds
Zipsy
left.
Doi is going to try and sprint over, but this is going to be a clash. They're both going to get there about the same time as Central's going to take it slow, but with that bolt, Drone's probably going to run right into her. Oh, no, he didn't see them. As Zipsy Doi can't get it, though. Great thrifting round there.
Amazing round for the attackers here, as they were on their save, which kind of just turns it back over, and now their economies are about even. But it's gonna be, I think, our first full buy round of the match. Both teams are gonna be bought up. Looks like it.
Absolutely. We talk a lot about momentum, and we see 2 types of momentum, especially at LAN here. It's an in-person event. You're gonna hear the other team celebrate when they won. A lot of
very
screaming.
excited.
A lot of fans. Not a lot of fans. Other teams more.
Other teams, yeah, looking for the one that they want to win.
Absolutely. As pick'ems are a very serious thing here at IHSEA, as we see a B-sided push here from the Red Hawks, trying to.
Who comes out?
As the Roomba comes out, catches Syntax, who gets down on that ult there. Have to get a revive. James getting Syntax up there. We're seeing a lot of damage from both sides here. Or not a lot of damage, rather, except for there. But Pro gets Zipsy Doi, Pi rather gets Zipsy Doi, and Zia tries to get sight as Central already has sight, and it's not gone well for them on the retakes before, but it is a 5-on-4 for the side of the Naperville Central here.
I don't think they know that this Brimstone is logs. Oh, and they gets one.
Doesn't matter though, but they do get Brim as Sova ults, which is going to be a tough get back here as they're down 2-2. Actually, no, down tied 2-2. They were just up 4-2, but
Gets one.
Whitney Young gets one, or rather, Whitney Young loses one as Carmel and James try and find the last one, and they do, and Naperville Central takes their second round in a row to keep this game alive.
Yep, looking really good for them. As if they just lost the last 3 rounds, or the first 3 rounds of the match, which was not great for their economy, but then they pulled it back with that Thrifty, and now it looks like they're going to keep their momentum going, as the defenders are now on a... Oh, no, they're going to force. They're going to force up. They seem to be indecisive on whether they're going to force or buy it.
Split econ round, I
Yeah.
guess we'll call it.
Looks something like it. Buy for next, maybe.
I can't. That's a stink.
That's a,
Yeah.
That's a.
We'll see.
They're just buying together.
Yeah, they're just
Looking to get their
about it.
economy straight.
Talk a lot about momentum here, and we know there's 2 types of momentum here. That we mentioned earlier, and money momentum, which is really big in Valorant.
Yeah.
As it is with most games like CS and such.
Playing
We're going to
with
see
huge.
DVP playing a little aggressive defense there, catching Gang in there on a 1-tap right to the head as Pi gets back with a trade on Quink, but Zia gets one, Zipsy gets one with that stinger that we mentioned earlier on that save round. As we look towards mid now as the Redhawks back off a little, their team picked off with 2 split and on towards mid A, and Brim with Spike just kind of hiding back there towards the B site in T spawn. As they both try and find each other, but neither really know where the other is.
Maybe we're just trying to find something in this 4v2 here.
Yeah, Syntax putting up some util, even though he's not really sure where they are. Oh, he's got an idea back there at market as he's hearing things too, knowing that there's one behind him. Getting a little worried there for Syntax, shooting towards the walls as Brim really hasn't moved, trying to come up now more to try and help his teammate out there. Though, but Syntax still kind of paranoid, stuck in this corner with 3 defenders watching him. But Carmel picks one off. I believe that is Sova. Sorry, can't really see that right now. Scream's a little blurry, but Sova did an excellent pick there, evening this match more towards this central side as they try and even this matchup here, headed towards the A site here. As Red Frost has a good idea here with that Dragon Vandal. They don't have any idea he is there, and that's one there, and gets Caramel. And the Dolphins up 4-2 now, stopping the central rally.
Absolutely, it was another big round for Whitney Young. They had to do like kind of a half buy just so they can all get their 4 of them bought, 1 had a stinger, trying to get their buy all together. And now it looks like they should be all right, but they were just forcing out getting early picks so that they can take down Naperville Central.
Yeah, we mentioned this Whitney Young team. Well, I guess I mentioned in my notes this Whitney Young team is very team-oriented. Against South, the top 3 fraggers all had 17, 16, and 14. They're a very close team that doesn't really have anybody that stands out, but they all stand out.
They all play together. Very much so.
Absolutely.
We've seen that they do all their pushes together.
Yeah, we're going to see a grenade there at mid as Red Frost tries to watch that mid site, but not really 100% sure where they are. Central is doing a conventional split push here, 3 towards B, 2 towards A, as we are going to see just a kind of a holdout here from Central, trying to deal with this aggressive Dolphins team who's been playing such a great defense, such a hard defense to beat here as Pi's alone on this B site with ult, trying to find somebody, doesn't know there's somebody backside, but the peak there at the wrong time as we see a Nightmare go up, not a Nightmare, a Dart I believe go up towards mid there. Oh, it was a Nightmare, I was right, but going with a Bulldog there as we see a little bit of a save even with an economy there, but the Bulldog should not be shorted there. We've seen it beat a lot of people.
Yeah, still a very good save round weapon. Can't quite buy a Vandal in full shield, just buy Bulldog full shield.
Yep, I think Pi had an idea there. May have seen something, but Pi's just going to dip as I think the Central has decided to stay towards this A site here.
Definitely a full default here.
Absolutely.
Maybe going towards A now.
Looking towards this site, on this backside site here. The Dolphins, knowing they're at mid, the smoke goes down though and lets the Central get on site as the Redhawks have possession of site again, but haven't been doing great. We see some shots coming down from all sides, pressed.
It's like another 5-on-5.
Yep, another 5-on-5 here.
Take.
Very even teams here.
They do have the health advantage. Whitney Young does have the health advantage.
Nightmare Grenade goes out, gets the bomb, right on bomb there, as we see Astra pick somebody off, and Killjoy trying to get in there as the Dolphins just run onto site there, catching
Almost a flawless.
yeah, almost a flawless. Getting caught there as Gingan tries to defend themselves.
Not quite flawless, but they did. That was a very good 5-man retake, as they're just covering all their angles. They had people in tree, they had people in heaven. They brought out a very questionable raise ult, if I'm being honest with you. Could have been better, but
Could have been better.
it happens.
It happens.
They still won the round. And that's
Absolutely.
what's important.
That's exactly what's important. I would take a losing ult anyway.
Yeah.
Got to win a round, especially here at LAN in DeKalb. Such a pretty campus up here. As we see more of an econ round from this Redhawks team, losing 2 in a row after that 2 rally to try and get back into this game. The Dolphins swimming now, full Vandals, full armor here as we see a B site push.
they're
That's
gonna
probably
B site push
really
after.
aggressive.
Yeah, after their default didn't work out too well.
Yeah, Central hasn't been playing too aggressive here as we see a clash towards mid. Zipsy Doi smoked, but still trying to catch somebody as Central gets sight pretty easily here. Even with those Vandals, but the Dolphins can play a little carefully knowing that they have that one-tap potential there.
Maybe have 2 on flank, taking more space, just like previous rounds.
Absolutely. Dolphins excellent at this retake so far. Shooting down from mid-market as they head on towards side. 2 on the left side, 2 on the right side, pushing together like a team, like we mentioned. Syntax getting caught, but in the nade, Quink getting Carmel. 2 other kills happen. Quink and Zipsy both get 2 there, as it's almost a flawless here. And the Whitney Young get caught off guard there by Syntax, and then Mark in the back there gets 1 more from Syntax, but it's not going to be enough as the Whitney Young Dolphins. Just an excellent retake there.
Yeah, well, that was just another great round by Whitney Young. KO going for the tactical knife elimination on the guy back site. And it looks like we might be getting a timeout from Naperville Central, possibly.
Yeah, Central's on. Camera's on here, so we'll talk here a little bit about what have you seen so far that you like from this Dolphins team and from this Redhawks team, or maybe something you haven't.
So what I'm noticing is that the Naperville Central team, they are playing a pretty solid default where they're looking for a pick, but they're just not finding it. Whitney Young is controlling themselves very well, and they're not peeking out and getting picked off so that they can push the site really easily. They're doing these 5-man retakes that Naperville Central, I mean, honestly, they just can't handle.
Absolutely.
And they're doing very well with these retakes.
We saw this. We saw this against DGS too. South, a very, very, very aggressive team, taking picks, trying to get picks. They've done it all year. That's why they almost lost to Bolingbrook at the start of the year, but also almost why they beat Taft.
Yeah.
They may have placed 4th. They were a very iffy team. You couldn't really tell what they were, and Whitney Young knew who they were and beat that Mustangs team. Now, something from the Redhawks you don't like so far on those retakes?
That's for the takes or retakes?
Retakes, I mean,
Retake.
whatever.
So their takes are good, but it's just because Whitney Young is giving up sight to let them take, because I know their retakes are excellent, and they know that they can, if we all work together, we take space, we can push in and take them out. And the Redhawks, they're trying their best, but I believe that they need to take more space, and that's what I think that's what they need to improve here.
Yeah, maybe they've been aggressive on the attack, but they need to be a little more aggressive on the defense of site too.
Yeah, definitely. They're all playing on site, getting caught.
Yeah,
Until
but
dumped.
we're gonna see more of a conventional push here from this A site. Seeing a few little mid presence though. You're right. As we see 2 towards mid. Zia getting 2 there for the Dolphins. Doing against what you just said is they try and get some picks and they do it well.
Oh,
Ooh, caught at wall. Carmel missing shots. Quink just
happening
getting
the
them.
best of us.
Happens to everyone.
Yeah.
As we see James on site, Central on site, but Red Frost not willing to give it up too close yet, knowing that this team is short-handed for this Redhawk side. They've got sight now, but again, not a single Dolphin has passed yet in this. I'm not sure what I heard a Dolphin is called. I probably should look that up before this. But the Falcon, not the Falcon, flock of Dolphins?
I don't
That'd be
think
the
so.
Redhawks.
I think it's a pod.
A pod?
Pod of dolphins.
Yeah, as the Whitney Young's pod here looks to take back. They think they have sight fully, but I mean, I don't even know if they have Spike. Yeah, no, Spike's still at mid. Whitney Young's watching Spike, and we are gonna see Ray's trade there with James, but gets caught from behind by Red Forest, and that's gonna be the round there as the Dolphins have taken 3 in a row. Yeah, a group of Dolphins is called a pod.
Get some research there.
Yeah, pod getting 3 in a row here.
Yeah.
As we
They're just playing their defense so well.
Yeah.
And they're catching them. They're playing. They're just switching it up. They played that aggressive mid, and the Naperville Center wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, it's looking like birds against the ocean here.
Yeah.
It's hard to as we see a more B-centered Centered push here, a little bit on A as they're going to try and mix up their looks here. Just struggling so hard. We're going to see a
chamber off.
Chamber off. And he is blind, just getting out of there immediately as Race throws a nade. Doesn't get any damage, but Red Hawks already pushed back into T site by this oppressive Dolphins defense.
Man, if they keep playing this hard mid, those mid flashes are nasty after they buff them.
Yeah, they're disgusting, and Zia can't get that Marshall there. Kind of evading it, not wanting to have to deal with that, as they know they're good at jamming. As Zia does get their Brim there, as I can't read the name. Gangnam, I believe, is the name there, but Quink throwing out a nade. Zia throwing out a knife as well, or a nade rather, as throws another nade towards the site. Just trying to find somebody through that wall, but there's nobody there, as Central's already rotated towards this A site.
They know they're there. They got one on.
You know it now, and you see this rotate from this other side as Red Frost gets 1, 2 there. Carmel and Pine down, gets 3, and Central just stopped by Astra.
Yeah.
We mentioned earlier, Astra's out of meta, but you know, if you got a Vandal, you got a Vandal.
Yeah. Better buy is a better buy.
Better buy is a better buy, as we see James trying to just get whatever they can here. Catching one at mid.
30 seconds left.
Possibly a second.
Possibly second, but doesn't matter
They
there.
don't have to peek that.
Yeah. Especially with Chamber op. I mean, it's a powerful alt, free op from Riot Games right there. He does know someone's on his left side though.
Oh, might go for the tactical knife kill.
Tactical knife
Oh,
kill is
tactical.
that's gonna crush your momentum
Yeah,
if you're the Red
that's-
Sox here.
That's a mental breaker right there.
That is a mental breaker. Playing a little bit of a mental game from this Dolphin side here. This intelligent team playing great defense so far.
Great defense. And with this Astra, the way Red Hawks did do kind of a mess up there. When they were trying to push on site, they kept going one by one. Just not very good for trying to get a site, especially on a save. You just want to overwhelm them as much as you can. And they just kept going one by one.
Absolutely.
That'll definitely get you to lose rounds, for being honest with you.
Central's got money now. They're going to try and buy here as they head towards B site, trying to get what they can from this half. Is this the last match for half? Or no, second round.
Second.
As James catches DBP 250. The Dolphins being a little too aggressive there, falling right into what Central wants. But Syntax getting caught in that nade. Runs through it, surprisingly. I'm worried about somebody else coming towards site, but he goes down 50 and loses all his armor there.
I mean, 4 or 5 retake, 1 on flank.
4 or 5 retake, but that Chamber's really, KO's really hurt, and I don't think anyone on the Dolphin side is injured yet.
They're doing exactly what I said they would. They're taking even more space, covering their flanks. This could be a good win out of the attackers.
This would be a good win, but Gangan just completely shuts down Zia there. Much like KO does with his ults there. But we're going to see his push. Try and coordinate from this right side as the left side's completely cut off by Brim. Red Frost gets 1 towards Pi as he heads on site, but he's got 2 on him. Syntax getting 1, and it's a 1-on-3 there. Not enough for the Dolphins to get this retake. And like you mentioned, they take a more spaced look.
Yep. They got 1 in main. They had 1 logs, and they won. When they all played on site, they lost, and when they spread out, and they're learning. They're definitely learning how to play against this team, and I'm excited to see what comes in this next half. This is the last round of the half. It's gonna be a full buy for both teams, and it's looking like we have a couple ults up. This Astra Wall, we have the Fade retake ult, very good, as well as the KJ one.
Yeah,
Those
it's
are
going
both very
to
powerful.
be really hard
But
on this
we have
defensive side.
2 post plant ults coming from the attackers. This could be massive. A very good post plant. Oh, they use it right away.
Right
Taking
away,
space and
headed
we're gonna
towards
get in.
there. So they get an on-site very, very quickly for this Red Hawks team. Whitney playing a little bit of aggressive defense, not taking back as they normally do, and running in all fours as Zia gets 2. Carmel and Pi gone there for this Red Hawk side. A clash at mid. Ganga getting Zia. Quink getting Gangan. A little bit of a trade there as the Killjoy is up, and this Red Hawks trying to defend what they can, but that ult is powerful. And James gets 1, can't get 1, and gets caught by an excellent 3K there by Quink, getting this round 9-3 for the Dolphins.
They used both their retake ults before they even got the bomb planted, and there's not a whole lot you can do there. Just try your best to survive and do good for your team, but, I mean...
Yeah,
powerful.
completely shut down
Yeah,
there.
powerful.
As we're going to see this. Now we're going to have to see each team on their looks on their defense. As we know Whitney Young is great at retaking sites, but we have to see how good they are at actually taking sites.
Let's see if they take a... Hopefully they don't take a page out of Naperville Central's book and just play on site. Hopefully they take more space. And it looks like they will, because on their defense they were spreading out and pushing from multiple angles, so I'd imagine that they're well versed in taking space.
Naperville's, yeah,
Aggressive A.
really aggressive
stack
push. I think they are all about to run right into each other there. But there is
Flash over
two
top.
unwatched on B side here.
2.5-second flash.
2.5-second flash. Yeah, I believe his flash was nerfed recently too, as the entire Red Hawks team walks towards this door. We're about to see an unconventional little battle here. Right when the smoke comes down, but nobody knows where anybody is. They can hear each other. Or they did hear each other, rather. Oh, Zia getting 2, Carmel getting 2 individually.
4?
And 4K for Zia there, crushing that Naperville Central push on the defensive side as they tried to change up their looks.
Yeah, they tried to just play attack on defense, and it didn't work out for them, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely won't try that again.
I mean, when you're down this much, it's kind of
You do whatever you can.
do
to get
whatever
those
you can.
rounds.
Absolutely.
They tried something. They figured out what they knew they couldn't do anymore.
Absolutely. As we're going to see, again, a full Spectre buy, full Shields buy for this Whitney Young team. If I was Whitney Young, I actually wouldn't be opposed to probably saving here, but they're not going to take that route there.
Yeah.
Knowing
Looking at they're 10. Get that 12 really quick.
yeah, they've won, I believe, every pistol round so far. And towards the second econ round, there's a lot of util being used on the side of Naperville Central as can't get anything with the shorty, and DPB gets pie, but does some damage there, very minimal, but does get damage overall as Carmel puts a sight. And it looks like a Whitney Young sight now. Great, good take for them here. Oh, I believe I've been doing the wrong thing. Whitney Young. Wait, yeah. No, Whitney Young's on attack. Yeah, it's a Whitney Young sight now. I was right. As James looks towards that top side with mid. Gangan catching a Red Frost. Zipsy getting Gangan though as he peeks a little too long there. And Zipsy trying to watch that upside. Still, as 3 defenders from this Red Hawk side are going to come out. And Zipsy is going to hopefully peek. Doesn't know they're right there, but gets a little dig there with the Spectre. But the Quink gets 2 on site. And the Dolphins 11-3 now. As they all hope the round ends before they fall off.
It just seems like Whitney Young might just be the better holder and a retaker. I mean, just saying it how it is, it's not looking great for Naperville Central here.
Absolutely, Whitney Young is a high. I believe they're all high in this bracket. They're very low in this bracket. They're very high ranked, each and every one of them, but they've had a very hard schedule, having to face the likes of Taft and who else?
Did they play Jones?
They played Jones. They got wiped by Jones there.
done?
But we see a Nightmare Grenade headed towards mid. Not going to do anything though. Nobody's even there. As we see the Dolphins head mid, trying to get an aggressive push off here. As they were more aggressive towards the end of the half, and now are even more aggressive on this offensive side. Obviously, you have to be. But Caramel trying to get a sight there on this recon drone. Zipsy gets pie though. Caramel fighting off 400 million utils here, and we see trying to defend himself for this Naperville Central team as Syntax jumping over, trying to get something as they all decide to head up to the top of site. Spike going down. Dolphins have sight there. They don't know that there's a Whitney Young player on that right side though.
Just timing.
Just timing. Ugh. DPP gets 2, throws a nade, trying to reload, trying to do everything they can, and gets 3 for this Dolphins side as Gangan gets 1, but is caught by Red Frost and can't do anything.
Very unfortunate round for Naperville Central here. It's not what you want to see.
Matter of milliseconds there. Could have seen red outline if peaked literally probably 0.5 seconds earlier. But
that would have changed the round. I mean, the name of the game for that round was just util dump. They pushed through tree and they took sight and they ratted for the guns because they just want to get as much of it down as they can. That was Naperville Central's buy round, and it was the bonus.
Absolutely, we're seeing kind of what's happening. You just throw the Phantom off
the
Spectre off the map. Nobody
don't want them to have that.
Don't want them to have that. Yeah, they little loot box there. Leave him, but didn't want to leave him. James having to get off site as an aggressive Red Hawks defense. There's a passive Red Hawks defense there. There's an aggressive Whitney Young push. Whitney Young looking really clean so far. Using a lot of util. And Razor's all coming through. Blinded Gangan. Can't get anybody. Red Forest getting James towards that front side. Gangan getting 1. Carmel getting 1. And Syntax getting 1. As Whitney Young push is getting a little shortened there as Bomb is B market. So they know they're going to have to do something here as Red Forest puts down smoke, I guess you could call it. I'm not really sure what to call that. Cosmic energy as we see Red Forest just get caught through the smoke by Carmel. Not much Red Forest could do there. 3 people coming through the smoke shooting. DPB sits back site, just trying to get what they can off this push. Maybe get a pick here, as they know it's pretty unlikely they win this. Oh my God, he shoots
gets
right
one.
towards bomb, gets one pie, was sitting on it
Looking for
like a
second
rooster on an egg there. Catches him. And we see a nade come out for DPB, trying to keep it left this round of 30 seconds left.
Whitney Young just looking
30
for anything
seconds
here.
left.
Absolutely holding out the candy cane. Can't make the jump, which might actually be really, really bad there.
Doesn't know where they are. Could be anywhere.
No, neither team knows where they are. As Caramel
No,
gets the sight, doesn't shoot though.
They're both low. This is very winnable for Whitney.
Very, very winnable for Whitney Young, considering how good they've been playing too. DBB being towards the top of the scoreboard here is can't get a pick. 7 seconds left. Knows gonna have to be aggressive. Getting a little bit of the jitters here, nervousness, but can't look right sight towards Syntax. And Syntax wins this round for the Red Hawks after a really bad start. But I mean, a match point for this Dolphins team. They've been clean so far, and I don't think this is what we see kind of in like with so many teams in such a short season. Only what, 6 games, 7 games?
7 games. 7 games as usual, but condensed in about a month.
Yeah,
Which
we've
is-
got so many teams too, so it kind of makes it hard to see with skill level of teams. Winning the 13 seed, upsetting the 4 seed, and now right on the edge of getting game 1 against the Naperville Central number 5 Red Hawks here.
looking like a strong team.
Absolutely, as we
Maybe
see
going for it.
literally everybody headed towards A site here.
There's me. Ooh, 5 on A, 5 in A main.
Ooh, see ya.
I mean, a battle.
See an
for sure.
actual Overwatch game here. Feels like, as we see, probably gonna see a clash of the both entire teams here. Just not much happening here. Smoke comes down.
Looking for something.
Knife
looking for
comes down
info.
too, but it's all over. And that smoke is gonna allow this Whitney Young team to take some position. Z on the other side here. Oh, Z1A. Sorry, not Zia. I've been reading that wrong the whole time. I apologize to Whitney Young's KO there, Z1A. As Pi sheds up to this right side. Not ready for it, but they don't peek. And then KO's ult comes down. Z1A there, jumping on the site. DPB getting one as Whitney Young swiftly gets on the site. Naperville in a desperate defense here as Gangan sits in the Astra smoke. Really not sure what to do here, it feels like.
Looks like they're just going to go for this retake. Hoping
Yeah.
for the best.
Back up there
They
as
do.
KO sits in market right now at this window, trying to see if anybody's going to come out and get a little aggressive. But
Going to use his Brim ult here.
you know, Whitney Young's really smart, and they could take this game here. Brimalt comes down, and that's going to evacuate site as they're all going to push right when it comes down. All 3 peek, gets a pick with the Guardian. DPB and Zia get the other 2. And Gangan gets one more, but the Dolphins finish it off with a pick.
That's map 1 for you.
Map 1 goes to the Dolphin Pod here.
Should be their new nickname, the Dolphin Pod.
The Pod.
Yeah,
Yeah, they should name that their. If they have an esports lab, they should put that on the wall, giant plaque.
the Pod.
The Pod. It is great as we see an absolute Dolphins domination there.
Yeah,
17,
four
17, 15,
with
and
that.
18. Like I mentioned, a really, really close team.
Yeah, Team Central. KJ was just playing a role. 9-4. No deaths. They just didn't go to her site.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing safe. Playing for that post plant.
As we see, I mean, just they had excellent defense there. They would get on site fast. They'd get the picks. DPB really good with that Spectre there. Whenever they had a Spectre, I think they got at least 2 kills every time as the Pod squad gets this game 1 here.
They were just very aggressive. They knew when to play. They played different every round. Every round was like a different match. They didn't almost, or at least the Dolphins did almost nothing the same every round around. They pushed mid sometimes for their saves, and sometimes they played back and gave them no info at all.
Yeah,
It was
absolutely.
they just switched it up so much, and they couldn't. They honestly, the Naperville Central just couldn't conform to it.
Yeah, and a lot of assists there for the Whitney Young team here, as I believe we are headed to a break to give both teams some time here. Though I'm not 100% sure, so we will be back to you in DeKalb once this second game gets started here. Dolphins, Redhawks. Stay on this page. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant LAN event here in DeKalb. Me and John here commentated game 1 already.
Yeah.
Game 1. Yeah, no, map 1.
Map one.
Map 1.
Was kind of a stomp from Whitney Young.
They had-
Was it Whitney? Yeah,
Yep,
Whitney.
seated Dolphins. The pod squad
pod
there. And we've adapted them a new nickname, getting there. Just getting a great job defending. Retakes are great. And we are going to see here on Haven, we're going to see this the Dolphins defending after such a dominant round last game. As we're going to look into insight on their picks here on Haven, as Pi instantly going for the sky. Dolphins,
Which is a different pick.
yeah, Dolphins. We see a lot of teams wait to show their picks. They're just like, wait a minute, but Dolphins are pretty certain on what they want. Typically, their top fragger last game. Oh yeah, the Dolphins are defending. I apologize. That was Whitney. Whitney Young is attacking. I did not realize that, but Whitney Young on the offense here. DBP probably gonna stick with that Raise pick or Raise.
Yeah, they were raised last game. I'm not sure about this raise pick though. At least for Haven, I'd probably go for a Jet.
I'd go for a
see.
Jet, but
See.
well, we will see. DBP did just put up 17.
Yeah,
I mean, 3 people on Whitney Young put up 17. It doesn't really matter. They were top fragging. It's probably because they just had the highest decon score. But it's an excellent game right now. As Whitney Young, we hear cheers. Maybe something just happened to Jones in this Jones-Walter Payton game. But Whitney Young doing an excellent job playing as a team. Their top 3 top fraggers, they had 4 players on the top frag of the match, and then the rest of the Naperville Central team was down there. They're playing a dominant game with a dominant team.
Yeah, it was almost a full team wipe. If that KJ had played a little bit better, not that they played bad.
They placed 9-2 and 4.
9-2.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean they were playing their role, playing safe. Got some picks in the process. Doing well.
Give us some insight on these picks here. What do you like? What do you see that's pretty meta? What do you see that's not meta?
For the Whitney Young picks here, for this attack, they're playing a breach, which can be really powerful. I'm pretty sure that breach was playing KO last map. Yeah, the Z1A. He was playing KO last map. And he did pretty good on it, so hoping his flashes are just as good. It'd be really interesting to see some nice flash plays. If they had that Jet, they could do flash and dash, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Maybe they do some sweet raise tricks and fly through the air.
Some sweet raise tricks.
Yeah.
I mean, it clearly worked last time.
Looks like they might be doing like a...
Yeah, I mean, last time they didn't even go for that meta of a pick, right? They picked the Astra.
Yeah, I mean, they picked Astra, but I mean, you can do whatever you want, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
It worked.
I'm going to see Harbor soon. I'm sure we're going to see Harbor a lot in this competitive scene, even though we're not even going to know how good Harbor is until like probably 3 months after she comes out. But we're going to see a immediate push here on this A-site shenanigans as somebody just walked in the room. C-site and heavy push.
With this raise specialty.
And we get raised just as you mentioned. We mentioned earlier, it just comes down to guns, getting 2 there, and the site is already Dolphin owned as they try and retake with 3 here. 5-on-3, not looking good for the side of the Redhawks here early again. Seeing a pretty heavy push. Syntax trying to get on site with that revolver there, that Sheriff. Peeking at nothing, shooting at nothing. Gangan trying to run away from that fade ability there as Carmel gets 1, trying to deal, not get shocked there by that breach. Syntax gets a little damage there. Carmel gets another, is now looking even for this Red Hawk side, but Walk gets Syntax 1-on-2 here as Carmel tries to save this game, try to get an ace with the Frenzy here, but can't get Killjoy, and the Dolphins win round 1.
So from that, Dolphins did exactly what they did last time. Took lots of space very quickly. They raised it exactly what I thought it did. Not having that Jet to push in, they raised double satchel, got 2 really quickly with that classic with, I think they bought small shields. But you can do a lot of work with that. And they took down 2 of them right at the start of the round.
Yeah, Ray's playing a lot like a junket there, as it feels like, as we see more and more that this Rays pick, clearly DBP that's comfortable with him. DBP plays a lot of Rays in the other matches that we've seen. And James looking with that revolver on site, but it's going to be a really split push and a really split defense here. As B is kind of unguarded, but obviously they don't know that.
Looking for a pick for this default.
Absolutely.
Hoping to get something.
Yeah, Shorty sitting on Shorty at this wall here. As these fade, Quink tries to get on site,
But know that they're going to be ratting.
Yeah.
As they just lost that round, looking for any gun, or Naperville Central looking for any guns they can get down.
Absolutely. They're trying to just get some money down for this Naperville Central side here as they look for some independent funding in the form of guns on the ground.
Donation.
Whoop-de-doo here as we see a shootout. That Z there, not sure what it's called, little fanged fella as he heads towards mid. Carmel watching B site, not seeing anybody though as we see this. They have committed pretty conventionally towards A site here as Gangan is the only one on A. And they're all going to rotate, but Gangan trying to not get completely mauled here, but Red Force gets them.
Damage on that. And gets taken down.
Absolutely, right click there. Carmel gets one through a wall, unfortunately, for this Whitney Young team. And Redhawks are going to have to retake site again. Pi dealing with nades in that hallway. They can't move on to site yet. Now they can. Carmel getting one from up top. Redhawks trying to get this pushback. Can't get that. Zipsy gets that, trying to defend this retake. DPP getting one too. Syntax taking another. And, dude, bad situation there for the Redhawks.
But
Zippy.
A very good one because for the Redhawks, they were on a save there. They were looking for anything they could get, and they got it. They got 3 guns down on their force.
Absolutely. Bad and good there as they can take some money away. And we see a full buy from the Redhawks team. And actually more econ round too, as you mentioned. Getting those guns down is important.
Dolphins looking for there's going to bonus here. And if they win this bonus, I mean, just like last game, this might be pretty bad.
They lose this bonus?
If they win the bonus, if they lose, it's whatever. But if they win, it's gonna be massive for the Dolphins.
Bonus. It's good for the Redhawks. They're gonna have some money here. As we've seen a C-sided push here, getting one, but he's gonna get away and not trying to deal with the entire Dolphins coming up, swimming up C-side here. As we see them headed through the waves, not able to get anybody. As I'm pretty sure we just saw. Yeah, no, never mind. That was not a team kill. But we see a down there, and Quinkin gets one. I'm not even sure there's team killing in Valorant, but I'm used to CS. So Spike comes down. It is a 4-on-2 here for this retake central side. But Red Frost in the smoke gets 2 with that stinger.
Absolutely massive.
And Quink gets 1, and that's already 1-on-1 as they had such an advantage here, and they lose it so fast due to the stinger here. Gangan trying to get some util down. There's nobody's on the left side, looking right as they're playing a little bit of Ring Around a Rosie like a Scooby-Doo episode here as Quink tries to find it.
Oh, no, he didn't.
He didn't hear him anything. Knows he's defusing, fake defuse right behind him though. Omen's still not looking, gets him, and Whitney Young losing their advantage. Sorry, Central losing their advantage here, and can't come through.
Exactly
either
what
way.
I said in the previous match and in the previous round. They were looking for picks there. They're playing up, and that exactly happened with that Brimstone and the Stinger. He got 2 there, got out with a gun, and he got 1 more. It's just too bad. Or didn't get 1 more. He got traded out, but Fade got 1.
Yeah, Fade got 1. And, I mean, we see this a lot. Actually, in a lot of these featured matches, we see scores repeat themselves. As if we see 3-0 here again for this attacking Dolphins team, and we'll see if Central wins 2 in a row again.
Might be a replay of
just based on whatever Fate has decided before. But we see a split push from the Dolphins as they've done it before. Trying to just analyze site a little bit, get some idea of where they're going to go, as we're going to see a clash at C site. And this garage, Pi dog out. Knows there's 2, getting a little scared there as another one comes from top of garage. Gets 1 with that 1 tap directly to the head. Pi getting 1. Doesn't know he's right there. Oh, can't get him. Kind of difference of guns there as Vandal beats out the Sheriff there. Bandit beating Sheriff there. Vandal's a word for bandit, right? Something like that. As we see the A side push from the Dolphins here, and they already have sight. Just easy as that. Little distraction on that other side. Already have sight, and now Central's going to have a really disadvantaged retake here.
4v3.
Against 2 alts.
Yeah. Plus, they're on a save now because they lost that last round.
Yep. Ganger trying to, with the Stinger, trying to avoid that room, but not really looking to lose any health here.
Once the smoke goes on, this chamber is going to either get a good pick or just going to get instantly folded.
Well, I don't think anybody's looking at this chamber other than maybe Red Frost. I'm not 100% what they are. Yeah, they're bottom there. So, and also in smoke, Killjoy turret kind of getting the best of Gang in there as he has to go back and go away. But Syntax getting head off the shoulders from Z1A and peeking into just so much there, and there's nothing you can do on that side as history will not repeat itself as we see a 4-0 lead for the Dolphins.
It was looking like a pretty traditional save round there from the Redhawks. As you're typically not supposed to win save rounds, and it's just how it goes.
Yeah, Pod Squad just complete domination so far.
Looks like it.
Playing well in the buy rounds and the econ rounds. We've seen a split, 2 buy rounds, 2 save rounds, but 4-0 anyway here for this Redhawks team. As we're probably going to see another split push. It's been working, but they're actually going to probably commit towards the CB side-ish.
And they do have some very good retake and post-plant ults.
Yeah, we don't see any ults right now on the side of Central, which is really difficult here, but
Use their jet.
3 on this side is we nearly see a fade ult, but they don't decide to do it. Frag comes out, and just in the corner, overwhelmed, double corner shots. They were just hiding back there, but Quink and Zipsy get the pick on the flock, sitting at Seaside here. The Red Hawks are down early here for Naperville Central as Whitney Young just playing really
playing,
here from site.
Playing off site, they've got a post-plant ult plus a KJ
Yeah.
and a Raze ult. Oh, I mean, those are
I
good
wouldn't
post-plant
use it if I was them. If I was them, it's not really too dire of a situation, and obviously you want to get your ults down. You don't want to wait.
The options are there.
Yeah, the options are there, but you never want to
Might see the
force it.
out, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that.
Just like that, and that's going to delay them and a breach far. Kind of getting screwed over there for Gangan as he tries to flash again, trying to do the same thing, but everybody getting him there. Syntax is just going to save the Vandal there.
And the op is going to be hopefully huge in the coming round, as it'll be saved, and I'm assuming
Absolutely.
that the Redhawks will go into a
I'd guess a timeout. here,
save,
too.
probably a timeout coming. They're going to just calm down, hopefully slow their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about momentum here. Now, Whitney Young's got all the money momentum, all the mental momentum, too. I mean, it's really rough here. I wouldn't want to play next to somebody who's 5-0ing me either, because you can hear the celebration, you can hear all that. Mentioned that earlier.
Same room. They can get into each other's heads.
Yeah, it's really, really tiring a little bit here, but the Central Redhawks aren't looking to retire early, looking to move on to this 3 p.m. match that they would be playing, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, as our next featured match will be the other quarterfinal match at noon. Lane Tech versus the... I actually don't remember, but we'll get to that later once this game is over, as we see a very, very heavy push here for the Whitney Young Dolphins. They go fast on a site, already ulting. James just evacuating, not wanting to deal with this. Syntax can't do anything, getting caught by what is a Raze ult and a Fade ult. Just caught into it, marked a decay for James. He just shoots at nothing, can't hear anything. DBP getting one, and it is absolute chaos for this Redhawks team as they are getting scattered and crushed here, down 5-3 on this retake.
Bring the killer out, buy them some time.
Buy them a little more
They don't
time.
want them to get anything here.
Yeah, all 4 ults getting used there.
flawless
All 3
defense.
ults that they had there getting used there, as that's just not fun to experience. I mean, James was up there in heaven shooting blind and blind deaf and losing health to the decay. But Gangan tries to get one. Killjoy though out there, kind of screwed over by this breach. Carmel picking one off top, but getting traded. Zia and Dipsy. Zipsy, not Dipsy. Getting 2 there as the Dolphins, again, 6-0.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Naperville Central, if I'm being honest with you, but it might be, I mean, this is their side pick. Naperville Central, this is their side pick, but this is Whitney Young's map pick.
Yeah, Mr. Mendez, executive director's pick is really not working out well. See if they can make his second pick'em come to fruition here, as he picked my school, which was upset by this Whitney Young's Dolphin team, as the pick'em destroyer pod squad is trying to take another victim here.
And they're just running through them.
Yeah, really split push here as they swim towards this win, getting a pick at this C site here. Actually, at that B site there, getting a central defender. But they do have ults now. One of their ults is down. Omen kind of just got picked there. Not ready to see it towards A site as he got a little aggressive there. But we're going to see a B and C center push here for the Whitney Young Dolphins, as we see one in garage. James up top, getting the pick on the spike carrier, but Fade's just going to get it back. Pi trying to deal with something here. Can't get anything blind. Gets one, but is blind. As we see another 3v3. As we don't see a lot of 3v3s. We see a first 3v3 here.
You have a Fade ult for retake, and it looks like they're all going to play long, because they know that this Fade ult's most likely going to come out. Just like that.
Ooh, that's a rough waste there, as they just didn't know.
They know where they are.
Ooh, and a bad nade. That sucks. I mean, they know where they are. They know they're going to be backside, and that's useful, but quite a hard losing that all.
Lineups. They're using Killjoy mollies here.
Yep. Excellent Whitney Young smart team. Dolphins are smart animals, and they're playing really smart too. As we see just some trading of shots here as they try and get a pick off. Oh, they're going to try and hold the fuse here as there's one down long and Central finally getting their first round here on Haven.
Yeah.
6-1.
Looks like it. I mean, the Dolphins tried to play the same way that they did last round, and I feel like Naperville Central just read them like a book.
Better, a little bit of a numbers game there. That fade out, they were like, oh, okay, they're all long side. I mean,
long.
you wish you could have gotten them there because then you can just rush on site.
Mhm.
You can get some damage done there for this aggressive Red Hawks team. But as you see, they're playing a little bit more passive, losing money, losing a lot of things here as they try and figure it out here. What does Naperville Central need to change, do you think, to keep this game going?
I think that their rotates are they're not getting off site because they know that they're pushing hard. Whenever they get some info on a site, they're not.
Yeah, really.
Getting off, like they know they're gonna push on site hard. They're not doing anything about it.
At least some damage trading there. Syntax has on there, like you mentioned.
See, this
This is what you're talking about. Rotates are really slow. And we're going to see James try and do anything here to defend this B-side. They just kind of left it undefended. Gangan getting one, though, for this Red Hawk side. Zipsy getting pie, though.
Gangan's
As
just like on
he
site.
thumbs down. Gangan on site. Thumbs down play for the Dolphins there. Unfortunately, as Gangan just gets up there unnoticed. And Zia trying to take back site now. As it's kind of in the possession of Central, and they're trying to defend it here. But Central's kind of wrapping around here, trying to keep this game alive, and they are going to probably do it here. It's a 4-1 advantage, and they have sight. And bomb is down, so they should defuse here, but they know where he is. They're going to maybe try and get this defuse off, but they're not going to. And Syntax catches Red Frost in this back of mid, and they're going to get those points too.
Yeah, Naperville Central is learning a lot from this team and how to play against them. They had a push-up garage, got a pick. The Omen TP'd on site. I'm honestly not sure how, but he TP'd on site and got 2 without them even knowing.
There was a smoke down, and I think he just teleported through the smoke, and then was like, all right.
But then he got a pick, and then they didn't even look for him. They seem to be learning and playing better against this team. So we'll see how this third round comes out with the chamber up.
We may say we see Whitney Young adjust, maybe push A-Slate, or maybe not go for such a long look here, as they did try that same thing that they did on C. Sitting toward the back of mid, but it doesn't work out with the flank. Excellent flank there, but they're going to head A-site here, kind of. Bomb's kind of left towards mid, but Pi did just pick off Coin because it's already looking down for the Dolphins, and the Red Hawks try to get this in the favor momentum-wise, and frag-wise, it's going pretty well. They had Red Hawks on the ropes. We're about to see a clash. Actually, seeing a clash towards mid and on A-site as Zia gets one, like it's traded with James on that chamber alt who just evacuates, not knowing there's nobody else there. Oh, well, there's other people there. They've rotated entirely, but James just getting out of there, not wanting to lose his ult there, headed towards heaven as Carmel runs to site, not knowing there's somebody literally standing right there, nearly picks him, but through the smoke doesn't know. Zia putting one through the wall there. James from heaven gives. Yeah. Entirely gone there through the smoke, and excellent job. Zia getting one, Syntax getting one, Zipsy getting another. James can't
quite get him.
Can't get James, and we hear someone yell back there as we see the Red Hawks on the ropes, getting back into this, having their lead.
They're getting some really good momentum here, and I feel like Whitney Young is starting to feel slightly defeated as they just lost 3 rounds in a row after their 6-round stomp, which is not a great thing. So obviously, the Naperville Central is starting to read them very well. And here comes a timeout because they know that they're starting to get momentum and they want to shut it down.
Absolutely. What do you need to see change from both teams, either team here? Because as we know, the Red Hawks are getting back into this game, reading them, playing their game now, and beating them at their own game here. What do you just want to see from the Whitney Young Dolphins here to get back into this game?
So the Dolphins are starting to do the same thing. I mean, they were pushing site and then playing off site. Naperville Central knows that, and they're abusing it. They're taking more space than they usually would have. They're not playing on site. They're getting off site 5-man retaking, just like when the Dolphins were on Ascent, our first map. They were 5-man retaking and just doing well, and it's exactly what's happening here. The retakes are getting significantly better because they know where they're going to play. Their KJs played short every single time they pushed A, and they're learning a lot from this team, and they're learning how to play against them. And I genuinely believe this could be a very close game.
Absolutely.
I'm unsure yet who's going to.
I did say, get back into this game, but Whitney Young obviously still up 3 rounds. They adjust here, play a little differently. I mean, if they're just giving them different looks, I mean, Naperville Central might be back into this rut here if Whitney Young can switch up their looks here, as we're seeing just a full buy here from both teams, an op from James, who has decided with that chamber out that he's ready to take on the all tiers. Gangan hasn't bought yet, getting a Phantom though, as we see probably a more push here. As we see, Whitney Young got pretty comfortable with the aggressive pushes here towards this end of the half, losing 3 in a row there. But we're going to see a little bit more of a B-C centered push, a little bit of a lurk from this breach, who's played well so far. And we're seeing Nightmare. Syntax knows they're in there, and we're going to see not any rotates, but with this ult, we're going to see both the other two come side. Pi getting one, Zipsy getting a trade there, Quint getting a trade, not a trade, hit a headshot on Carmel there, as this site is in Dolphin hands.
Yeah, looks like they're instead of just pushing through a main or anything, they pushed the garage, got more info, and I think they might have had one long when they pushed.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the two long push, I believe. Two came through garages. We're gonna see a little bit of a clash. Smoke's down. Get it? We're trying to waste time here. Is Red Frost trying to waste even more time right as the smoke comes down? Smoke's still up and putting a molly there to try and not get them to peek. But C-Site is kind of locked down. I'm seeing new looks from Whitney Young. 2 in garage, and like we mentioned there, they're gonna change it up. They're gonna save. Redhawk's gonna save here, knowing that that's a hard look. But Whitney Young switching up their looks, like you mentioned, they should have.
They did something definitely right this round that bought them the round. I mean, they did a split push through garage and C long instead of just most C long. They were able to take significantly more space, and were able to hold off Naperville Central with 2 ults. Or I think Naperville Central used 2 ults. They used Killjoy and Fade ult to get on site, or Fade to get on site. Killjoy ult to keep them off. Bought them a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of Whitney Young is using a lot. Used a lot of util there. That's not gonna affect them. They have money, but we're seeing them kind of struggle to get on point. But once they're there,
they're there.
They're there.
Very well.
We're going to see one retake from Central so far as in garage to catch Syntax behind that box and just absolutely wipe him there. But getting aggressive there on this util, like we mentioned, and Pi's still sitting in the corner trying to get whatever they can, getting raised on that ult or on that jump there, but Pi gets caught by Quink because they know where he is after that raise pick. James kind of just sitting in the smoke trying to find something. Gangan headed towards garage, not knowing these new Whitney Young looks and kind of assuming that they're not there, and he gets caught by Quink on a triple kill, who could get an ace here, but Red Frost denies such a thing, killing James backside here as Carmel is surrounded, blind, and gets knifed by Z1A.
Another tactical knife coming out from
Z1A, actually. Z1A got the first one, too.
That's a mental break right there. Ooh,
Yeah, especially at LAN, that's important. Seeing a little bit of an animation glitch here.
Small thing.
The knife is so small.
Butter knife.
The tactical knife has turned into a butter knife here for Z1A. And that is pretty comical, though, and we will see.
And it looks like during their timeout, Whitney Young had talked about their strategies, and they actually played 2 in garage there, and not just playing on site or just playing long. They're switching it up.
Too.
They're switching it up, and they're talking, and they're definitely winning because of it.
Yeah, the pod squad communicating with each other here. James, try not to get distracted by that, but just peek at the right time. They know they're there, and he is running towards site, trying not to get anything, as site's already controlled by this Dolphins team, and we know they're great once they're on site. 5v5 retake. Whitney Young has done this well. Can see what Central does. Jet coming down site, but there's already 2 dead for the Central side. Gets 2 for the Redhawks. Carmel losing 1 as it's just an all-out war right now. Red Frost kind of just sitting in the back there, knowing that push, that was an excellent retake by Central, but now they have point, and
he missed the lineup, and
he did miss the lineup. I'm sure he knows now, but
he didn't know in the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he knew as soon as I started to defuse, because I'm not sure. Yeah, very good round for Central. Half's over again. 8-4.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, it was 9-3. I was wrong.
It was 8-4. 9-3 last game.
9-3.
So
right?
yeah. I think it was 9-3.
Yeah, 9-2. I don't think you can end the half on that.
No. But it looks like they're doing. Naperville Central looks like they're doing a little bit better coming into this half, and they're definitely learning from this team, like I've said multiple times before, and they're retaking very well. They communicated. Their jet dashed on the site, took a lot of space for their team to push in, keeping Naperville Central wondering where they were.
Absolutely.
Keeping them distracted.
Redhawks were limping there for a little bit, but kind of getting back into this. The last 5 rounds, 3-2 versus Whitney Young. Getting a good retake there, and that missed util by who is it? I apologize. By Brim. on the Whitney Young side. I can't remember names too well, but we're going to see a pretty heavy gadget util use. Hey, I saw the word gadget in my brain kind of short-circuited there, much like that gadget did. And we're going to see a little bit more of a B-site push. They did just kind of shoot down mid, not knowing where anybody is, just trying to head back to mid, maybe convene this push here. Caramel nearly got a ace with the Frenzy, that first pistol round, but see if they can replicate it here as we see a mid side, and DPB lets their team know that they are watching this B side here as he hears something there, but there's a pretty aggressive push headed
Like some
towards this B side.
mid action going on.
Oh, never mind. They've all decided that it's time to go to A, and they all head through this tunnel, and DPB is about to get overwhelmed by 5 people here. Yeah, and
Because that Razor's there, they know that they're going A, and they're starting this rotate really early.
yeah, this rotate, that's what they've been struggling on too. And knowing that, having that knowledge is good as Quink gets flashed there. Not too heavy though. Pi still getting Quink either way. Z1A getting headshot by Pi 2. And it's just
Great.
absolute pandemonium there as Pi completely wiped sight aces, not full game aces, but
Yeah.
got
Got the
all
whole
4 retakers. As that's a really
good
good round there, and it's kind of looking good for this Redhawks team so far.
So
huh?
Naperville Central is doing what they did last game, but it's working. So it seems like Whitney Young is lost on their read on them. Naperville Central is defaulting, looking for anything, and then pushing aside.
Yeah.
What they did last game. So let's see if it works. It looks like now they're doing stack C.
Yeah, I mean, kind of hard. I mean, you can be a lot more aggressive with 3 sites, as you know there's going to be less defenders per site. Well, should be less defenders, as they're about to go walk onto an undefended C site there. Good, not a good read, good guess there, rather. As we're going to see a Whitney Young retake, as you mentioned how good they are, as they wait a little bit, trying to just fire into the smoke, as they're in an econ round, though. James shooting into the smoke, too, is it's just they're waiting for site to push, and Util coming down heavy for both sides there, and Gangan can't get one. Carmel and James getting two retakers from the side of Central as Red Frost tries to sneak through the smoke, hits someone, just teleports away, and DPB sits back to sight and gets caught by Caramel. Red Frost trying to do what he can. 1v4 here, can't do anything, and Syntax catches Red Frost, and the Dolphins are kind of on their heels, well, on their flippers now.
But it's not terrible. They lost pistol round. It is what it is. But the second round, they were just looking for anything they can get. This third round will be the decider, I believe, for this match, because it'll show what they're actually. No, maybe not this round. Next one, definitely.
Decider will be when a match point happens, but we'll see. This moment.
It's more of an economy thing, mental thing. Because if they can get Whitney Young can get this round, it'll shut down their momentum. Shut down Naperville's momentum.
Absolutely, as we're going to see more CB-sided defense here as they split a little more, actually away from where they are, towards where they're going, and there's still nobody on C, which is a little bit rough for this Whitney Young team. But as you mentioned, yeah, you lose pistol round, whatever, right? You lose second round, whatever, you're saving. But we're going to see a big peek here as they're going to try and head on to C site as we see a big rotation from the Dolphins knowing that they're on that site. Zipsy shooting through the wall. Does some damage, can't get anyone. Red Frost putting smoke down, and Zipsy's about to peek into this garage site, not knowing Omen's right there, and Omen now knows where Zipsy is, though, as he's about to jump through the door. Can get singing, but the Dolphins are already kind of on their heels, losing sight there, and the Redhawks already got sight, taking up defensive positions here. One in garage here. Pi, 2 in garage. I didn't even see Caramel back there. Caramel getting 1. Pi getting 1, but that's just a trade overall, really. And now it's a 2v4. Oh, I only got 1. I apologize, but Zipsy gets their 3rd kill. DPB gets another, and they just wipe sight.
Ran through them. Just like I said, Whitney Young was hoping to regain their momentum here and shut down Naperville Central's momentum. Naperville was just looking for any guns they could get down, and what did they get? 1 down in garage.
I would probably suspect a timeout in the next 2 rounds if they lose this one, but
there was one timeout's coming out, hopefully stopping the Dolphins' new momentum.
Yeah, this Redhawks trying to rally here. Had them on their flippers. And no matter how this ends, they're playing a close game here, even after being down 6-0. Whitney Young should probably be a little afraid as the round goes on, though, as they know this Central team knows how they're going to play, and they're a smart Central team, too. As the birds versus the fish here, as we at mid, as we see a all-out kind of defense here, trying to stop this push. 3-on-5 at the site. Red Frost gets one through the smoke, gets actually traded
Trades out his own
with
kill.
that Molotov there. And Gangan jumping onto site, up top again, as he seems to like it up there, but it's caught by Zipsy as now they're looking up. Zipsy getting another towards that mid-smoke too. And Syntax and James are just going to try and head towards C-site, but Zia's waiting, gets one, gets two!
Very good round.
And the Dolphins are trying to quell this Red Hawks rally here, and seeming to do quite a good job, as I would guess.
Yeah.
Timeout on the Red Hawks. Actually, they already called the timeout.
No, I think
Didn't they? Oh, Whitney Young
Whitney
did, you're
Young
right.
called the timeout. I'd be surprised if the Naperville didn't call one in.
Maybe waiting a little bit here. They asked an econ round.
Yeah, they might do it on the next buy round, but they're coming in with the save after that steamrolling through B. They just seemed very uncoordinated. The Omen went in kind of on his own, and then I think they got some mid.
Yeah, I believe they were trying to get Omen to get some picks up there, but this Red Hawks team, Omen, not really struggling right now. 3-13. See if he can pick it up. He'll be one of the keys to the game right now.
Definitely.
But we're going to see a C-sided push from the central team. Kind of just staying long, trying to see what they can see from back there. Unaware of anybody's there. Z1A just kind of shooting at a wall right now.
Some aggressive A long going on, though.
Yeah, pretty aggressively long. They know they're not there, and that might be a little bit of a difficult issue here for this Red Hawks team as they rotate towards A. As Excalibur gets pulled out. Oh my god, I didn't I not know enough about Valorant to know that was a thing, but as normal, they all look at each other. That was a little bit of a rough there.
Down.
Expecting that A-long push as Pi gets caught. James trading with DPP, even though with a worse gun there. DPP
He gets stuck in.
gets stuck in that little
move.
Roomba. Yeah. Gets stuck with that little Roomba, rather. Not because of the little Roomba, but Z1A and the red. Z1A kind of pushing a little heavy now. Kind of headed off-site, headed towards garage, but he's not going to know that the Red Hawks are headed back to C, and they're just going to probably run on site as fast as they can because they're figuring they're not on site.
Yeah.
And Jet's gonna look at this right side here, and it's already on site. Getting on site is a great way to have to deal with this. But Spike's coming down.
Yeah. Whitney Young's gonna use an ult here.
Ooh, Killjoy. That's gonna be probably a killer for this Red Hawks team, as they're not gonna be able to stay on site long enough. As Jet runs all the way away, and it's
Don't have the guns for this.
Absolutely.
They don't get a pocket deagle.
yep. Free deagle from Riot Games doesn't work out as they body block the Spike. Haver, and they also get wiped. Not
But
great.
not a terrible round coming out of the Red Hawks, as that was their save round, and they got 2 guns down.
Yep.
But
Actually,
Whitney Young
one gun down.
one.
Yeah, they just got DPB, I believe.
I thought they had 2. And here comes that
Here
timeout
comes
we
that
were talking
timeout that we
about.
mentioned. Well, Mr. Color Commentary, what do you think the Red Hawks have to do here to stay in this game versus the Dolphins?
So for the Red Hawks, the round that they had won, like they won those 3 rounds in a row, is they switched it up, and then they played well. They played in garage and they got picks, and I believe that Whitney Young's just starting to read them faster than they can switch up.
Yeah.
And that's why Whitney Young is taking these rounds. They're retaking because their retakes are exceptional. They're using these ults well. They're spacing them out between the rounds, and you're using them to take site, retake, or even just stop the push, as we saw in one round. And I honestly, I feel like Whitney Young might just have this one here,
Yeah.
as Naperville is kind of backed up.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
mean, Whitney Young's probably. I would guess Whitney Young's even talking about now switching it up a little bit too. Is you want to get these last two games in quick,
Mhm.
hit that lunch break, maybe pick up a bite from around the area in DeKalb here at this LAN event. But yeah, I mean, right now Red Hawks kind of up against the wall here. This is their first time competing, and they've had a great year so far. It's their first time in competition. I believe for the school in competition for Valorant. I'm not sure if they've done Smash Bros. South did Smash Bros, but didn't do any other sport. But Red Hawks, no matter what happens at the end of this game, can look back pretty proudly on the season as the 5 seed and be proud of how far they've come as a first-year program.
Definitely.
And Whitney Young, actually, the reaper of first-year programs, as that goes down, they'll know a little bit, but as they are marked. But has got to knock out. If they win this game, we'll knock out 2 first-round programs that they were above, and I guess the experience just doing it for them here. As James heads and the Red Hawks switch off of A site here and head towards BC site, and it's kind of a clash at garage, but they're going to kind of get on C site uncontested as Whitney Young can trust their retakes, trying to stay as a team now and defend themselves to get ready for this retake. As they sit in garage and a wolf comes up. And kind of dealt
one
with.
outside of garage. Probably going to get a flank.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a flank here.
out
But
there.
Forrest doesn't know. I thought he was going to go out there, but he's just going to put some smokes down. And James gets a plant there, is getting the blind man from behind. Gets another, kind of getting another Zipsy coming out. The fade ult coming down mid-site for this Red Hawk side as they try and quell this retake as they still have the advantage. And Carmel getting the last two.
Ooh, looks like they might have been.
Looks like we may have not had the game on the actual thing, so I apologize for that.
I tried to do a rundown, so it looked. We might have had some issues there.
We might be
But-
having some issues still, I think, but
Yeah,
either way, right now it is Red Hawks 7. They just won that last retake round, and Whitney Young Dolphins 11, unable to retake the site there with a fade ult coming down and a good pick by their jet. And the game is back apparently by our production team. Thank you guys.
Naperville they had pushed on site, and then they played outside of site to hopefully take back garage. That's what they did in one round.
Really aggressive A-long thing. Watch, push, whatever you want to call it. Not thing, but getting in, heading down site. Kind of walked by DPB as there's still no rotates. They're still not certain where the central Red Hawks are headed, and they aren't either as they look to head off of A site, trying to get that A-long. Oh no, they're going to head back towards maybe a little more middle push here. They thought they were going to run away as
Looking for a
but
pick.
Chamber coming back too, looking for a pick, but they actually are going to rotate maybe towards this mid site here. Chamber James leading the push here. Watching Garage as Quinn tries to get a push here, gonna see that fade ability, but gets just demolished by Carmel there. Situation, whatever. It's not really in your control. You're just trying to get your util down, what you're supposed to do. But just aggressive here from this Red Hawk side.
Yeah.
Caramel using that smoke in combination with the other thing. To get it down, and they're already on site, and Red Hawks have site did well on the retake, but Whitney Young
Just
absolutely
steamrolls
steamrolls on that retake, and that's gonna probably put the tombstone here in either the game or the round, because now they're gonna be, I think they're a little weak on econ here if they lose this round.
Ooh,
but
looks like we're gonna get
that's
some
exactly why
Omen techniques coming out.
Techniques. Does he have spike?
He does not. He's gonna
does
TP
not
on
have
the bomb.
spike.
He has his ult. He's gonna go A. TP on bomb. Gets it. Gonna
Oh,
plant. Hopefully he doesn't have time. Yep.
he's
Get
got
it.
time.
Most likely gonna play up here looking for a pick because he knows he's outnumbered. Or yeah.
Throw a smoke
Yeah.
down, hold the melee out, and wait. As
So
it
just
just
play around his smokes.
He's gonna try and quell this. He's gonna try and get this game for Naperville Central. It's essential they win this. I believe they're low on econ, but DPB on the high ropes here from heaven.
Both like non-CT. He expects them to be
CT.
coming there.
But that's still gonna be a good look on them here, but can't get either as Red Frost picks off Gangan, and that'll be a solid retake.
Very
Again,
good for Whitney Young.
the second retake of the round for Whitney Young, as they do two there.
Yeah.
Getting a good play by Omen to get the bomb. Some Omen shenanigans there, but can't get it fully done here, as it's now match point, and the Dolphins have these Red Hawks on the ropes.
Yeah, that last game, Naperville Central thought they had the site all secured, and then Whitney Young came in. I think their KJ just got two.
Yeah,
Just out of nowhere. I think they might have lined up.
I mean,
it just snowballed into something even worse.
that's hard to commentate. I mean, you just
It happens
literally
like
in
that.
less than a second, the entire Naperville Central team was gone, and that just shows you how smart this Whitney Young team is. As soon as they plant, all rushing onto site together, getting some picks. KJ doing a great job.
The team play here is just incredible.
Absolutely, as I believe next round opponent will have to watch out if they win this game. But Z1A headed up the left side. Anything is possible here in the IHSEA. We know that for a fact based on our previous featured matches. But Z1A gets Gangan kind of locked in locker there. As gets them with the I don't remember what that gun is called. The Odin, yeah. And that's just a rough peek as you're pre-firing with the Odin, but still can't get anyone as Naperville Central tries to, I guess, fend off a Whitney Young push here. And Quinn gets one, can't get the other. And James
Like
looking up
attack
top
on
side,
here.
and that will be our first map, our first game over.
Yeah, first game,
Whitney
2-0
Young.
for Whitney Young.
Whitney Young moving on to play the winner of the Jones Walter Payton game, which I'm not sure if is over, but
It sounded like there's a lot of cheering out
a lot
there.
of cheering. So sounds like it's over. We'll come back. Bracket will be updated, I'm sure, as soon as this game is fully over, this game is over as soon as that game is fully over. And excellent job here. What do you? I mean, we saw it again. Just
Almost the scoreboard looks nearly the same. I mean, it was the 4 on top, the 1 towards the middle playing their role. As, I mean, Red Frost was their top frag last game, was it not?
Yeah.
And then now it's
Yeah, DPB was. Red Frost was the second frag.
second
They
frag.
both had
both
17.
both top team players. Now they're both towards the bottom. I mean, it's just a well-rounded team, all playing their roles, and they're just a good team. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They use their utility well. They communicate. You can definitely tell that they've had some practice together.
Absolutely. As Whitney Young just upsets another first-year team and maybe a little inexperienced in the playoffs, whatever it was. Whitney Young played smart, changed their strats when they needed to, and that's going to be game.
That's gonna be game for next one's what, noon?
Yeah, it'll be 12 p.m. back here on this same stream. Click away if you want, but be back at noon as we're going to see LAN Tech versus Evanston.
Be an exciting match.
Exciting match. Thank you to my co-commentator, my production crew. Do your homework or don't. Come back at noon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Illinois High School Esports Association Valorant State Finals, hosted live here at NIU DeKalb. I'm here again with Dalton McGee. We're going to talk a little bit through this bracket, and I think talk a little bit about our next featured match.
Yeah, so first of all, we just saw on the stream there that Naperville Central Whitney Young match. What's really interesting so far is Whitney Young is clearly seated lower than their skill level. We saw incredible team play, incredible post plants there, especially in that map too against Naperville Central. Reminder, Whitney Young was the 13 seed.
Yeah.
They already took out the 4-seeded Downers Grove in the online playoff on Thursday, and just now took out the 5-seeded Naperville Central, sending both packing. They're going to await the winner of Jones and Walter Payton, which has become very interesting.
Very interesting. You want to share that with the
So
audience?
map 1, Jones won 13-1, a dominating performance. Honestly, what you might have expected. It's no shade to Walter Payton. Jones is on a different level,
Absolutely.
and they have been for the last 2 years in Valorant. But then, map 2, Walter Payton said, "We're not going home yet." Gave Jones their first map loss all season.
Yeah.
13-8, Walter Payton College Prep. That ended with a round where Walter Payton's Jet player got 3 ult or op kills and 2 ult kills on an ace.
Okay.
Ace to end the game, slammed the door on Jones, and they're playing map 3 right now, which actually just got underway. Only a few rounds have been played. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. That's really exciting, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolutely incredible showing from Walter Payton. I mean, I was watching the teams play live here at NIU, and watching them kind of work through map 1, feel it out a little bit. You could tell there was maybe a little bit of tilt. Their coach there, though, really kind of telling them, hey, it's okay. We've got map 2.
Yep, and I think it's important to remember that there's such a difference between playing online at home and even in the lab together, playing there and coming to a LAN. We talk about the LAN buff. There's also the LAN nerf.
Yeah.
Teams that aren't used to being here. Walter Payton's a fairly new program in the IHSEA. Jones has been here forever. You mentioned that we've seen them dominate League of Legends for years. We've seen them be a oppressive force in Valorant. They're used to this LAN environment. I think Walter Payton shook off the rust a little bit, got rid of the nerves, and really played. I expect to see a much closer map 3 as well from them, so we'll see how that goes.
I have to agree.
Yep, and then coming up next, we will be showing on stream Yorkville, home of the Foxes, against Wheaton North, home of the Falcons. So we're going to show that one on stream next.
Foxes and Falcons.
Yes, off stream we're going to have Lane Tech College Prep, the newly named mascot, the Champions.
Champion.
Yeah, they kind of went through a weird transition of their mascot at their school for over the last few
I
years.
think they want to solidify themselves as champions.
Yes,
today, so.
they actually warned us in Discord, like, hey, we're not BMing. That literally is our mascot now. That's what we're calling ourselves. And they're going to be taking on Evanston Township High School. The Wildcats? Are they? No, I want to say they're the Wildcats, but I think it's wrong because I think they got like a weird. They're definitely a cat, but I think it might be like a weirdly named cat, like something real unique. I could be wrong. We're going to figure that out. But that's going to be another really close match. Evanston is sort of the school that, while they're lower ranked than Lane Tech, Evanston has also been playing out of their mind, isn't it?
We have an update. It is the Wild Kits.
Yes. As soon as you started to say it, I remember the Wild Kits. And fun fact, they're the only Wild Kits in the entire country.
I know that you're a very big fan of like mascot names.
Yeah.
Like you know a whole lot of them.
Yeah, well, when you look at these teams season after season, year after year in the IHSA, you do start to accidentally memorize them. But the Wild Kits is a cool one because there's no other school in the country with that mascot. So, but they've been playing out of their mind. Coach Terpstra here, the head coach of Naperville North, was talking to me beforehand. That was a match that Naperville North lost, and they didn't necessarily expect to. Evanston is really good. Lane Tech has only dropped to Jones. I think that's it. I think they finished 6-1. And so that's going to be a one we'll look out for. The winner of that will likely go deep. But we are going to show Wheaton North and Yorkville because Wheaton North is the only other school that, previous to Walter Payton, had given Jones any trouble whatsoever. It was 13-10, 13-10, the most rounds anybody had taken off of Jones in the regular season. So we've got a lot of good Valorant coming, is what I'm trying to say.
I've got a little bit of an off-topic question for
Okay.
you, if we may use the airtime for this. I have a challenge for anybody who knows IHSEA. Have we ever gone to a LAN event without mentioning Naperville North Huskies? Because I feel like even in LAN events that they don't attend, Chris Terpstra or the Naperville North Huskies always get involved somehow in the caster's mouth.
Yeah, so we were talking about it. Coach Johnson's here from Unit 5 Esports as well, down in Wilmington Normal. And we were sitting here with me, Terp, and Johnson, and we were like, is this the first LAN that Springfield, Naperville North, and Unit 5 have not, and none of them have been a part of?
Representation, yeah.
And that's, like we started the broadcast with earlier today, just a testament to how this growth is happening in the IHSEA. These teams are getting good. There's a lot of them, and it's getting harder and harder to win. And that's just an awesome problem to have for the programs that were so dominant for a few years.
As a coach, you definitely have your work cut out for you.
Yeah, it's fun. But we do get the talent from our kids. They're casting today. We've got Downers Grove, Lane Tech, Springfield here bringing the casting talent. We're excited for that.
We also have an MSEC caster, actually.
Yes, she's here as well. Saw her there sitting in the arena upstairs. I do want to go ahead and also take this time to thank Northern Illinois University for hosting us. This is a beautiful space. They have a new esports arena here, and we're getting to use the downstairs area is where the competition's happening. All kinds of computers set up. It's really cool. The teams get their own little area away from the people they're playing, and then upstairs is a beautiful auditorium that we're watching the broadcast in. So thank you, NIU Esports, for hosting us. It's been really fun so far.
I think it would be great to mention, too, that NIU Esports now has a brand new scholarship fund, actually, that should be mentioned on stream. $500 scholarship for those who are able to do an essay and tell them people what esports means to them and how it has affected them in their high school career. So
Nice.
A lot of IHSEA students may be really good for that scholarship if NIU is on the radar for them.
Yeah, for sure. Andy, let's talk about this Mendez curse. So prior to
Let's
the
have a conversation
let's
about
talk about this. Prior to the online playoff on Thursday, Andy Mendez picked Downers Grove.
Who is Andy Mendez? I feel like I don't know that guy.
That's you, the executive director of the IHSEA, picked Downers Grove. Whitney Young beat him. Then before today, he said Naperville Central. That's my pick'ems for this morning. Whitney Young beat him. Then after map 1 of Taft Peyton, which was 13-1, remember, Andy said Jones is going to win it. Then Peyton handed them their first map loss. Can you please stop talking about teams?
I need to stop rooting for teams. I think this is less of an Andy Mendez curse and more of a Andy's just really bad at pick'ems. I think I should never do pick'ems ever again.
I have a perfect bracket still, but it might get busted in this next streamed match.
Yeah.
I've got Wheaton North over Yorkville. We'll see what happens. The Foxes are here, the Falcons are here, and the Wildcats are here, and the Champions are here for our next round of matches.
Well, nevertheless, thank you so much for listening to us rant on. Our next stream match is scheduled for
No later than noon.
No later than noon. So we may be here earlier than that, but obviously we want to give our teams a little bit of time after a quick break, to get ready for their next match. And we will see you very soon. Don't go away.
Yep, stick around, guys.
Welcome everybody back to the IHSEA Valorant LAN stream. My name is Failure Man.
And I am Osriel.
Yep, and we are your brand new casters here for the semifinals. We're excited to be here. We were here a little bit last year. We performed pretty alright, I'd say, and they wanted us back, so here we are.
Yeah, we're here to see some against Yorkville and
Wheaton North?
Wheaton North.
Yes, sir.
Wheaton North being a team that has not won a trophy yet, right?
Nope, never won a trophy.
And then we also have Yorkville, who placed third in Valorant LAN finals last year, if I do believe, right?
Absolutely, sir.
What are you looking to see here today?
Well, first of all, I just want to get started with the comp. Actually, what I'm excited to see here is we got a little Sage action going on. Pretty excited to see that.
Yeah, not something we've seen yet so far.
Normally you only see the one Sentinel being Chamber because Chamber's he's Chamber. So like once you see another Sentinel in there, especially double Sentinel, kind of gets me going a little bit. It's what do we love to see.
You know, I'm kind of, a lot of people today. I think they're not expecting the fact that Yorkville and Wheaton are probably going to be a really close game today. Wheaton, though, being one of the only teams in the state, no, they are the only team in the state that's taken 10 rounds off of Jones twice in a row.
Jones did lose a map in the last they did lose a map, which was their first map lost. So I don't know, man. Maybe Jones is not seeming like the indomitable force that we think they are.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them very strong last year. Barrington, right at the end, though, stole the show from them.
And here we go with the first round, actually. Rain over here with the Sheriff holding a pixel peek. Taps him through the wall a little bit, but doesn't find anything. And Supra over here is left with 7 HP. He doesn't have a whole lot going on for him. A dash and updraft, and that is all. And they're just kind of holding on top of these walls, holding these angles, making sure that everything's working out just the way they want to. And peeks out a little bit, but doesn't find anything. But it doesn't matter because Silva also finds a pick. And Sage is holding this really offensive angle over here on 410. Interesting little pixel peek. Got a heal out, ready to heal anybody that wants to come through. Finds the angle. And it seems like the defenders or the attackers are just going to play it a little bit slower here, wait for somebody to peek into him, especially since Jet has a low 7 HP. She's just trying to find somebody's head to peek into him. And Chamber spots the Sage a little bit on top of the wall and peeks over through. He finds actually the Reyna, and he backs out. I think that's the call for the rotate.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. They might be staying here. Maybe faking a rotate. Logic over here is holding the rotate just in case they do actually commit to it. And they're just going to play their angles. 38 seconds left on the clock. Silva with the Sheriff. Oh, and he finds the Jet, but gets traded out immediately by the Chamber. And it's looking like it's going to be an A push.
30 seconds left.
Chamber pushing on the side along with the Fade. They're making as much space as possible, and I think defender side decides to go for a retake here.
Spike planted.
Heal is all that Sage has left, but that's all that she really needs in all honesty. And they're just kind of trying to peek these angles. 3v3, it's entirely anybody's game. Chamber peeks out, and Viper finds one! Almost finds another with the Sheriff. And he finds another, making it 4! He's looking for that ace. You know he's looking for that ace. Climbs on top of Nest. They're playing Ring Around Rosie over here. Just trying to find something going. Chamber peeks the Chamber, and he gets an ace! Making an ace for the Chamber!
First round ace for Yorkville.
I think Yorkville is kind of feeling it.
That was a very strong round, especially for the pistol round too. Not only giving Chamber an extra how many is it? Is it 300 per kill, right?
Yeah, 300 per kill.
So that's 1,500 credits for him.
Yeah,
to start
Chamber
off the game with extra.
But not only that, Chamber's got 5 points into his operator. He's looking real close to getting that ulti, and if he gets that ulti, third round out might not just be a fantasy. And everybody knows third round op is majorly oppressive.
Even with their buy up this round too, if they lose, they have an easy save with the Chamber up.
Actually,
if he gets more picks.
Pickles on the defender side actually decided to force up with the Marshall, and only a Marshall. No shields, no nothing. Just hoping maybe they can get a little bit of something going on down belt. And Viper, Logic, peeks out, gets tapped out by the Chamber with a whopping 12 HP left. Fade Eye goes over. Interesting little lineup there. Doesn't find anything, though. Gets immediately taken down. And Jet's just jump peeking, just waiting for anybody to peek into him. On the defense side, they have to hold these angles, and they have to hold them tight. Otherwise, the offense side will just overpower them with their just gun advantage. It's looking like they're kind of just playing footsie with each other right now. Trying to find something, anything to go on. And actually, Chamber, on the defender side, has a little bit of alert going on. He might actually manage to find something here.
He might be good for 1 here. Maybe 2.
Oh, he's got a shorty.
Oh, there's the play.
Uh-oh.
I think he got I think he got seen.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he got spotted over there, but he only has a shorty. I think he's baiting them. And actually, Reyna peeks up for like a millisecond and gets tapped in the head by like his classic or something. Then he finds one of the shorty, but gets taken down. And that's gonna be a rotate over from the attacker side.
They know nobody is on B, and now the rest of the team has to rotate over.
The rotate is very apparent now. That Chamber got a lot of information before his death, and the entire team is basically rotated over.
Lots of util out.
Viper did get the spike planted. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to be able to play this on the retake for defense. They just got to find something, a few head dinks or something with that classic. And actually, they're just going to wall off the spike and get it halved. Viper Molly finds it, but it doesn't matter. The spike's already halved. That's big for him. Chamber misses all of his headhunter shots. It gets peeked out. 14 HP left. A little bit of mid-action from the Jet. She finds two. Chamber finds another one peeking yellow. Sova tries to find something, but that Viper Molly is just way too oppressive for him. I liked where their head was at, Bryce.
Yeah, it was. They definitely had a plan in their mind, and it is a little different from what we saw from Whitney Young in the last game too. With Whitney being the super retake team, like they were all coordinated, and it was really coordinated. It's just they fell apart with just the classics that they really had. It was just overpowered with weapons.
Yeah, they just got overpowered by guns, but that wall almost actually won them the round. As soon as that wall came up, I can tell that the attackers were like a little scared, you know what I mean? Heart dropped just a little bit, and they knew they had to break that wall ASAP. And they managed to do it.
Chamber, he was vulnerable for quite a while too, and they just didn't seem to find anything with him.
Util is kind of getting dumped down mid. Logic didn't realize he was tagged by that Fade Util, and he just gave them a gun for free. And a free spike plant. Chamber caught completely looking the wrong way. It doesn't matter. He gets taken down as well. That's 2 guns for the attacking side. They have full kitchen control too. And Sage gets taken down by a Sheriff, making 3 guns for the attacking side. This is not looking all too good for the defenders. Yeah, no, they need to play this extremely carefully. They can't give up more guns. Pickle's actually picking through 2. He's going to find at least 1 here. Finds the Fade and gets immediately traded out by the Chamber. And now it's a 1v4. Another nom. This is where legends are made. Silverdart flies out. Doesn't scan anybody. 7 bullets. And he gets immediately taken down by the Jet that was on top of Snowpile. And that's that for the round. That's a really bad loss for the defenders.
Yeah, that sets them back for quite a few more rounds, actually. Losing your buy round is, well, it's terrible economy-wise.
Yeah.
You're probably going to wait 2-3 more rounds until you end up getting guns again, especially against a team that's already putting a lot of pressure on you.
Maybe they can do what it was apparent in the last game, actually, and get a reverse, like, Thrifty on them, because that was, like, the thing last game.
Yeah.
Reverse Thrifties all over the place. They need some form of leeway here, because they are not looking all too good economically. Here we go with another round. It's looking more like an A-side push. KO Flash comes out, doesn't find anything. Holding that angle nice and tight, doesn't find anything as well. One's on tubes, and he actually takes down the Jet, excuse me. And Chamber takes down the Reyna while she was trying to heal. He finds 2. Chamber looking for another replay of that ace, I think. Just trying to find anything at all. Silva Dart, any information. Sees 3 with the Silva Dart, sees 4 with the Silva Dart. Doesn't find anything, though. That's a free share for the Silva. I think it's looking like the rotate, but it doesn't matter. Chamber's there to watch it. Whiffs a few shots, but gets taken down. But they at least know that the rotate is coming. They just need to play. They need to play. Like, they cannot let them plant. If they get this plant down, that's kind of that. A few of them are one tap to the Marshall. Both people running Marshalls, so maybe they can get something going on with those Marshall body shots. Basically, an operator now. They just need
look for anything right now.
They need something to happen. They need to look for anything.
Hero moments.
Spike planted.
Logic peeks out, doesn't find anything, but he at least sees one. Save for another nom. You're taking from slightly different angles, but they know that yellow is basically just compromised. Flash comes out, fully blinds the Viper, but doesn't matter. Because Logic's also, he's got to push up, he's got to find something. Nethernom finds 1. Logic kind of starting to tap at him a little bit. Nethernom just baiting out the spike, trying to find anything, gets taken down by the Viper. Viper finding 2 that last round.
Especially, they do have, how many ults online do they have? They have 3. Yorkville setting a tone first 4 rounds so far. We're seeing a lot. They're really trying to put down the hammer on this map, and this was Yorkville's pick, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I do believe so. This is what we typically sometimes see. We sometimes see some teams get stomped out on one map, but this doesn't decide the entire match if they're just stomping out the force for.
Yeah, and even so, like, there's still a whole another side to this map as well. They could come out. It's not giving up yet. Jet actually dashes immediately on top of 2, taking that super aggressive angle, and Logic doesn't even know it hit him, but it definitely hit him. And now Jet's just backing up with the rest of their team, regrouping on A. He got his lurk kill, and now he's good. Now they're now looking to regroup a little bit, see if he can find anything at all, but it doesn't seem like he can. And poor Zhang, he doesn't have anything but a classic. Viper ulti comes out onto A. It's looking like it's going to be a rough round. Flash finds nothing. Zhang just looking to find something, and he doesn't find anything at all. KO takes him down. KO takes down 2 actually, and all that's left is Pickles. Oh boy, Pickles. He's got to make this happen. He's looking for anything at all. Finds a Jet actually. Heals off of that. That gives him his ulti. If he wants to go for a hero play, he could definitely pop it here. I think Pickles is just looking for guns here. Knife scans him, but they don't know exactly where he is. And Viper peeks out onto Pickles and takes him down. Fortunate loss yet again. Another buy round lost.
It's only just gonna set them back farther for a while. There's probably gonna be I would say Wheaton probably calls timeout.
Yeah.
Dude. This is definitely a more, and it looks like we might be seeing that right now actually.
Timeout next round.
Next round.
Alrighty. They need to stop this momentum in some way, shape, or form because right now it's not looking like it, and that is a problem for Wheaton.
Yeah, the momentum they've built up already, it's showing how much this team is going to struggle right now.
It's looking like it's going to be... They're kind of playing a little bit of a default here. More A heavily sided, but they know that they like to flank through B, so I think they're watching for said flank. And Pickles actually peeking up a little bit. Gets taken down immediately by the Chamber. And they know one is playing up in Nest, and the Chamber actually kind of has a little lurk going on. Logic taps one a little bit. With a 1 body shot with the Sheriff. Left for 40 HP, the Jet has. And they're just looking, like I said, they're just looking for anything. Any angles to peek, anything to peek. They can spot ahead, they just need to tap it. Right now they're just denying, though, that plant, because once they get that plant down, that is that. The round is basically over. They have so many post-plant abilities with all the nades and Viper mollies. And really everything that can go wrong. Fade ulti comes through. It's looking like they're going to escape this. They do indeed execute off of this. Fade dogs come out. Doesn't matter. Jet takes down the Sova. And I think that is a side for Yorkville. Yep, Spike is down. It's looking a little rough for Wheaton, but they got to make something happen. They're going to have to make something happen. And actually, Zank finds one. Oh, and then Melon finds another.
They do have res on line.
They do have res online, but they wall it off. Viper liners fly through. It doesn't matter. He didn't even have it, actually. And all that's left is the Viper. And he does get... That Molly is really causing a lot of problem for Wheaton. Vulnerables on vulnerables on vulnerables.
Yeah, and especially, like... I can guarantee you they probably brought the Sage for this type of a reason right here. They knew, like, hey, this is a good time for a timeout. But they do know and they do understand that they can abuse the wall and essentially give this team less space to try working around the bomb. But the Viper Molly, it's just completely slowing them down.
Yeah, no,
especially it's right over the wall. They can't do anything about it, and the wall gets broken. The person defusing kind of has nothing to do.
Yeah, no, they don't even have enough time to have it anymore. With the Viper Molly, people breaking the wall, like 3 or 4 Vandals shooting at it. It's just not enough time.
I mean, before they had a little bit of numbers to do it, but now it was like that entire round. They had 4 people on site. There wasn't much they could really do about the wall.
But I will say, Wheaton did find 2 guns on their save round.
They did.
Yeah, 2 guns on their save round, which isn't entirely terrible, especially for a save round. But like, it definitely could have gone better.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone better, but they did manage to at least get 2, which could eventually mess them up later in the game.
Especially since like their Jet, and she took that really offensive angle onto Yellow, and she was just kind of sitting there vibing, maximum relaxed, not cool. And then she kind of really didn't find a whole lot with it. And it's looking like a mid push actually. They've been kind of teasing it with a little bit with the Viper Molly, or not the Viper Molly, it's the Viper Orb. But yeah, they've kind of been like showing a little bit of mid presence, just a little bit, but not quite enough to force an execute. But it's looking like it's gonna be hard forced down mid. Viper Molly does come out, and actually Sage is about to get just entirely util dumped. They're actually pushing through 2 for free, and I think Sage hears it and calls it out. Yeah, flashes come through. Reyna throws her eyeball. Immediately gets destroyed, doesn't find anything at all. And Sage is just trying to find any sort of drawback, anything they can do. Actually, Chamber has an operator here. If he peeks this aggressive with an operator, finds one, that would be massive for Wheaton. And actually, Sage does peek out and immediately gets taken down, gets crossfired by 2 of them, and Sova gets left at 7 HP after getting sprayed through that wall. And Op finds one, but immediately gets traded out by the enemy chamber. Chamber v chamber. I think that might be a little bit of a chamber diff, not gonna lie, but you never know. And Logic holding this yellow. It's an amazing place to hold, but if you can't find anybody with it, then it's just not gonna work. Fade Eye goes through, gets shot down immediately, doesn't find anything. KO Knife though finds Logic. It's a 1v4, man against the world. He's tethered. He has nothing going for him right now, but maybe he can make this pull out and work. Or maybe he could just get away with his gun. You never know.
This could be a hero moment here for Logic.
He peeks out, there's 2 people there, finds one, sees the other one. He knows one's coming around as well. KO peeks him and finds him. Too many angles, too little time. And that was just kind of that for Logic. He did find one, very nice tap headshot, but it just wasn't enough for him.
Yeah, and now we're going into this like 7-0 that's right out of the timeout as well. This is not looking great for Wheaton.
Especially Icebox being a normally defensive-sided map, their defense is going a little awry, but they do have 5 ultis
I do want to say it might be just like a trouble with the comp, because typically you don't see Reyna often, and Reyna tends to pose a problem with your duelist if it's their only duelist.
Yeah, normally on this map you do see a Jet, you do see, you know, Vipers all around, Chambers all around.
Typically, once you have a Reyna, you have to solely rely on this person just being able to run through.
Actually holding this Jenny peek, misses the shot on the fade, and now he's borderline useless with the KO ult. He gets immediately taken down by the Jet. It's looking like the Russian A. Batten down the hatches, boys, because they are coming. Jet peek, or Viper peeks out, gets tapped by the Marshal, but doesn't matter. Someone gets taken down, and it is just a bloodbath. All that's left is Logic again. This man, he's seen it all.
The last man standing, always.
He's got his sheriff in hand. I can tell there's a little bit of a quake in him. Peeks the KO and almost finds the head. Doesn't matter. Nice little KO line up to see screens, and Logic he's just trying to find anything at all.
What he's about to run into is just.
And he gets taken down by the chamber that was holding down screens.
They had every angle covered.
Really, the chamber op, it was looking like it was gonna be big, and then as soon as he missed that shot, they knew exactly where it was. KO ultied him completely.
Jet dashed forward, like we're just like seeing such we're seeing such a fast take that the team's not even able to like react off of it.
Yeah, wonderful coordination coming through. As soon as that KO ulti popped, Jet knew exactly what she needed to do and when she needed to do it, and immediately got that pick, allowing them to take site almost freely.
Yeah, as soon as the op shot went off and the KO ulti was out, we immediately saw the Jet dash.
Exactly. And Zank actually not going on A side anymore. I think he's fed up with that. He's actually gonna hold yellow here.
These people
And
are pushing my site too much.
I don't think they know he's yellow. He almost finds the chamber, teleports out before he gets taken down by the Jet. Silverdart flies through, he gets headshot through the wall! Also, Fade Eye is identifying, he can't shoot it, he doesn't know where it is. And all that's left is, actually never mind, it's a 4v5, but Sova's not looking too hot. In fact, he's not looking anything at all. Chamber, TP's back, he got his pick, he's good. And Jet, yet again, holding his defensive angle, but Pickles picks him from the flank. That's a tongue twister right there. And Zank, full blind, takes down one and almost takes down another. But I don't care anymore. He doesn't care anymore. Pickles still trying to make that flank pressure. He has 91 HP. He can definitely do it. Logic finds one. Pickles finds another. And Viper peeks out. All that's left is Pickles. He has to make something happen here. Spike has 3 or 4 seconds left before he can get it. Oh, it wasn't half. And actually, Pickles does not have enough time, making another round for Yorkville. Very close round. Actually, Yorkville gets that final kill too. Such a close round.
It was a really close round, and that might have been the momentum changer if Wheaton were to win that.
Yeah, that would have been straight cashola money.
Exactly. It's what we would have wanted to see, because if the Viper would have just pulled off Spike and like kind of faked it, it would have thrown off the Viper as well on the other team. Because I mean, yeah, she's fighting Pickles, but if she can remove that angle and fight the guy on Spike,
then it becomes a whole lot easier.
I would always take that if I were them.
But looks like yet again, poor Wheaton North is going to be forced into a save round. Viper Util comes straight down mid, trying to stop any form of mid presence they continuously had. And actually, Logic kind of hero buying here with the Vandal. Ooh, peeks out, gets immediately taken down by I don't care anymore. And Supra is making full use of that momentum. They completely just executed A side. All that's left is the B side players, Pickles and Zank. They're vibing. They're trying to make something work here. Supra peeks out. Oh, and immediately gets taken down by Zank. A wonderful double peek coming from Wheaton North. And Viper ulti. I feel like that just kind of put the nail on the coffin right there. Actually, Pickles, he has another thing coming. Popped his ulti. 410. KO's playing on 410. Pickles knows this. Flash comes out. Only gets half blinded. There are two watching that angle. Pickles fires through and immediately gets taken down by Midnight. All that's left is Zank. He's got to peek into this Viper ulti. Finds nothing in the original peek, but it doesn't matter because I don't care anymore. Cleans it up for him. Making it 10-0 Yorkville.
I definitely do think they've set the tone. I was definitely more on Wheaton's side because I was like, oh, they've taken 10 rounds off of Jones 2 times. I was like, maybe this is going to be really close, but this might just be one of those things where it's like, oh, it's just the map.
Yeah.
And this might just be the one that they've played the most. They know everything they want to do with it, and this is their map.
Exactly. We still haven't even gotten to the second half. Who knows? Maybe Wheaton North has an amazing attack strategy. Maybe with the Sage or something.
They did choose
Can find
defense first, so maybe they do have something hidden with the attack.
And Pickles going for yet another aggressive angle. I don't think he knows that the chamber is there. And actually, he's kind of stomping around, making lots of noise. But like I said, I don't think he knows that the chamber's there. Supra, I think he's looking at an entry onto that entry on the side again. Dashes onto Jenny. Nobody there to peek him. Supra just took free space right there. Plank goes through, and so does the Silva ulti. He's just shooting anything he can find. He doesn't find anything at all with the Silva ulti. I don't care anymore, holding that angle on Logic pretty hardcore. Taps him twice, and I don't care anymore. Gets peeked by like 3 people, immediately gets taken down. That's a gun over there for Wheaton North. The Viper wall has gotten him space, but that is all it has gotten them. It is a 4v4, but it doesn't matter. Midnight finds another one. All that's left is Zank and Pickles, along with Nom Nom. And actually, Zank is going a little crazy here. All that's left is Chamber v Chamber. They peek him. Skyline finds one, but he really gets taken out. That's a round for Wheaton North.
And that might be their changer right here. Slowing them down a little bit.
Right before the half, they have plenty of money because that was actually their save round. They have plenty of money for this upcoming round.
Last round in
This
the
is,
half.
it's very big for Wheaton here that they win this round.
Almost all of them can afford a full buy. Melon forcing up with the Bulldog last round, so that means going to be a little broke for this upcoming round.
But it did save them the round.
But it did save them around. It did get them a pick there, and they're gonna need to make do with what they've got. I think Melon actually might opt to try to get rid of some of that mid pressure by walling off tube, but maybe not. Doesn't seem so. Melon being the only A player actually, a one man in a dream, and it seems like it's gonna be an A execute. I think Melon is internally screaming right now, because I know I'd be.
Same with me.
And everybody else rotates over really quickly. Yorkville already has full maze like control, and Supra just kind of walking onto site. Supra's up in heaven, and I don't think anybody knows. And actually, Supra backs up, but I don't care anymore. Still holding that angle. Netherdown peeked his head out for a moment. I don't care anymore. Oh, taps it out! What an amazing tap from I don't care anymore. And that is actually the retake is kind of coming along swimmingly. They've taken back some of their space. They know the chamber has the op.
Sage wall is up.
Sage wall is up, but it doesn't matter. Skyline peeks through. Immediately gets traded out by Zank though. 2v4. They've got to make something work here. Logic is tethered off. He can't do anything. Zank peeks out, pre-fires it, and takes one, but immediately gets taken down. And now that Fade Eye does scan Logic, and he loses the 1v1 gunfight against Supra, making 11-1 for the half on Icebox. Wheaton North not looking so hot. Maybe they could try to make something come back, or maybe they'll just lie down and take it.
Who knows? I mean, they did choose defense first, so I would normally think maybe a team like this is choosing to go defense first because it's their stronger point.
Here.
Unless they're just trying to hide their attack until next.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they've got some daring dashing plan where they just end up losing a whole bunch of rounds to make us think that just for that
This is
crazy
just-
underdog story.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's just a hide of the fact that they're crazy attack monsters.
Mm-hmm.
It's all worth the plan. All part of the plan.
And actually, I think it's going to be more of an A hit from Wheaton North.
May just be a 5-man. Run it down.
That is what I believe it's going to be. Silva Dart flies, clears out all of pipes. Actually, Supra on pipes gets taken down despite the Silva pings because that flash room, I don't care anymore, was perfect, if I do say so myself. And now in a 4v5, they just have to make some form of space. Skyline peeking Nether Nom Nom, and Skyline and Nether Nom trading bullets, but it doesn't matter because a Sheriff versus a Ghost. We all know which wins that one. And Melon gets a spike down with the wall, and Zank on 410 actually takes one. They've got it's a 4v4. They can play this perfectly as a post plant. And actually, Super with 18 HP left gets taken down by the Sova Dart.
Big util coming from Nether Nom.
Fade Eye comes out, doesn't find anything. And they're just on spike. They're trying to find anything. And Melon finds one, but immediately gets traded out by Skyline. Melon finds another. It's Melon. And he gets taken down by Midnight. That was almost beautiful for Melon.
Melon was shooting at the Viper, and I thought the chamber that was in front of her was their chamber. I was like looking at it, I was like, what is chamber doing? And then I like and then Melon goes away and comes back and kills the chamber. I was like, oh, that was the enemy chamber.
But they did lose this pistol round. It is match point, so no matter what, there's no saving. You buy as much as you can, because they need to make some form of wave if they want to take this to OT.
Supra buying the Guardian.
Oh boy, the Guardian.
Really trying to put some force down here.
Looks like we might actually see a fade line up here. Let me get my pen and paper out, write this one down. Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
And it's looking more so like it's going to be an A hit. Skyblind comes out. Skyline pre-fires a little bit but doesn't find anything. TP's out. And they have full maze control. And yet again, another Sage wall to get that spike down, I think. Sage slows come through. Screens is clear. Logic manages to get that spike down for free, actually. Since that wall is up. They do have spike 5v5. They can play a post-plant situation. Fade Eye actually scans 3 of them. And Supra with that Guardian is nonetheless scary. Flash comes through. Full blinds almost their entire team. Super finds Pickles, but Nether Nom gets the trade out. And now, actually, Wheaton North has access to a Guardian if they really dare so want it. Nom Nom just holding close angle with the spike. That smoke actually helps him. He finds 1, he finds 2. Nether Nom Nom has 3. He has a Silver Dart and 2 shots. He can make something work here.
Last player standing.
Nether Nom Nom has another one. And Skyline gets taken down by Logic, stealing the ace from Nether Nom Nom, but it doesn't matter because Wheaton North got another round off.
That was a very eventful round. That's one of those buys where it's like, we need to buy up, we need to win this round, because if we lose, we're out of the game.
Also, may I add, that Viper Orb was perfect. It just barely concealed Nether Nom Nom. They didn't expect him to be there, and as soon as it went down, he found an easy 2, making it an entirely different.
He changed up the numbers completely after that.
And it looks like actually we have a tech pause going on here. What's the tech pause rules again? 15 minutes? Or is it 10?
I can't remember. But what are we seeing? Like, what are you seeing this game that's like different from what we saw last match against Whitney Young and
Wheaton North and Yorkville?
No, I'm saying
from the
previous match in general.
Oh, so from the previous match, I would definitely say, like, you know, a Supra on Yorkville's side is so aggressive, it's unreal. Which is unlike the last match where everybody played super patiently. They waited for anybody to peek into anything, you know. It's usually like 30 second executes onto a site once they actually executed onto a site. Meanwhile, Supra and the rest of Yorkville are playing extremely aggressive, really taking advantage of the jet dash and, you know, KO knives, flashes. Their flashes have been absolutely crazy, and Supra has been taking full advantage of that. So that's definitely what I'm seeing from Yorkville. Meanwhile, Wheaton North, they're just kind of getting walked on. I hate to say it,
I do think they're giving up site very easily on defense.
Yeah, as soon as site presence is there, they do give it up, and they have to play retake. Actually, Fade lineup comes out and doesn't find anything, but Logic still gets spammed through the Viper Orb a little bit. And actually, Pickles peeks out, finds one, and Melon finds another to her kitchen. Ooh, Skyline finds a nice pick onto Pickles, but it doesn't matter, Melon finds 3! Crazy shots coming from Melon on Snowfile. And all that's left is KO. 1v4, and KO gets taken down by Zank. What a tap by Zank. I think, actually, Wheaton North woke up.
I think this is a bit of a rally here that we're going to see.
We go to OT, baby!
That's what we want to see.
But yeah, that was absolutely amazing round, especially from Melon. Melon actually coming out unlike they had before.
It was just that mid take. I just don't think the team was ready for the aggression from Wheaton here.
I concur.
It was very It was very quick. It was quicker than what they've done before.
Plus, they had the gun advantage.
Yes, especially that. That's what made a huge difference there. Because, you know, the P1 Kitchen just had, like, sheriffs
Yeah.
fighting 2 vandals. It was just a story to tell at that point.
Yeah, KO Knife comes out, Super holding a head glitch angle on 410. Finds NetherNom. That was just kind of dirty, if I do say so myself. Reyna, that new buff actually coming into play, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't care anymore. And he takes down Pickles. Melon revives NetherNom, so it's now a 4v5 still. Fade Eye comes out, gets shot down immediately. And the A presence is definitely there. Skyline, I don't care anymore, just holding that backside perfectly. Skyline gets skinned by the Silvatron, so he has to back up. And it's looking like Supra, they have 3 men on A, 1 man on B, and 1 man in mid. And I think they've kind of muted all noise besides the one on pipes. So maybe they could be trying to fake a rotate and hit here.
I'm very surprised that Dart did not hit Viper. It looked like Viper was inside there.
And Logic actually, Zenk and NetherNom.
They
They
just
both
evened it
find
out.
one. Yeah, they just evened it out. Actually, they made it in their advantage. It's a 4v3 right now. Wheaton North is in the advantage. Zenk is a monster with his Guardian here. I don't care anymore. Hiding behind New Box. They know he's behind New Box. He has to play his life now. Or he just barely gets out of life. Flashes out. Blinds one. Melon finds him though.
All up to Skyline.
Skyline and
Spike
I'm
planted.
blanking. We'll just say the Skyline and Viper.
Standing.
And Viper falls.
And Viper does get taken down, but I don't think they know where Skyline is. Melon peeks him. Skyline finds one though. Skyline sees ahead. Sprays a little bit. Doesn't find anything. Ooh. Zenk gets taken down by Skyline. Chamber Op is available if he so desires. And I don't. Skyline falls on NetherNom, but NetherNom finds him, making it 3.
It was a very scary moment right there. I actually thought Skyline had him for a
I
second.
would have actually jumped out of my seat. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I would have scared the pants off of me.
Now it's going into 4-12. And they're putting up a fight.
It's looking like Wheaton
Wheaton
North
is
is
not
finally
going down.
finding something. Yeah, they're finally getting their roll going.
And they've also pushed the Yorkville into a corner right now with this buy.
Yeah, they're really broke.
I'm just gonna call it now. I think they're gonna have 3 holding some pretty ratty angles this round.
Even though they are pretty broke, it doesn't matter because they have knives and chamber off, which are basically 2 free guns. Supra flash comes out. Supra finds one, immediately backs up.
Down A.
That was he just found a free one right there. Smokes off, and NetherNom actually finds Supra. Big pick from NetherNom. Skyline finds Logic. It doesn't matter. Oh, he almost finds NetherNom too. They're just holding this backside with their lives. Chamber Op only has 1 bullet left. 1 potential pick with that. And I think actually Wheaton's gonna make Wheaton's making the rotate over to mid or B.
Fade does have an angle on mid though.
Midnight holding this angle, but he's not finding anything because NetherNom is shift walking through tubes. And he might find I don't care anymore. Actually, he got pinged by the chamber drift. So the Fade Dog comes out, just identify that he's there. So does the KO Knife, but he actually doesn't scan him. Recon Dart in hand. Skyline peeks him, finds him with that last bullet. But Pickles is behind him. And now it's a 2v3. Zank and Pickles.
Empress is active for Reyna.
Hollywood Cole just trying to peek Pickles. Doesn't matter. Isolated that 1v1. Pickles found him for free. Full HP. Zank got spanned actually, so that's a little trouble for Zank. Ooh, Pickles finds another with a nice tap, giving him 3 this round. And I don't care anymore. He's just holding the closest angle he possibly can. He's trying to isolate these 1v1 so that way he can make something happen here. Knife up in 3. Sees Pickles, but doesn't see Zank. The jig might be up though. If he knives Zank out, they know exactly where he is. And Pickles picks. I don't care anymore. Making it 4 for Pickles. A big round for him. Showing up. All good.
And that's what, and you know, with a Reyna on Duelist, that's what you want to see almost every round. You want to see plays like that being made where you're constantly throwing them off. Where are you? Or you're just completely ego peeking them and destroying them.
She isolates those 1v1s, gets hurt, gets hit 120, but it doesn't matter because she's Reyna. She can just heal right back up. With that
And
overheat.
if she gets into the 60 situation, she has the...
Dismiss. She can just dismiss right on out.
Especially with the Empress, too. Empress makes her heal after every kill. She doesn't even
Invisible.
activate it. She can go invisible with Dismiss. And I don't even think she used Dismiss once on that.
She does. She becomes almost unstoppable if you try to take her on 1v1 unless you tap her out. But it doesn't matter, actually, because Reyna ulti is over. They're pushing A side. Pickles on Belt. They didn't clear out Nest, though. That's one of their biggest worries. Hollywood Cole peeks Zank, gets hit for I think 80 there, and it's looking like they're just gonna take advantage of this A side. They've been hitting A side a lot, but it seems as though it's not super duper predictable. Actually, Skyline holding that close angle in Maze takes down Pickles, and I think it's gonna force the rotate with the KO ulti. Actually, Zank, he's been making a lot of contact onto B, making sure nobody rotates. Actually, sees the Fade a little bit. Fade chucks her eyeball out. Doesn't find Zank, but she threw it all right. And yeah, no, it's looking like, yep, that's definitely a B push. Wall comes through. They're going to try to use it to plant, but it doesn't matter because it's destroyed immediately by Hollywood Cole.
They're kind of just stuck on yellow here.
Yeah, they really are just stuck on yellow, but it doesn't matter. NetherNom finds one, he finds two.
I did not even see that on the map.
Amazing taps from NetherNom. That gives him a free sight right there. And a free heal.
30 seconds.
Melon peeks the Fade. Double peeks. Fade actually finds two with the spray transfer. Melon finds two, Midnight finds two. Melon actually gets caught going up the zipline, and now it's a 1v3. That one from in their advantage to not in their advantage real fast. And Logic was kind of shooting at something there. I'm not entirely sure what.
I think he expected the dog to like come around the corner eventually.
Yeah, I
It
think
just
he
didn't
pre-fired
happen.
it,
But
that ends the round.
end of the game, 1.
Defenders win.
And that is actually all that is going to be for that round. And that does end game 1. Making it 1 for Yorkville, 0 for Wheaton. And it's not looking too hot for Wheaton. Although they did show up in the end there.
They
Pretty
did go
hardcore.
in the end. It seemed like they finally got into that momentum again that they kind of started off losing right at the beginning. But what we are looking to see is the map 2, which is Breeze. Am I correct?
No, it's Pearl.
Pearl.
It's Icebox, Pearl, which is Icebox being Yorkville, Pearl being Wheaton pick, and then Ascent being the last pick.
You know, I don't think I've seen Pearl all that much this season. What are you looking at?
Pearl was the last pick for the last game actually, and they didn't quite make it to that because it was a thrashing, I'd say. But yeah, no, me personally, I am horrid at Pearl. I don't know how to play around it at all.
It's complete opposites then.
I loved, but like seeing the strategies on Pearl, especially with all that mid action, because mid is just such a powerful point. You know, you take control of art, and you can go anywhere you really want. Or if you take care of B Link, you can, like I said, you can go anywhere you want. You can make all that pressure, or you can just execute straight onto a site with that long A site. B site being nice and cramped if you want to hold something like a Judge or a Bucky.
Oh, definitely. Especially with the Pearl changes more recently, it got rid of all the corners. Not all of them, but like it got rid of the corner aspect of that map.
Like the ready corners, especially in like spawn and
especially
and
right
B
through
link.
mid doors.
And yeah, I'm pretty excited to see Pearl, aren't you?
Yes, I am too.
I am indeed, and I think actually we got a break going on coming up here soon, so we'll see you then. Alrighty, and we're back. How was the break?
Oh, it was pretty good.
I'd say so as well. Now we're on Pearl. Same exact sides. We have Yorkville on attack, and we have Wheaton North on defense. And I'm excited to see where this map goes.
Oh, I am very excited. Pearl being one of my favorite maps in the game.
Especially, like, what I'm excited to see is the fact that Wheaton North started showing up so hardcore there at the end. Lost one round, and that was just kind of that for them.
And
but, like, if
this
they can
is
have-
Wheaton's map pick.
This is Wheaton's math pick. Maybe they have something going on. But if they had, like, just a little bit better of a defense, life would have been so much better for them. They might have actually taken that map from Yorkville.
I think they could have too. If they would have started off with the energy that they had right at the end, I think it would have been a way closer match.
Absolutely. And actually, let's just real quickly go over Nethernam, which is a Northville, is going to be going off of Sova onto Chamber. Zank, which is going to be going from Chamber to Astra. We have Logic, who's still going to be chilling on the Viper. We have Pickles going from Reyna to a Phoenix. And Melon going from a Sage to a Fade. And on the other side, we have basically the same team comp. Instead of a KO, they have a Sky, and instead of a Viper, they have a Brim. Same people playing the same thing, except for I don't care anymore going off of KO onto Sky, and Hollywood Cole going from Viper onto Brim. And here we go yet again.
You know, this is actually something I've been seeing a lot more often with Pearl with the Viper Astra picks.
Yeah, just a lot of smokes to make something happen.
Yeah, it completely sets up the sites to a point where it's like you're playing two different games on a different side. Especially with how strong Astra has always been. Even with the nerfs, if you can divide Astra onto one site specifically, you're going to be able to play way more defensively than before.
Astra Util being so like few now with that -1 star. But like
And the
if you just
longer
give
recharge.
if you just give her one site to look after, she will look after that site very well. And here we go.
And the
Fade Eyeball already kind of going wrong, but that's perfectly fine. Fade Eyeball yet again on the attacking side, going out, scanning the Phoenix. And that was the one Fade Dog, I believe, for Yorkville. Skydogging, they really want to commit to this A push. Skydog flies out, Jet Dash comes through as well, and they just kind of have to give it up. Pull comes through. And nothing has been found, just a lot of bullets are whizzing through the thing. And actually, Pickles finds Sky for the first pick. And all is quiet now. Hollywood Cole's kind of stuck on default. And Logic finding the chamber. And then Logic finding another one. And now it's a 1v4. And he gets... Actually, that was a 1v5. And that was an entirely opposite from what we saw from the previous map.
It was a complete change, and I'm starting to think that maybe Wheaton decided to not bring their best comp into last match. Maybe they were throwing somebody on
Or
a
they
different pick.
or they might just haven't figured out. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Maybe they haven't played Icebox that often this season, or maybe at all.
Yeah, I mean that's entirely possible, but it's definitely looking more promising now. Especially like Logic, he found two right there, and it just changed the entire pace of everything.
Pickles with the opening pick onto Sky as well.
Yeah, that was humongous. No more flashes, no more.
Once Sky is out, it gives you such a harder time, like especially on Pearl.
Those blinds were so oppressive too in the last map, so taking them out was necessary. And now it's actually looking more like a mid rush. And you know they're making their way, but I think they're gonna give up Art just a little bit. Flash comes through. Everybody's full blind, along with the Fade Util, and it looks like they're kind of just gonna get walked all over. Fade Util flies out. Astra pops a star, immediately smokes it off. Just tries to deny all of that presence. You know, they're just trying to deny all that presence. Now they're just holding angles. The attacking side, Yorkville, they just need to be extremely cautious. If they can get a pick and get a gun down for them, that'd be absolutely massive. But at the moment, they just need to play things extremely cautious, hold their angles, and wait for Wheaton to peek into it. Fade Elbow comes out and scans nothing, and I think Fade is going to get a little bit aggressive, and he actually finds a Jet! Peekaboo ICU takes her down, and they're just still... Yorkville's still chilling in mid. Peeking B-Link now. Chamber peeks out and finds nothing as well, and actually, enemy Chamber also finds nothing, or finds one. Birds fly through, bans nothing. Oh, Midnight was holding an angle there, and
Zank.
Zank hit him with the 180 blippity blue
Okay.
and just took him down.
Something I think I just noticed that I wasn't really paying attention to. This Fate is not the same player as last time.
This is a different person.
We have I'm gonna call him Funks.
Funks.
Yeah, because it's not Phoenix. They didn't spell it right, so we're gonna call him Funks.
We got some hieroglyphs. No. No. Okay.
Oh,
Alrighty, and
I guess he wants us to call him Phoenix.
and it's it's looking like it's gonna be B-side execute. This time they have guns. Yorkville does. Supra peeking through B-Link. Nobody's watching B-Link though, giving him free space, and we know that's a problem when you give Supra free space. Skyflash finds through and finds nothing, and Supra and Skyline both find one, making this an open site for Yorkville. Supra yet again, he's just making so much space. No fear of death, just walks. But it doesn't matter because Phoenix, he finds one, and that's a gun down. Zank gets that gun. This round could be entirely changed now that guns are changing. Midnight, now they just need to play postman, but Hollywood Cole finds Phoenix.
Player standing.
And Fade finds a Fade. And that makes it a very oppressive round from Yorkville, but not entirely bad for Wheaton North. They got a gun down, making their econ just a little bit worse.
This is a way different start from what we saw last match. They had a save round with they had a buy round together. And so now it's looks like the first round they're finally having it. And yeah,
All full buying. It's anybody's games. And yet again, it looks like they're taking that B-Link area. Supra yet again dashing through. Like I said, giving space to Supra is just a bad idea. Thank is holding that. Nethenom peeks out, and actually, I don't care anymore, takes him down, but he only has 17 HP left. The heal doesn't affect him. Zank was actually close behind, and now they have B-Alley access. Phoenix, he taps Hollywood Cole through the wall. Poor guy didn't even have a chance to play the game. Supra, yet again, gets tapped out through the wall. Hollywood Cole is just spamming that, but it doesn't matter because Phoenix finds another one. Phoenix just making massive impact on the game right now. Pickles flashes through, doesn't find anything though. Walling off that site. Actually, Spike is not down. The rotate could still happen. But Supra's just chilling in the smoke. I don't know if they know that Supra's in there. Actually, never mind. They definitely know now after he made his presence. Phoenix actually peeking out. Plays counterflash, but it doesn't matter. Phoenix finds one. Skyline takes down Phoenix, though. His Reign of Terror ends. Skyline finds another one, actually. And that was just a quick chain of events. Skyline just absolutely annihilating the team.
they were at such a stalemate for so long that I was like, I don't even know what's about to happen. And then they started getting picks. I was like, oh, this is gonna be Wheaton.
Yeah,
And
it's gonna be Wheaton around.
and then the
immediately
two people-
Skyline turned that around.
yeah, it just the way that they're able to play off of each other and trade each other is really what's changing it for them. We're seeing trades that we weren't seeing last match from Wheaton, and now we're also seeing Yorkville having to step up now because this is harder.
Exactly, but now Wheaton has to be on a save, and Zank, he's got a Bucky. That's exactly what we like to see. Smokes himself off. Still full blind. Those new sky blinds are really causing him problems. He gets one with the Bucky. I think Zank he just found himself. Oh, he's gonna rat around in his smoke, which is exactly. Never mind. He picks up the Veil and drops the Bucky. The Bucky got his due worth though. Definitely 100%. And it's looking like actually they're gonna rotate over to A. Phoenix yet caught alone. He's gonna be sitting there in art alone. Everybody else is chilling on A or on B. Hopefully they start to make the rotate over because of the lack of presence. Zank still holding B Link. He doesn't hear anything going wrong. Oh, but Phoenix calls for the rotate. He definitely hears everything now. Pickles. Mauling off the default plant. I don't care anymore. They're just going to try to make the entry. Actually, they fade ulti to try to get them to back off. And a Brim ulti as well, that takes down Phoenix. Hollywood Cole finds that nice one pick with the Phoenix ulti. But I think they're going to make another rotate. But Zank! He had the flank, but didn't quite take the tank.
30 seconds left.
Unfortunate. And that actually dropped their gun in an area where Pickles or Skyline can't actually like pick it back up.
And now it's up to them in order to retake B, unless they don't want to give up sight all that easily.
Pick up the Bucky. Pick it up. Do it now. Yes, sir. So we like to see Pickles entering on the site. Flashes come out. He flashes everybody with that. He peeks out and finds Pickles. Wall comes out. Phoenix ulti is available if he so deemed desire. Actually, the Fade Eye spots one, but Pickles, a lone man with a mission. Sky ulti comes down, only for Pickles. So does the bird. Flies right past him. Pickles peeks out. Almost finds Midnight. He needs to back out, though. Pickles just trying to make anything happen. He's a Skydog. He's just got to play for post play. Midnight peeks him. Immediately gets taken down. Pickles actually gives him Molly for a heal. Oh, and he almost takes down. I don't care anymore, but it doesn't. If he just had like 20 more HP, he wins that engagement.
It was such a close round. I really thought he was about to win that too. He had the Molly down. He was confident with it. He was confident with what his choice was with it.
Yeah, those taps also, like, every single time he tapped, they peek into him, and he was just like, "Oh, food."
Yeah, he got so much damage off by just spraying in that moment. It could have definitely changed up the round if he maybe just mollied in front of him.
But I would just like to elaborate. That was Wheaton's save round. They have guns now, so that means they're even more dangerous than before. And yet again, Super just taking all. I think he's looking to take all of that B-Link presence
Looks like they do have the chamber trip.
to try to at least like notify them that said B presence is getting taken. But actually, never mind. Supra is actually just holding that angle. Skyflash comes through A main. Supra peeking out a little bit. No, finds him though. Definitely doesn't matter. There goes almost all of their like entry. And Pickles, he has his ulti if he really wants to get aggressive here, but I don't quite know if he wants to. Actually, Zhang peeks out and he finds Skyline in mid window. In all honesty, never mind that Fade Dog definitely alerts them that they are still going A. But the Fade Dog actually finds nothing, so maybe they think that the site is semi-clear? Fade Eye comes through, Pickles clears it out, does a blind, doesn't blind anything, and actually, they used all that util, and now they're rotating out. I do think that this fake is actually going to be exactly what Yorkville needs to like try to make something happen. But it doesn't matter, because Phoenix is actually holding B-Link, where it looks like they're going to go.
30 seconds
Phoenix
left.
is going to definitely pose a problem for them.
Actually, never mind. They're re-hitting. It looks to be as if they're re-hitting A now.
Wheaton kind of catching on with just playing it all split up now.
Yeah, 2A, 3B. They really think that B execute's going to happen, but now Yorkville just has to make, unless they're saving their guns. I think they're just saving their guns.
here.
Yeah, no, not enough time to make anything work now. They just have to save. And that's the round, Wheaton. A very, very good round. They didn't lose a single thing that round.
I think for a while, really, once those two picks came in down onto their chamber and their jet, they were just like, I don't know if we're confident enough to take the site here.
Yeah, they really lost all fan of confidence.
Because like what we're seeing a lot here is just like Super gets this easy space to get through, and then once Super's got in the space, it's almost impossible to get it from him.
Yeah. But now that they're kind of like denying Super all of his space, and he's not finding as much
Especially
value
the
as he
chamber
used to.
trip.
Yeah.
The chamber trip is now in spots where they're going to be able to slow Super down.
Speaking of Supra, it's looking like he's going to be going through B-Link again, but actually, Wheaton North kind of predicted this. They have two playing in mid. Actually, Supra gets sucked back into the Viper DK, which was like the perfect low power play. Phoenix peeking this angle into the chamber op. He's just kind of spraying through the box now, but he did get tapped by that chamber ops. And Nedonom finds Hollywood Cole, which is the spike and their smokes. Midnight recovers the spike at the very least, but still, no smokes is quite a problem. Nedonom, he knows this chamber has an op. He knows if he peeks him, it's going to be trouble. He does have his TP, though. Could make something work here. Zank peeks, I don't care anymore. But it doesn't matter. Skyline takes down Nedonom, and Super finds Zank, and that's the space that they've been looking for. They're actually going to rotate back out through B. Never mind, they're not rotating back out through B. Like, they have full B side control, and I don't think they know yet. Pickles actually has a nasty flank, but it doesn't matter. Supra's watching. Actually, Pickles finds Supra. Jump peeks it a little bit, and immediately gets taken down by Skyline. Still had flashes available, but that didn't quite matter. And Logic is rotating all the way back over to A.
I think this is going to be a bad part for Logic here.
I don't think he knows that they're...
30 seconds.
Or maybe he's hitting him with the wraparound.
Maybe.
Spike planted.
They probably expect them to be in their spawn right now.
Yeah, I think they expect some form of flank action or some form of like CT action. But instead, actually, he is going exactly where they went, and he is going straight through B-Link.
once again, Yorkville covering all the angles they can.
Doesn't entirely matter though. Chamber is watching Logic's entry. Some way, somehow. Yeah, no, Skyline's watching that. I don't care anymore. Finds him. Skyline, though, taps him out, making it a 3K for Skyline. 3-4. Yorkville is actually in the lead, but it's not quite as impressive as it was last time.
Not nearly as impressive as what we've seen last match. Last match was just like, it had to have just been, oh, this is Icebox, this is our best map, we're forcing it, and we're going to at least set a tone here.
Yeah, they forced all that space onto Icebox. They had, like, executes that seemed like almost like performed. Like, they practiced it several times.
They've practiced it more than just practice. Like, this is something that they do more than just 3 hours a day.
Yeah, clearly. And clearly all that effort is showing. Looks like yet again another more mid pressure getting pushed by Supra. And he's pretty partial to that B-Link. Skydog flies through. Supra taking all of that space that Skydog bought him. But he gets hit by the Astra Suck, which vulnerables him actually. But not a soul is there to peek off of said Astra Suck. Logic's just holding in river. Skyblind comes out, but he makes noise. And he crouches out before it's just too late.
This is some optimal spawn control too now.
Yeah, no, they have all of that mid presence now, and it's looking like it's going to be a B hit. They have people slowly pushing down B. Nobody's quite watching it, but it's the push is definitely happening. And once B pushes down enough, actually, never mind. Hollywood, the Fade Eye
on the rotate as well. So is
everybody's on the rotate because that Fade Eye came out and they shot it immediately, so they knew there was no A presence. It had to be B.
Face your fear.
Speaking of it has to be B, Fade ulti comes out. It only finds one. Supra immediately starts walking out of sight, taking all that space. Gets peeked by Logic and immediately gets taken down. Phoenix holding the angle. Sprays through the wall just a little bit. Almost hits I don't care anymore with the tether. But doesn't. And that tether is absolutely massive from Yorkville. It's got 2 tethers. Although Pickle's peeking out with his run it back. He found one before he got away, making an even 3v3. Skyline, though, I don't think they expect Skyline to be here. Logic did, but it doesn't matter. Skyline still took him out. And now Hollywood Cole. And actually, Pickles finds Skyline for a trade. Phoenix gets spotted by the Fade Eye, and so does Pixel. And now Pickles is back in that same scenario, but gets taken down by Hollywood Cole, ending the round.
3-5 is not great to see sometimes, because now it's a fight for who gets 6.
Is that a hero op I see coming from Nethernom over there?
Looks like it might be.
I am so down to see some hero op action. I think they're just gonna force up here, go for broke, as they say, make something happen, or not. I think Nethernom's just gonna opt for a Marshall, go for a safer option. Everybody's gonna save, and they're gonna be able to buy for next round.
You know, sometimes that hero op might change the round and might win them one and get them back into the econ race.
But if they do lose that is just not
Yep.
good.
It's not good at all.
Skydog goes through arc. It sees Zank, but it doesn't quite stun him. And Super just taking all that presence yet again. Zank smokes him off. But, like, all this space that Super brought him, it's so hard for them to take that back. Super actually jet dashes above Zank. And I don't think they know he's in that smoke. They walk right past him. Super finds I don't care anymore, and he flicks immediately up to Supra. The flash goes through, and so does a concuss. And it was just a massacre over in art. Super making all of that space. All of that presence. Hollywood Cole gets hit down to 3, but Midnight immediately takes down Zank. What a flick from Zank. I'm still kind of awestruck. Phoenix has some flank action. Now they're just aware of the flank, but I think he's just going to walk away. He's going to fold his cards and walk away. Hollywood Cole, like I said, still only has 3 HP, but does have a Brimstone ulti. If they do get that spike down, they can play post plant with it. And I think they might just end up saving their guns yet again.
Maybe. I'm very stunned by that play from Zank.
Absolutely.
30 seconds left.
But actually, Midnight's looking to peak Logic here. Or not? Yeah, no, I definitely think they're going to save guns. They have util to use, but they're not going to use it.
There's 2 times now that they've just kind of sat back once they've lost their big playmakers.
Well, in these closer rounds, like 3-5, if you lose those guns, that's heavy economy
very.
damage. So they're just going to save their guns, especially since Hollywood Cole, he's left with just a little 3 HP. He gets blown at and, like, he'll die. It's just kind of that. And that's a thrifty round for Wheaton North. And in all honesty, they're looking pretty good.
Wheaton has definitely put the defense up for running this time.
Oh, absolutely.
We did
Instead of
not-
getting ran over.
Yeah, and I think it's just the character changes. I think, from what I'm seeing, I think these players are more comfortable on the characters that they're playing currently.
And, you know, Phoenix making amazing impacts. Zank, like I said, he got that like that little plague, flicked immediately up on top of that box.
That
Down
was
two.
that stunned me watching it. Like I couldn't say anything right after.
And yeah, no, they're definitely performing, and they know that Super likes to get that B-Link presence. So actually, Zank has like 7 stars over there. But it doesn't matter because they're actually taking a lot of art presence, and I don't think they're aware of it actually. Pickles is gonna peek into art, throws the blind, finds Supra, and he immediately backs off. He gets his one, backs off, and Zank yet again in that weird angle in the smoke. I would like to say that Yorkville is aware of it this time, but I'm not entirely sure. Meanwhile, Phoenix, he's kind of lurking up through art. He knows this guy is still art side. And it's looking like they're just going to try to force this execute onto A, but Pickles finds Midnight through the smoke. Other than Cole, he's just trying to make some form of pressure, but he can't. Skyline finds Pixels, finally ends his reign of terror, immediately gets fully healed up. And Phoenix, I think, is just looking to make some space in mid, but it doesn't matter because I don't care anymore. Peeks out, had that height advantage to take him down. And I think it's going to be a B rotate for him. Skybird flies into B-Link and finds nothing. Yeah, no, they're definitely making that rotate, but little do they know, they're going to rotate directly into Netherdom's operator. And, oh
Very
boy.
opposing force.
Yeah, you do not
Especially an
wanna go up-
operator.
You do not want to be on the other end of Netherdom's operator. He peeks out, almost finds one, but misses the shot by a hair. And I think they're just going to decide to play retake with it. Sky ulti comes through. Nethernom setting up his TPs. Brim ulti comes out. They're definitely making this execute apparent, and that's a free spike plant for them. Nethernom, operator in hand. They didn't get the spike down. 10 seconds left. They have to force the spike plant. If they don't, then that's just kind of that. Oh, Nethernom finds a wallbang. And all that's left is Hollywood Cole. He finds one. 1v1. Nethernom versus Hollywood Cole. Hollywood Cole takes him down. Nethernom barely misses that off shot.
Lots of op shots missed from Nethernom.
And that was exactly what they didn't want. I will say that.
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't say anything about his opping next time.
But that kind of ruined their economy. Hollywood Cole actually pulling that one out. Showing a performance that we never actually got to see from him. I'm excited to see that he actually like showed up there and did something really cool.
Yeah, made a play for the team here, like a huge play too, because that sets them up to 6-4, and now it's a race to see if maybe they can maybe a 6-6
Yeah.
half, maybe 7-5.
And yet again, it's looking like they make all this B presence. Hollywood Cole and Midnight, they just walk over B.
Netherdom's already
Meanwhile,
making
everybody else
space
just
apparent.
just rushes that B link. Speaking of which, Phoenix caught by surprise by how pushed up Super is. Super only holds that W key. He does not care about anything else except for that W key. Smokes off Heaven, and they get to walk on for free, I think. Yeah. Nethernom kind of holding an angle. Sees Skyline, but misses a shot. Super Midnight. The full B side is taken. They have to do something here. And actually, Nethernom gets a wallbang through the box. Supra tries to plant again, but that is just a terrible idea. They know the wallbang happens, but it doesn't matter. Supra doesn't get wallbang. 26 HP left. He almost had to sacrifice his life, but it doesn't matter because I don't care anymore. Finds Pickles. All that's left is Zank and Logic. 2 smoke players. 2v4, but Supra's extremely low. Skyline finds Logic with a nice tap. And all they do is they hold across here, and it's kind of the round. Zank almost finds Skyline. The aggressive peak is there. Super pushing forward actually with the fade dog, and actually wallbangs him while he is jumping mid-air. Maybe the jump wasn't the play.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
It is last round though.
We're really seeing it here from Supra. Like, Supra, if you're giving him the space, he's going to take it, and he's not going to push back.
I feel like as soon as the round starts, there's no such thing as pulling out your knife because he could literally be anywhere.
Yeah, he is everywhere. He's anywhere he wants to be.
But we can't forget about the top frag. Skyline, he is there whenever Super isn't, and he is getting all of those frags.
Skyline is there to trade like anybody.
Along with I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore is also, he's just vibing, entering them with the dog. And yet again, they're very partial to this B-Link. Supra is just taking all of that space B-Link. And I don't care anymore takes down Pickles clone. And they have full B-Link control yet again. Maybe they try to fight for it a little bit, maybe they don't. Nethernom finds one though with the Bulldog. Midnight trains him out though, and Logic gets the trade as well. That gives him full B main and spike presence. But Supra is in their spawn, and Skyline just took all of that B main presence back. You know, Supra is so deep in their spawn. Phoenix Wall comes out, just buying him space. And I don't think Pickles realized Supra's in his spawn, but he does headshot him, leaving Supra with a whopping 35 HP. Zank just needs to tap him once to take him down. And he does just that. That gives him his wall, actually, for the last half. For the last in the half. Suck comes through. Almost finds I don't care anymore. He still has his wall. That's the only bit of util he actually has to use at the moment. He's gotta make something work. Thinking as hard as possible on what he's gonna do with that wall. And he cuts off the back of B-Link. Yeah, he cuts off the back of B-Link, trying to isolate that 1v1, but it doesn't matter. Skyline, that perfect crosshair placement, just has him walk right into his crosshair and get taken down. That's a 4-8 half right there.
4-8, and now we get to see Wheaton's attack.
Absolutely. Last time their attack kind of popped off, so maybe they can bring it back, make it a more even match, or who knows? Maybe Pearl attack is just not the play for them.
Maybe it's not.
I have a feeling they're definitely going to go for those quicker rushes, though. Pickles, you know, as a Phoenix, he can just flash on as soon as the Astra Suck comes out.
I'm trying to wait until I see Pickles start playing like Supra. And the thing is, like, you're looking at the leaderboard right now. Supra's bottom fragging, and he's getting that much space and just giving them a unnecessary pressure.
Hootenanny of a time, to say the least.
Yes, actually.
But leaderboard does not matter. But Pickles, being a Phoenix, he can't take the space that Supra can as fast because, you know, Jet Dash is a wonderful ability. But Skyline peeks windows, almost gets tapped out by Zank, misses the shot, and yeah,
Wheaton North is healthy.
would you look at that? All that mid presence that they bought right there. Astra
There's
Stars
even
come
more.
through, smoking off that A site. He still has one more if he wants to use. Concussed back sight. That concusses Midnight. Midnight's blind and concussed, confused. He doesn't know where he is at the moment. He could be in New York for all he knows, and I don't care anymore. Holding Midnight, though, with all he has, and they both peek that. Zank peeks out and finds one, and taps I don't care anymore a little bit. And 4 people
The
just
entire team.
If you can't take him down with 1, you might as well do all 4. So now it's a 4v3, and Nethernom is looking to take a little bit aggressive along with Zank. Zank gets aggressive. Actually, Phoenix! He finds Hollywood Cole for the trade. Supra, though, finds 2. And all that's left is a 1v1 Chamber v Chamber. Skyline hit to
Who's
48
more
HP. I
dapper?
don't think... And he actually finds Nethernom with his back turn.
I think we just found out who's more dapper.
Truly. Really more dapper. His hair, slick. His jacket, clean. His pants, ironed.
His
And boy, oh
aim
boy,
off
was
the
that clean as
charts.
well, absolutely. And they actually managed to take that. They managed to take that pistol round. So Yorkville looking really good right now compared to actually. Now I'm thinking
We're
about
actually
it,
seeing what we saw last game with the Stinger buy.
which is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, because they're not really in a corner like they were the last time.
But it worked last time, so you never know. It might work again.
Maybe. And it looks like they're forcing up as much as they can.
Absolutely, they're kind of putting all of it on the line right now, which is a little scary to say the least. But if it works, it works. I don't care anymore. Actually, holding art. Pretty tight angle, if I do say so myself. And I think that actually the Stinger Fire lets Yorkville know that they did force up as much as possible. It's looking like, yeah, that's a rotate off. As soon as they gave it a presence, they rotated off. But Skyline actually, the art presence did not rotate off. Zank got tapped a little bit, but it doesn't matter because Skyline immediately had the trade. A pick is more so than HP. Nethernom just kind of throws the trip at him. Says, here, take that. Which kind of buys him a little bit of space. And Zank,
It's your get out of jail free card.
I don't care anymore. Finds a nice tap on the Nethernom, and they're actually going to re-execute onto A. All that space taken with that Viper wall. They get to walk on. Hollywood Cole actually finds Zank over in R. Midnight finds Phoenix, and it's a 2v1. Just kidding, actually. Yorkville takes that round.
There were... It's hard to say because I'm looking at the map and I'm just like seeing where all of them are dying. And I see these picks happening and they just keep happening. Like, it was one died and then I was going to say something about it and then 2 more died. And then they were just picking them off super slow.
1-on-1, 1v1.
The 1v1s that round, and especially like if you have a Stinger, you probably don't want to be taking...
The Stinger is good, but it's not quite as good as...
It looks like
it's going to be a timeout.
From Wheaton.
Yep, they're looking to buy some time for themselves, think it over. You know, they had that really aggressive, oppressive attack round on Icebox. Now they're They need to make a comeback. They forced up their pistol round, lost the pistol round, lost their force round against Yorkville's force round.
Which is
They are
gonna set them
not
back
looking good at all.
longer. It's only going to set them back longer.
Unless they get a thrifty here, it's just not going to look good for them.
And especially with the way York is so oppressive already,
Mm-hmm.
giving them any sort of advantage is kind of bad for Wheaton right now.
Yeah, no, they're just holding those crosses so effectively. I don't care anymore. Was just holding secret in really unpredictable angles, and that was just not good.
We're
North.
we're seeing
Yeah, Wheaton North.
way different coordination from both teams here. Wheaton has a very strong coordination, but Yorkville has just been their coordination is a little different, but it's definitely stronger.
It's
from what
like-
I'm seeing.
It's such an aggressive, passive way to do things, and it's looking like we're back. Bai's looking kind of split here. Actually, Yorkville acted like bonusing up here, buying a judge. Skyline's got a judge in his hand. The plan, but it doesn't matter because Wheaton North is just executing through B-Link as fast as possible. Hollywood Cole, blind and confused, immediately gets taken down by Nethenom. But Skyline was prepared for this. He brought a judge to the party and immediately gets TP's out. He finds one, TP's out. He said, tight angles, say less. I got a judge named Jerry and he
I
wants.
will rule
And he
you
finds
guilty.
another one! Backs off. Midnight also finding some, but it doesn't matter. Logic takes him down, and that's a judge, I guess, if Wheaton North wants it.
Wheaton North was definitely ruled guilty in that.
Interesting Fade Eye also coming out from Midnight.
I don't think I've ever seen one like that.
I don't know exactly what it got, but oh, they're about to walk directly into Supra's lane of fire. Logic immediately gets tapped down by Supra.
Spike down.
At least Zank knows he's there. Zank peeks out. And it's looking like Supra's just gonna back off. And
Zank did manage to grab the bomb though.
we got bomb and taps Supra just a little bit.
30
And everybody on the enemy team is damaged at least a little bit, so it's looking like the rotate A is gonna happen. Astro Stars come out, they know the execute on A is happening. Fade Eyeball comes out, scans both of them actually. And that is a 2-man tether. Actually, never mind, Zank didn't get tethered, but he has 10 seconds left to plant. He has to make that plan happen. 2 stars in hand, he can make something work here. He just has to work effectively and quickly. Because Supra updrafted up. Zank finds Supra, low HP, and immediately gets taken down by a headshot from I Don't Care Anymore. The classic. That was an interesting little 1v1 between Supra and I Don't Care Anymore.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see the POV of Supra or Zank there, but Supra updrafted, trying to at least like look over to the spike, and it was just like, where are you? And Zank's, I'm behind you. Supra has an op? They're really trying to set this. I think they're just trying to set the game out with this now.
That is horrifying if I do say so myself. He's setting up B-side with an op, and would you look at where Wheaton North is going? They're going B-side.
This may be a bloodbath here for him.
Supra, I think, might at least find one, or maybe Nethenom or someone on Wheaton North just taps him. Just immediately takes him down. Flash comes out, doesn't find anything. Pickles immediately gets taken down. Procs dash. Oh, Supra finds Phoenix as well. It's not even fair. Nom Nom pops the ulti. Supra's just holding any angle possible, while another Nom Nom holds Supra. They exchange off shots a little bit, but overall, Supra just holds that angle and backs off.
Another nom with the limited ammo though.
Yeah. And Zank walks right into Skyline. They exchange bullets a little bit, but then back off. And Zank is... Skyline is just kind of teasing Zank a little bit, but that actually might have thrown around because it's a 2v3 right now, and Zank barely took a bullet. And also, we can't forget, Supra, he died with that op. So, like, I think Cole, or Hollywood Cole might have that op. I Don't Care Anymore. Holding a really aggressive angle. Zank didn't even have his gun out. Logic peeks out and immediately takes down I Don't Care Anymore with the trade, but he is not feeling all too healthy
He
himself.
does have his ultimate here.
He's getting chased down by that Fade Dog. They know he's going to rotate now. So I think Hollywood Cole is just going to hold a little bit closer to B-side as Logic makes the rotate over. Maybe he goes through mid. He does not. He's going through B main. Which means him and Hollywood Cole are about to become real acquainted real fast. Especially since he has to stomp through. He doesn't have a whole lot of time left. The remainder of Brimstone smokes go down. Viper ulti goes down, but
And-
Hollywood Cole just kind of sprays through the smoke and finds him.
Can we check his computer?
Check his computer, boys.
I think we may need to check that. That was a little sus, I would say.
Although Hollywood Cole kind of threw a little bit. He could have picked up Super's op. Instead, he
He just kind of looked at it, was like, nah, we're fine.
yeah, he decided to spray and ping the spray for some off reason.
It looks like the Odin buy.
Odin. Lots of buys coming out this game.
It's
We had
all
Bucky.
LMGs.
We had Bucky's. We had Odin's.
I think Wheaton just trying to have a little bit of fun, trying to like have fun, really mess up Yorkville's mental a little bit now.
I mean, they're bringing him back to Nam, boys. Bringing him back to Nam.
I like the plan.
Oh, the crouching tiger maneuver. We love to see this. All Odins and Ares trained at the door.
An old trick.
A trick long foretold in tales. They are they're sneaking by, and I think actually they decided to make the call to go through Art, but Supra is there with an operator. He doesn't see
the scroll.
The crouching tiger maneuver until Pickles peeks into Supra, completely unaware of what was happening.
They're still crouch walking through mid.
And actually, it's looking like XQ's coming by a little bit faster than crouching tiger maneuver. Logic and Nethernom both find one. Nethernom finds another one, and they just run him over. That was interesting technique coming out.
It was a different play, and I was definitely rooting for Wheaton's plan to work.
Yeah, said different play. It was interesting, all right. And actually caught them the round. I feel like the crouching tiger maneuver, the unawareness of said crouching tiger maneuver, really caught all of them by surprise.
A plan to not be spoken of until used.
And now, actually, Yorkville is going for a gamble here. Actually, they full stacked B, but
and it looks like a little bit of ring around the rosy around the map now.
Yeah, North finds nothing with all of that util usage. They decided to go for a rush, and there is nothing for them to rush, so they get a free side, I guess. Actually, wait, Yorkville is going for the 5-man flank. They're looking to turn attack into defense.
Riddle me this. Do they know the entire team is flank?
I don't think so. But Logic is holding that flank with the Odin. Super clearing any angles possible. He gets tapped through the wall, but it doesn't matter. Pickles has his back with the Odin. Brim ulti comes through, doesn't find anything at all. Skyline finds Logic with the operator, but Pickles is there. He's got an operator. He knows what he's doing. He finds 3. Pickles still holding the angle. He finds 4. What is this
The
game?
Odins. We love to see the Odin.
It's only working because they're so confident in the maneuver.
They are having so much fun. I can hear them through the door.
Yeah, they're having a hootenanny of a time.
I can just hear how excited they are, and this is probably one of my favorite things I've ever watched
in
a Valorant match ever.
Do they just say, you know what? It's match point. We don't care. Let's just pop out
Let's
the
win
Odins.
as many rounds as possible. Odin.
With Odins and Judge. Phoenix is pulling out a Judge now.
I'm ready to see some hopping 360 Judge plays here.
Yet again, it looks like a lot of mid presence with the Odins. Hollywood Cole doesn't even know where to shoot that molly. He just knows to shoot it. Zank peeks Hollywood Cole. Oh, Zank peeks Skyline as well, but doesn't find him. But never mind.
Zank
peeks
knows
that finds him. Super though, peeking B-Link. He already caught down one of the Odins. I don't care anymore. I don't think they know that I don't care anymore is peeking up through River here. I don't think they're aware at all that I don't care anymore has the fattest flank known to man, actually.
Spike planted.
And Midnight pops the ulti for I don't care anymore. Big impact could be made here. Ulti's definitely out. Super finds 2. And immediately gets taken down by Pickles. Midnight trades out Super though, and just
The Judge!
Phoenix is there to close the door on his face. Phoenix, I think, actually picked up a rifle now. And all that's left is Zank. With the Odin. He looks scared and confused, but we all know that's not the case. 2 stars on the bomb.
Nice try, mate.
Sucks him off. Concusses him now. That time the concuss actually hit. And Zank is just... He's doing that post plant thing. I don't care anymore.
I think this is my favorite match of the day.
I think this is my favorite match of the day too. The comeback. With the Odins.
This is
Beautiful.
This is amazing.
Play some Astro Rising this reality.
I love Wheaton so much. They are making this probably one of the funnest matches I've ever watched.
There's a singular tear in my eye from the beauty.
Guys, I have a
Play.
plan. All Odins,
And now Phoenix.
and now an op.
Phoenix is pulling out an op instead of the judge.
Phoenix just really trying to find value with something else now.
Oh, the wall comes out immediately on B, but they stacked up A this time. So that's yet another free side, I think. Actually, never mind. Hollywood Cole, he's chilling on B alone. Molly's off the default plant. Pickles flashes through and kind of tags Hollywood Cole. It's just a war over here. Super with the flank takes down, or Pickles takes down Hollywood Cole. Phoenix with the operator doesn't find anything, and Midnight finds Phoenix. This flank action might actually work with the Phoenixes. Skyline, a classic and a dream. NetherDom actually TPs directly into Midnight, gives them Odins. Uh-oh, their own maneuver is going to be used against them.
It's all part of the plan.
Zank gets fade dogged, and Super finds another one with the headshot. Logic with the Odin. This might end up being the round. Logic finds one. Logic almost finds two, but gets taken down, and that is it. Whew, baby, what an ending. And real quickly, I would just like to update, now that this match has ended, we have a quick switch. We're gonna head over to see how Lane Tech and Evanston is gonna be, and they're actually on map 3. So it hasn't been quite as close as we thought it was gonna end up being, and they're in a nail biter right now. So we're excited to see how that's gonna go.
Gonna move over real quick here.
And there's the invite. Map 3 Icebox. And I'm excited to see what after when Wheaton North
After what we just watched,
I don't know if anything could be as good.
I don't think anything's gonna be as amazing as what we just watched there.
Exactly. Bind is the last map actually, so it's not Icebox. They just got done with Icebox. And hold up. Let me see if I remember the names. Defenders is Lane Tech. Attackers is Evansville, right?
I do believe so. Well, actually, yes. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I recognize a few names over there on Lane Tech.
I definitely remember Evil Blueberry from last year.
Oh yeah.
And I definitely remember Thrudel. And I definitely remember White.
But yeah. Evanston over here, they were the winner of this gets to go on to face Yorkville. Pardon me, I'm choking on my words right now. I'm still caught up in the Odins.
The Odin was just different to see, and I didn't expect 5 of them to buy it and just crouch walk through mid.
But yeah, it seems like it's gonna be a really, really close one. Lane Tech defends first. And yeah. Looks like we're gonna get this going. I'm excited to see what they pull up. Of course, I have a feeling this one's going to be a little bit more serious than the full Odin, Wheaton North gameplay, but yeah. And I'm prepared.
I'm very prepared to watch this. The Bind is a map that we didn't really see much on the JV side for the Capitals this season, it being probably both JV's worst map.
But Bind overall being a really good map. This teleporter is mixing things up, you know. You hit a B site, you know, it's not feeling right. It feels like there's 7 people over there on a 5-man team, and you're like,
It looks like Lane Tech is very confident with the comp that they have going on.
Oh,
they are already all locked in. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, it's actually looking like extremely similar comps on both sides. Sky on both sides, Rays on both sides, the Fade instead of the Breach actually being hovered.
Chamber still being seen as well.
Chamber being seen, and then Astra instead of the Brim. I always love to see an Astra, so yeah. So what team are you voting for?
I think I'm voting for Lane Tech here.
Lane Tech vote?
Yes, I definitely think Lane Tech is the team I could see winning this.
You know what? I respect that. But I'm going to have to go for Evanston just because you got to help a brother out. You know, Astra isn't played a whole lot anymore.
Oh, obviously.
It hurts my heart, but I love that character so much. So I'm personally on Team Evanston.
You know, I'm definitely waiting to see like how differently both Skies play.
Oh, absolutely.
Now that I'm looking at it, because there's a difference between Sky players, and considering we both play Sky, we both play her completely different. Because there's 2 ways you can go with Sky. There's either the very conservative way where it's like you're just playing off of your teammate's contact.
Playing off the heals, you flash for them, dog them.
Or you're playing the duelist.
You're a duelist with an initiator name. And it looks like the lock come in, and yeah, really similar team comps, just a few mix-ups, especially in the initiator and the smokes. But other than that, we're kind of chilling and ready to go.
We're chilling and we're ready to watch. I'm actually kind of ready to see this breach on Bind. I don't see this often.
You don't see breach like at all on Bind actually.
I think the only maps I ever see breach on is Haven and Fracture.
They have to have a plan with this breach here because, especially like they don't have any hard reveal characters. They have Skydog for reveals and like scouting people out. But that is it. They're missing Sova Darts. They're missing
And that's
Fade Eye.
such little sight to like be able to see with just the Fade.
Yeah, I
with
have
just the Skydog.
I have a feeling the entry is going to be a little bit difficult for Lane Tech, but who knows? Could be entirely incorrect as we get started into this match. And it's already looking like Sky is going to be going into Showers, but it doesn't matter because Chambers is going to be end up watching Showers, maybe sign a kind of sorta, and I think actually never mind. But perhaps a default.
I think that's what we might be seeing, unless it's going to be.
They're just kind of walking around. They're going on a jog, getting their cardio in for the day.
Yeah, and I think what we're gonna probably see is just a normal four-man site take with
A chamber
chamber lurking.
Yep, exactly what it's looking like. Actually, 2 birds, no dog from the Sky, and White. He's holding that angle, and it turns out that's exactly what they had for the breach for, and they find 2, but also 2 get traded out, but Asher took major damage there. They immediately know that the B hit is coming, and they start to rotate ASAP, but that doesn't matter because Evanston is kind of making the rotate as well.
I think the chamber heard them rotate off because they're very confident in rotating onto A.
They were extremely confident, but I think they realized their mistake, and now they're starting to make the rotate back to A, just in case something doesn't seem right. And actually,
Chamber with 3 through the smoke!
3 bullets, 3 kills, and that was just that!
Such little time for that smoke to go up, and Chamber pulled it right out.
Oh, sweet baby. And that's first round to...
Unsheathed the sword.
Yeah, no, he popped that bad boy out and took them all down. But yeah, that was an amazing round, especially, like I said, 3 chamber shots, and that was just that. That round was immediately taken from him, which is quite interesting. If I do say
that was a very eventful first round.
This is why,
especially with the breach. The breach util is exactly what you want to see with the breach.
Exactly. We were wondering why did they have breach. That's why the entire DSC long immediately concussed. Freest headshots known to man.
And you can't even dodge it when you're in C long.
You can't even dodge it.
It is the width of C long.
So that's perfect. And overall, Lane Tech is looking pretty strong. But as much as the breach and C long seem like really strong, if they just don't go C long, then what is he gonna do? He's got to have some other time. And actually, it turns out that there was a tech pause for a moment while we were talking.
I could have sworn I saw that. I wasn't sure what it was.
But all things are good. Everybody's looking good. R came through. And now here we go. Yet again with another round. This is Lane Tech's buy-up round. And actually, Breach forcing up with a whole Phantom. That could be your angle or your devil, if I do say so myself.
Yep, and he's even got his get-out-of-jail-free card here.
And B-Hop is about to see a party, actually. And a party he did see as 5 people all saw him. Immediately, he gets taken down by the Chamber Headhunter. Evil Blueberry tried to scout it out. I think he sees 5 and immediately calls for the rotate. As they all start to walk on the site, White satchels on, or actually, Neek satchels on. White takes him down. Got my raises mixed up there. Evil Blueberry, they're all just holding these angles. They're just spraying and praying. So many people to fire at. So little time. Chino finds another one on White. And that's a stinger for him, but it doesn't matter. Thrudel takes him down through the smoke, making it 2-0 for Lane Tech. That was just pure chaos.
That was so... It was such a long fight there at the end.
It was so many bullets fired. So much.
We should get the logs of how many bullets were fired that round. But it was a lot.
Some odd, at least 120.
At least.
But that actually,
like, we're seeing exactly like what you would want out of a Breach here.
Exactly. But Breach did buy a, what's it called? A Phantom. Ended up losing the Phantom. White picked up the Phantom. And now it's kind of like a half bonus, half buy. It's like a weird amalgamation. And actually, Evansville is fully stacked up on, or no, Lane Tech is fully stacked up on B, but Evansville is fully pushing onto A. So that is the freest site known to man. And it looks like Lane Tech realized they messed up with that full stack, that gamble onto B.
That must have been their plan. Guys, I have an amazing plan. Let's all hold B.
You're going to go B, I guarantee you. And actually, that all hold B is turning into an all flank. Breach stun goes through, but Crispy's holding that angle.
Reverse push.
Chino peeks it, but doesn't clear it. Crispy finds 2 with the nice spray transfer. Fade Dog flies out. They're trying to make some lead with the guns. Neek finds 1. Crispy finds another. but it doesn't matter because Echo finds the Neek as well. Echo pushing through. It's stuck by the Astra, and Crispy finds 4 that round by just sitting in that corner. He held that corner perfectly.
It went from, okay, let's all hold B, to what we just saw last game. Where it's like, we're just all going to rotate, let's do the reverse push on them.
Yeah, you do the reverse push. You turn defense into offense, offense into defense, and you just kind of hope.
And like, it was huge just having that angle there, getting rid of both White and Chamber. Another tech
pause. Yet again, it seems like we're having some issues. That's the second tech pause, actually, I think, coming from this team. So that's actually a wonderful question coming out from a broadcaster.
Timer is live again.
So timer's live again. We're going. It's buy rounds for everybody. And IHSEA might have to make some actions if they do touch the pause button again without,
without permission.
Actually being told to. And entry onto A is just happening. Like, it's happening so fast. B hop has to rotate off. What an 8 actually on the box, but it doesn't matter. They rotate out in time, and
Reboot does fall to Astra.
But actually, the Breach Concuss finds 2. Evil Blueberry finds White Boy. Echo finds 1, but Shino's in shower. And now it's a 2v3. Thrudel and... Never mind. Shao gets taken down by Thrudel. All that's left is Thrudel. Astra Set goes through, finds nothing. Gotta make something happen. Crispy holding that angle with their life and takes down Thrudel. Making it 2-2. Evansville wins the bye round.
Not the greatest thing to see there. Now pushing Lane Tech into a spot where they need to save again. What do you think is going to pose us later in the game? Like, what problem do you think this is going to pose later in the game after losing that, Steven?
Oh, definitely. Like their economy is just ruined now. So they lost their bye round. That was the round that they needed to win. That was the big one, and they definitely flunked it. And it's just they're gonna have to save this round, which will probably result in another loss, which results in less ulti points, which results in less rounds because of lack of ulti. And seems a little something was going on there. Anyways, back to the stream, and actually, it's looking like it's gonna be an A push, but everybody wins A.
Looks like Lane Tech might be thinking they're going B.
They're rotating off as
they see the stars out there. That might actually throw them off.
And yeah, Thrudel used 2 of her smokes, 1 smoke left, and
back to A. They fooled us.
That Astra Wall is definitely an A Astra Wall, and that is just not so good for Lane Tech. All of these risky all on one site plays, it's not really getting them as much as I feel they hope. But actually, a wonderful pairing of util. They find 3, they find 4, and all it's such is Crispy. Crispy has an ulti, but that is all that Crispy has. Speaking of ultis, the Raze ulti comes through, but Crispy takes him up through the air. Fade ulti flies through as well. Evil Blueberry is a pixel of HP. Crispy just spraying, and Evil Blueberry finds him. What a pairing of util.
One man to fight an army.
They breach concussed showers and bench, and then they threw a skyblind too, so they were concussed and blind.
There was so much going on in that one spot.
Exactly. The util dump in that one area caught 3 people, which allowed them to get 3 picks and 3 guns, and everything just kind of went extremely downhill for Evansville.
Bench had such a big fight going on, all in that one spot. They got guns. They took advantage of the fact that they even got 2 picks. It was so oppressive what they just did.
Exactly, and and
they just won their save.
Yeah, they won their save. That retake was absolutely perfect.
And you said they were gonna lose it.
I never said they were. I said they might.
It sounded like you were saying they were gonna lose it.
You keep that one a secret. Anyways, back to the round. It's looking more yet again like an A push, even after they got stomped in the doorway. And Rebu is actually gonna pop his chamber ulti. Hold some angles with the ops. Astra Star falls through. And he is start off. Just kidding, actually. Those were fake Astra Stars. And I think they're going to try to force a rotate over to B, but Lane Tech's smarter than that. I think they realize the fact that, hold up, something right here. Those Astra Stars been out there for long. So they're going to keep their men positioned on B. Jiggle peeking that angle. And they're probably going to end up playing retake with Breach ulti, if need be. Speaking of hitting, Fade Dog goes through long.
And that might be,
Astra stones fall through.
and it looks like a side hit.
And that's the side hit right there. Unique satchels on the site. Astra util flies through. So much util, they just give up the side.
They have
so that
Echo
way they
too
could use
in
the
their
breach
pockets.
ulti. And Thrudel actually holding the angle. Neek just walks through, didn't even realize she was there.
Down B.
Echo peeks the angle. Crispy takes down White, but Thrudel gets the trade very promptly. Thrudel walking over, and yet again, another retake that happens in like 2 seconds flat. Just an absolute dumping of util.
I definitely think we're seeing a great retake team here.
Exactly, yeah.
A lot of teams, from what we've seen, there's just completely different ways that they handle retakes, and what definitely it definitely reminds me of watching our first match of the day.
Yeah,
That-
when it was just run.
Yeah, they would get in sight, and that's what kind of Yorkville kind of reminds me of the first match's attack, and then it reminds me of Whitney Young's attack, and then Lane Tech's kind of reminded me of Whitney Young's retake.
I would have to agree with you, and actually, Reboot doesn't get scanned by the drone. He finds two. It's traded out by Chino. And
Are we sure he's not Chino, though?
it might be Chino, but that is two from Reboot. And now they have one gun in their hands. One gun to rule the world. Not entirely sure where they're going to execute. I think they're going to go into an A execute. Yeah, they're starting to push out from showers. But yeah, they're just kind of jiggle peeking the angles.
Just look like Echo maybe is just trying to get a little bit of info from the jump peaks here.
Yeah, peek in the shower a little bit, see what he can find.
Very hard for Evanston to really hit a shot here.
Actually, Echo decides to rotate. The Skybird actually pings him though, so he turns around immediately. And then the Sky ulti comes out. Chino finds White. Skybird flies around. Echo actually, is that an Odin that Echo has? We're getting flashbacks actually. Thrudel pops the ulti. Echo finds one with
Echo
the
does
ulti.
have the Odin.
Chino is extremely low though. That ulti definitely is not making him look healthy. And I think Thrudel's just gonna hold the spike here. Has it at least. Echo with the Odin. He finds both of them with the Odin.
The double kill with the Odin. It's kind of reminding me of last match now.
So basically, I said I was an Evansville team because of the Astra, but I'd have to switch over to lane tech just because I support Odin's 100% of the
Yeah,
way.
the Odin definitely does bring in a lot of
You just-
pressure for Evan.
You just kind of pull it out, and it's there, and it's square, and it's ready to party.
It's kind of like a mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. I'm starting to think about it. Like, you think about it, that's kind of what the Odin is.
I wholeheartedly have to agree with you. And it's actually looking more so like a B-side split with Chamber Lurk onto A through showers. Roomba lineups coming through. Clears out the entirety of Hookah. You know, Hookah full cleared now. They definitely know nobody's in Hookah. And Neek ulti comes through. Double satchels onto site. Doesn't find anybody back site. Decides to keep on pushing through. And he just shoots it at Thrudel. Doesn't find anything though. Thrudel though did get stunned by it and taken down by White Boy. And it's looking like they're just gonna have to play retake yet again. Chamber holding that angle. Gets sucked by the Astra. And Astra finds the chamber. There goes the operator right there. And Neek peeking out over Echo. They're just playing these peaks perfectly. And White Boy takes him down with the Skyblind. All he could do is just spray and pray there, and he
and
did
now
not
the
pray
Odin
right.
is in White Boy's hands.
Oh. And
And
thus I
it
switched
looks
back to Evansville.
So I can't tell if it looks like Lane Tech is buying it again.
yeah. Yeah.
Echo bought the Odin again.
Echo bought the Odin again. He's swapped out. He's ready to go. Along with the Judge with White, I think he's going to end up playing in Lamps or Hookah. Really his choice. And yeah, they're just going to force up yet again. They have just barely enough money to do it. Evil Blueberry burning that right off the rip, but they definitely know one is there. Rebu actually taking a really aggressive angle. Rebu finds two.
Spike down A.
B-Hop or Echo is he's in that corner. He's just spraying with the Odin, finds one. Actually, Rebu has he's on track for the ace.
Player standing.
Never mind, Evil Blueberry
Never
takes down
mind.
Crispy, but all that's left is Chino. And that poor fella's in the shower lurking yet again.
He's just one man to fight an army again.
One of which with an Odin.
You know, the Odin. It looks
Actually,
like
Brutal
TP did have
Brutal
him.
took the TP, and Gino just said no. You don't get to have fun.
And it
Sorry,
looks
bud.
like the entire team is just sitting around the spike now. They're not going to let him touch it.
Yeah, Judges, Odins, basically everything that you wouldn't want to hit you is gonna hit him once he peeks through that doorway.
Santa, I want the spike for Christmas.
And
no, you
I
get
was-
Judges and Odins.
I was so right. As soon as he peeked through that, B-Hop one-tapped him with a Judge, or Rebu one-tapped him with a Judge. Echo was spraying at him with the Odin. He just got taken down.
I'd say, I guess any Valorant player's dream would have that spike there, and I guess that's the coal you get at Valorant.
It was just so perfect. There was a Judge on the ground right next to the spike in a closed-in area. What more could you want?
What else would you ask for?
Exactly. And it's looking like yet actually kind of B hit. They have 3B2A. And actually, same thing for Lane Tech, 3B2A. Chamber ulti comes down from Evansville. Chino very aggressive in that Showers peak.
I wonder if Rebu takes the fight here.
He's definitely jiggle peeking at the very least, just to see if anybody actually does end up peeking Showers. Chino really taking that aggressive peek. He sees a shirt, immediately gets
And
peeked out by
Rebu wins the duel.
Rebu just ruining the poor man's day. And it looks like it's going to be an execute onto A. The Astral Wall actually saves Neek, but White peeks out just in time for that kill to actually happen. Boombot, the Roomba flies through, doesn't find anything though. And this Astral Wall is just not safe for them to play around. People are peeking out of it. A lot of things are happening around it. And actually the Astral Wall falls down now. So, I mean, what are they going to do about it? They tap the spike. White peeks out, finds White Boy. Brutal with the flank finds Crispy. And actually, Poppy Panda found two with that, with the...
Popping Panda definitely popping that round.
Yes, sir! But Thrudel picking up the Odin just for Echo.
And Echo now, once again, has his Odin back.
It's his baby.
It is.
It's his darling sweet. But yeah, it's just like Lane Tech really being oppressive with all
The
of
Odin, specifically.
yeah, with the Odin. But more importantly, the Astral Wall. As soon as the Astral Wall went down, they started peeking out and playing off of it, and immediately made that plant just not safe.
They made that wall uncomfortable for the other team.
Exactly. They made it uncomfortable. Actually, they tried to make it uncomfortable for the other team, and then it in turn became uncomfortable for themselves. And it's looking like they're going to make the same mistake they made the first round, where they just walk down long and Breach just kind of does his thing. We might see a concuss here. They're biding their time. They're waiting for the perfect moment. And it's looking like Breach concuss and Blind comes through. They're both concussed and blind, but White Boy just barely managed to get away. Unfortunately, Crispy is not so fortunate. He gets taken down by Popping Panda. I'm just going to call him Panda from now on. Popping Panda is a little bit of a tongue twister. Does take down one, and then Chino gets taken down by the Chamber Op over in Showers. The Lurk is completely destroyed. Now all they have is B presence. That is quite literally all that they have. They just need to play off of it. Sky dry peeks long. And he finds one. A wonderful tap onto Panda. Evil Booblarry.
Battle of the Skies.
Battle of the Skies. Birds are flying. People are blinding.
We see the Sky Diff.
Concuss comes out, and that's just kind of not really much you can do. He became face to face with a wall.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary once you're pushed into a corner like that too.
I would have to agree.
If you don't, even if you don't have a teammate with you like that, that's a scary thing. You're like sitting there, you're like, I'm blinded. I can't win the fight anymore.
I'm blinded. I'm concussed. There's so many status ailments on me. It's just kind of like, what do I do here? And that's exactly what happened to White Boy as he got taken down. It was a very fair Sky 1v1 until Breach decided to poke his head in.
Yeah. Breach even stole the kill.
Yeah, he did. But it's looking like Lane Tech, all of that pressure that Lane Tech is having. Last round and a half, in all honesty, Evansville just needs to do anything at all. Otherwise, Lane Tech is just going to dominate them in the upcoming rounds. Speaking of which, Rebu peeks out, doesn't find anything though.
He does get the info about the other two though.
Evil Blueberry did scout over onto B main. And that Sky ulti giving them so much info. Yet another Sky ulti coming through. Cabbage is flying everywhere. Evil Blueberry finds one, immediately gets traded out by Crispy. B-Hop Echo over here takes down Chino over in Showers and Reboot. That Sky was just very dead.
Sight is not allowed.
Sight is not allowed. They had so many ultis there for any kind of scenario that they really needed. And it turns out the Chamber Trip was all that it took.
That is exactly all it took.
And it's 9-3. Now, Me personally, I'm a firm believer in the 9-3 curse. That's just me though. So maybe Evansville can bring it back.
I don't know. I used to believe in it until I started winning games that I was on the 9 side.
I mean, it's entirely possible. I've definitely seen
It is entirely
comebacks worse.
possible. We haven't seen the defense yet from this team.
But Evansville was looking so dominant for like 2 rounds, and then just immediately
And
got cut off.
Lane Tech, they lost their buy round, and then it was win our save and let's not let them have any more
Exactly.
momentum.
They just completely halted any form of momentum. And let's see if they can try to take that back on the defense, Bond being a more defensive side of map traditionally. And it's looking like a 5-man through C long. Bullets fly. They definitely know that there's a lot of C long presence. Chino holding that angle. He's got the quick rotate just in case anything happens. He's holding Octagon, backs off, just getting utiled out of his mind. Chino is stuck. He just has to make something happen and gets taken down. Echo gets double peeked, gets taken down. Sight is just crawling with Lane Tech. There's not much they could have done. There's so many people, so many angles for them to play off of, and they just got taken down. They tried to peek those angles, but they should have backed off and played for more of a retake there. And Panda, he's 1v4. It's him and a
Pop right here.
Skybird flies through Pop Flash, and Panda is done. That is it. 10-3. Lane Tech does take that pistol round from him.
Now, what I'm hoping to see is maybe Lane Tech takes a big momentum here, and obviously they're going to buy out. That's going to be the thing.
Absolutely.
But will they be able to win on the bonus? Because
They just went on the
traditionally, if they win this, if they were in this round, they're going to be going into a full equipped team.
Yeah.
And if they manage to win that sets a tone
That's
for
the
like
game.
the rest of the day.
That is the game right there, actually. And they actually went for more of a riskier. Actually, never mind. It's 2-3, 3 on A site, and it's looking more A site heavy, definitely. Astra and Sky are about to meet face to face in showers. Chino gets concussed by the breach concuss, and Crispy tries to make something happen but doesn't. Reboot just pushing directly into him. Astra finds 2 in showers, and Chino finds 1 as well. This is
4v2.
a 4v2, yeah. They know that Echo is chilling somewhere on site. They heard the spike plant noise. Thrudel actually somehow managed to make it into showers and catch Panda off guard, and then they decide to cut the rotate. Unless they start to... No, they definitely don't turn back.
There was a phantom.
Thrudel has a phantom? Thrudel has a phantom.
I just noticed that.
But Echo, he's alerted the Horde now. He put the spike down. They know that they're B. It's now a 3v2. No guns, actually, though, on the defender side. They just gotta get that spike down.
Thrudel is taking heaven.
Yeah, Thrudel's taking their sweet time, though. They're making sure they're in the right position to play off of Echo's contact. And Spike gets tapped. Thrudel peeks out. Actually, Chino runs out of bullets, and Echo takes down 2.
The Molly.
All that's left is White Boy. Classic in hand. He takes down Thrudel. He's got to make it work. Molly comes out. He doesn't have enough time. Has to hold it. Doesn't hold it. Sees Echo. And gets taken down by Echo. But that was a wonderful, like... Here, let me rephrase that. The buy round from Lane Tech didn't end as well as they wanted to. They ended up losing almost every single gun. Echo actually has to rebuy shields and everything, too. So, like...
It
and
looks like they're really trying to set a tone here. I'm looking at the way that they're buying. I think they're trying to set a tone here.
It's either they save up, buy for next round, and try to win that round, or they force up as much as possible and try to stop
Maybe
any
the
form
hero
of
op
momentum.
coming out from Chino.
I don't know what it is, but whenever I see a gun that isn't a Phantom or a Vandal, it
just changes.
it makes me feel so happy. Speaking of Chino, actually, he's going to hold that aggressive angle on C long. Reboot is going to peek him. Oh, and Reboot takes down the op! The Sheriff is better than the Operator. White Boy immediately picks that op back up. He's like, no, you do not get this op. And walks away with it, and now they're just going to have to play retake with it. Neek holding really close in that smoke. Thrudel shooting a molly into there. And now that retake's just going to be even harder. They have full control of this site. They just need to wait for smokes to go down and try to peek it out afterwards. But Neek actually, he's pushing through elbow. Finds 1, almost finds 2, but Echo takes him down. Doesn't matter though. White Boy, Opping Sky! Opping Sky takes down Echo, and all that's left is the Opping Sky with 22 HP. He almost tried to hit a little trick shot there, but not quite.
And that was Evanston's buy.
That That was Evanston's buy, indeed. That is extremely unfortunate. They need to turn this around as much as possible. If they don't, then it's just not going to look all too hot for them.
This is definitely a very different from what I expected to see that round.
Exactly. This
Especially with Rebu's first pick.
yeah,
It was immediately. You don't expect the op to lose that fight.
but he fell apart, and it's actually looking like another B push.
They're very confident with this. They're winning this so easy.
Yeah, Neek picking out on that Sky Dog. Breach concussed, just completely making everything useless. Sky ulti. Util is getting dumped into Octagon. Neek doesn't know where he is. He's just shooting just to shoot, in all honesty. Actually, he finds Echo, though. But Neek gets traded out by Thrudel. And now it's a 2v2, actually. A surprisingly fair matchup. Smokes come out.
I do think they know both are on B site.
And Sky is actually shift walking through B elbow. And Crispy, I think he, like, third eye opened, and he actually saw it. But Evil Blueberry finds him anyways, and Thrudel throws the stim beacon now. It's a 2v1. That smoke is about to drop, too, and when it does, Penguin's just going to have to make it happen. And it turns out Thrudel actually hits the headshot, making it lane
13-3 for the third map.
That was definitely
That was an amazing map.
It
for
was.
Lane Tech.
Yeah, Lane Tech ended up, I think they won the first one, lost the second one, and then they took the third one in the end, making it. And it wasn't even like a close third map either. Like, that third map just kind of fell apart for them. Rebu and White just causing so much, especially Rebu.
Especially Rebu.
Chino would try to just walk through showers, like, if possible. And then every single time, Rebu would be like, hey, bud, how you doing?
We're back.
And, yeah. That was basically the majority of the matches that went.
Both the end of the quarterfinals for the LAN today.
So that means that so that was the semifinals. So the finals now is Yorkville versus Lane Tech, which we will see tonight. I believe.
Semis.
Is it still semis?
It would be semis, I do believe.
Alrighty. Oh, actually, never mind. Turns out we're in quarterfinals. But the upcoming match is going to be Yorkville.
The start of these semifinals, and it will be
Yorkville versus Lane Tech.
Yorkville versus Lane Tech.
Excited to see it. Yorkville had a pretty impressive showing, but Lane Tech slightly more impressive, especially, with a little bit of the Odin action. They were walking around. Rebu hitting such crazy shots. I remember first round, Rebu got a triple kill.
The triple kill won.
Ooh, it was beautiful. Really a work of art. So yeah, I'm thoroughly excited to see what's going to happen.
I'm sure it is time for a break while we
get everything prepared, ready to go. So yeah, we'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back to the IHSEA Esports LAN event for Valorant here. And today we've got a great game for our third featured match of the day. The Whitney Young Dolphins facing off versus the #1 Jones Eagles. And this game, on paper, it's a 1 seed versus a 13 seed. It's not exactly what you'd expect, but it's going to be a really close match here. And today I'm with my play-by-play rather.
Hello, I am JC, also known as Pixifra from IMSA.
Yep, Illinois Math and Science, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so our first map is going to be Ascent with Jones on the offense here. We've seen Jones kind of struggle so far against a pretty good, Walter Payton team. They didn't struggle first round at all, kind of wiping Plainfield North, but they lost their first map of the season last game rather, and 2 on Pearl. So we may see a Pearl. We didn't see a Pearl click here, but that may have been a good counter against them. We're seeing some mainly in meta picks here. A KO on Ascent makes sense. Raise, Fade, a Jet, a Chamber, a KO. We see this all the time on Ascent. Pretty in meta picks here. No Sage, which you might see sometimes on Ascent, but a little bit of an out of pick here, meta pick here again for the Dolphins here. Red Frost on Astra, but both these teams incredibly good. We see Jones a more individual player sense, not really as good as team play as Whitney Young is, but each and every individual is probably, I'd say, each and every individual is probably overall better than the Whitney Young team. But the Whitney Young team is a crazy good team. The overall team, they top frag similarly. They are very, very good. And we're seeing Jones on offense, as I mentioned, and on this pistol round, we're probably see really aggressive rounds from both teams, as they love aggressive pistol rounds, as we've seen in previous streams and previous matches so far in this LAN event. As we get some water here for our casters. Thank you, Mr. Mendez and Mr. McGee. And this first round, we're going to see probably a split push here from this Jones offense here, and I will let you take over while I take a sip of water.
Yeah, so it's going to be a 3-2 split, leaning more so on A side. We see pretty standard defense from the pod squad. Yeah.
Dolphins.
Yeah, the Dolphins. It looks like they're going to be pushing up A slowly and just trying to get as much info out. And there's a pick from the DB.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough production for Discord here. DBP getting a pick there.
They're going on site A, hopefully getting bomb down, planting for Jenny.
Bomb goes down, and we're going to see early Whitney Young have to go on this retake here, but Jones is going to have to propel this. Getting 2 there from the Jet. Whitney Young is an incredibly good retake team, but they can't get it done here on pistol round, losing to this Jones offense on a 4-0 here on an excellent stream. On an excellent start here. They're going to deal with this this retake advantage from Whitney Young. We've seen them not been able to get on site too well on offense, but on defense, when they have to retake site, they are unstoppable, it feels like.
It looks like the spike is going to be leaning more towards A side once again, maybe making it way down Cat, and Chamber is going to get a pick on B. He's going to get 3, or might be getting an ace pretty soon, going towards mid, towards that last player, Astra. Does not check his corner.
Oh my god.
And aces.
And null, because there's no name, but on our side, there's just nothing. But an excellent ace from this player here on Chamber. Wow, that was quick succession, headshot to headshot. That was just... If you're Jones, you know what? Don't even get on site at that point, right? We're seeing a full-out buy from this... from the pod squad here. I was going to mention these great team play here, but when you look against unconventional, it looks like Jones does. Jones has had a lot of time to perfect everything they're doing, and they're a hard team to play.
It looks like they're leaning towards A once again. We've seen this pattern quite a lot from the Jones.
Yeah, Jones is awesome.
Yeah. And it looks like we're seeing 2 stacked A, maybe pushing up a little bit on A, backing out. And we're gonna send 3 towards A, main, 4. And 3 are already on site for the pod squad. It looks like they're taking it pretty slow.
Yeah, it's a really slow push from Jones here after those 2 rounds of just complete aggression. Actually, no, I'd actually call that second round not really pure aggression. They got into spawn and they tried to take advantage of them, but they just weren't, you know, there. And Whitney Young trying to get a defense here, still not getting a great look here. Still B in mid, not 100% sure where Jones is as they stack A, but we see a clash towards this mid side.
Jones gets a pick and gets traded, and it turns into a 3v4. Quickly turns into a 1v4 for Whitney Young. Being put in a difficult position.
Yeah, the Dolphins can't retake with one person there. Jones puts them in a difficult position, getting picks really well done towards this mid side, and we're just gonna call that chamber with no name null. So that's a little unfortunate that they don't have a name. I'm not sure if that's on our end or if they just have one of those blank slates, but they are currently leading this Jones team and doing an excellent job. So with that Vandal Marshall, we saw that. We're only getting a kill in one other round though, which is worth noting as we enter the 4th round here, and we see a split push on this 2 on B, 2 on B rather, maybe 3 on B, 2 on A now as we see a slight push.
Jones is still leading back, so we're gonna see a push from Whitney Young out B main, and Noel gets a pick, quickly gets traded by the KJ, Zipsy. It turns into a 4v4. They're kind of spread out on the map. DBP 250 tries to get a pick with the Marshall and falls back.
Yeah, Chamber getting traded there has kind of caused Jones to switch sites here, maybe reconvening at A, which we had more luck with earlier.
Rotating towards A, Jet quickly entries on site. Not enough time to defend site from Whitney Young, so they're gonna have to play retake. Looks like the Fade is gonna be rotating through mid, possibly getting a flank. D-Hop, Letty gets a pick on KJ Heaven. Defending the bomb from Jenny. Another one from Letty.
Absolutely, we see this. We see Clark get one, Game Over get another as we see a clash towards this mid side. Fade unable to take care of the KO now. Quink left alone, and they can't get any anymore. Time's out, but Cooper gets Quick. Jeez, real tongue twister their name there. Gets Quick and just can't get it done there as Whitney Jones is quickly up 4-0. Okay.
It looks like we're gonna see another split from them, leaning more towards A once again. Spike's gonna be going mid with Game Over, and it looks like they're 3-stacking A for defense, putting one towards tree.
Another aggressive push. I can't see the name. DBP coming up, trading with that Fade there as KO's ability comes out, nade comes out as they clash towards this B side here, trying to get one, just trying to stop their ability. Zia backing off now, and we see a clash towards this B A side as well. Clash on both sides as a Fade ult comes out, and this Nightmare is coming out, and they're going to rotate. Jones deciding to go to this other side here as Chamber is leading the push. We see here another, the Omen ult there. As Game Over is now on the correct site, here to defend it here to plant for this Jones team, as we see a KO knife, but it does not catch Zipsy, who is sitting in market right now, but the Nightmare Grenade will, and Zipsy's watching this right side here as Jones has got sight now, and looks to offend this Whitney Young retake, which has been legendary so far in this tournament at LAN. wait. Chambers watching. Real slow push here. Wait. Smokes go down. Chamber gets one. Getting a pick on Dipsy there. Red Frost trying to push with this KO. Shoots a little through the smoke. Can't find anyone though. Heads in through the smoke. Doesn't know someone behind him. And Cooper gets Frost as Z1A sits on the other side of site, deciding to evacuate it and keeping their Vandal for the next round.
That is great for their econ. It looks like Jones is well off for the next round with the Letty and Cooper having over like 7,000 creds.
Yeah, Jones is gonna have to probably take some time to think about this next round, as well as the defenders here. Whitney Young unable to just keep that defense up that they had against the higher seeded Naperville Central Redhawks, who were a relatively inexperienced team, but Jones has been dealing with this Whitney Young team well. When they have to retake, they play more offensively on the retake, or on the defense of the retake as well too, peaking, which we weren't seeing against Naperville Central. Naperville Central wasn't peaking, was just giving them space and letting this Whitney Young team make pushes and be offensive and come as a team towards site. But Jones is not letting them do it here, as we're tending to see this team play whole thing kind of fall out of sight, as you can't get on site, you can't evacuate site against Jones because they're so good that they're just getting on site so fast, beating them on all fronts of the game here.
Yeah, they are always like, they rotate too quickly to really play any good retake positions. So I think what they're going to be doing is trying to retake as a team more comprehensively.
Almost, they stand too close towards these peak lines and watch these peak lines knowing that they are completely alone with like 3 or 4 teammates still on the other side trying to get back. And that's going to cost them when you are already down 1 or 2 players and need to get this retake. As we're going to see probably more of a split look again from Jones. Spike towards A site, as we're going to see the KO out through the wall. Gives him no intel, I believe. Not sure if it got anybody, as Z1A watches mid with these three Jones offenders. Headed a little bit towards A, as the other 2 stay towards B. Flashes out towards nobody, really. But there's not much there at mid, as we see whoa. Jagog coming up this right side and just deciding, I'm going to go back and go with my team towards A, as we see. But to be fair, this Whitney Young team does have this A under a little control in this mid-center here, this tunnel, but they're not going to be able to do it as smoke comes down, and Jones is already on site here again. And that's going to be a rough take back. They're flashing really nothing with no info here, and that's going to be wasted ult. And KO gets a trade there, but wow. And again, KO gets another one, but not smart to play, losing their abilities, getting caught in the flash. KO ult comes out, Zia coming up side, and we cannot really see who that is due to production right now, but production of Discord, but we get a fade ult, stinger headshot, and they get a site retake very, very strong, and the Dolphins get this site back for the Whitney Young team.
It looks like Whitney Young has changed up their
Time for there, and now they're leaving with three Vandals and a Phantom, which is great on an econ round, because now you have the money and you have whatever you've gotten off that round. Whitney Young, like you mentioned, pushed as a team to get their first round of the game. They're down 1-5 right now against the #1 seed, and that is a little discouraging.
It looks like a 3-2 split, leaning more towards B. Yeah, Jones is gonna put their teleport back in spawn just in case. It looks like they might be trying to play back this round and get a pick off B main.
You want to play?
Seeing a ult right down mid side with Chamber now in possession of the op on this B site now. Gonna catch as the clash at mid, a double trade. Jagog gets Zia, gets the Chamber on the Jones side. Zipsy gets another and gives them this advantage as Jones tries to push only with 2 players now. As the Nightmare Grenade comes down for this Jones side, and they're trying to catch somebody, but Zipsy's watching this door, but up top, another Whitney Young player stands, and Cooper just gets caught by Quink there in an open area, and Cooper catches Quink in an open area there, and Cooper heading towards B site with his teammate, as now it's an even game, and Whitney Young's going to have to get this retake, because they didn't rotate fast enough or predict this rotate, but Frost just getting absolutely domed at market, because they were trying to close door there. Frost doming, as Killjoy comes up, and Cooper tries to defend this site with a Killjoy on attack, as he's going to be a little aggressive, trying to get rid of this other team before the Killjoy places down, but Killjoy doesn't go down, but Cooper does. And Whitney Young gets their second round in a row, and that's going to really swing economy now. As I think, I'm not 100% sure on money, but yeah, that's going to start to swing economy a little bit towards the Whitney Young side, as Jones has money, but if they keep losing rounds like that, they're not going to have any in a little bit, as we sit 5-2.
It looks like another 3-2 split towards A side. I think they're going more so towards A. It might be a 5-man push, maybe sending some down cat. For this round, it looks like they're not sure who that is. Someone is going market, and they have a lack of defense on A side.
A lot of less defense on the A side, as they're all as Jones is all gonna read. As Whitney Young's all gonna rotate. G.I. coming up, fade ult already for Jones as they rush onto site. Whitney Young evacuates, and all three effects in the game are inflicted upon that Killjoy there. A clash in mid from Jones's chamber, and he decides, yeah, nah, not gonna deal with that, as he looks to defend site with his teammates there. Still a 5v5 on this retake for the Jones side. Their clash backside in the tunnel, but Cooper with a double, I guess a one-tap through both heads there. Ray's ulting to try and get back to site, but gets caught by game over with no kills. Zippy getting one, but Lefty and Jagog dealing with the last two, trying to retake on the Jones side. And the pod squad, it's not looking great. 6-2. Jones, Whitney Young.
That collab was insane. It looks like Whitney Young is slightly going to force here. Their econ is not looking as good, but Jones is going to be in a rough spot as well. Everyone around the board next round. So it looks like they're going towards A with Spike going down mid.
Yeah, Jones's economy is still in a good spot, but sorry, a Bulldog with a full shield there. A little bit rough for the side of Whitney Young on this defense. Jones takes a lot slower of an approach here, having less ults here. Well, less ults there. They had all 5 last round, but only their Omen and their Jet sit with the Nop as their chamber shoots toward the smoke. Nobody in it. They don't know that, though. As 2 Whitney Young defenders sit on this backside as we see a clash towards A site as Red Frost puts down a smoke, trying to deal with the site behind them. Jagog coming in with a knife, flashing out, but gets caught a little too outside there. Red Frost can't get 2. Lefty getting the other one back site, and that is a Jones take of site there, or almost take of site there, as they are heading back site now, Whitney Young, to try and deal with this Jones push. Zipsy Doy, the last one on A site for Whitney Young, dealing with that Jones player right there. Chamber and getting the chamber too. Whitney Young, an excellent play there to keep their economy out of the rut there, not having to go to an econ round next round because of it, keeping some players alive, and we're gonna see some money head towards their side and some momentum headed towards their side.
It does look like econ is a little bit spread out on this round too, but we do see that Jet will probably be using knives this round as she has ult, and Omen does have ult as well, so he might be using that to his advantage. Game over. And then it looks like another split towards mid.
Yeah, Jet headed with their knives to mid, as we see a very, very heavy mid clash here. All 4 Jones players at mid right now. The chamber, or the Fade rather, lurking back site here. Chamber trying to get a pick there, got suppressed, and he's gonna make a little pick, put down his little chip there so we can teleport in case of something happening there. So he walks forward with the Omen. DBP kind of waiting there, not 100% sure where they are, but he's gonna find them if they decide to push here, and has a great spot on them. But can't get any shots down as all 3 Jones offenders come on the site. Z1A trying to stall them, but is blind and flashes all 3, but through the flash, their chamber gets it. Tipsy Doy coming from back site on CT to get Jagog, and it looks like Chamber, or not Chamber, rather, I don't know, it is Chamber. Chamber's gonna with bomb try and evacuate that area, not wanting to lose it there as Lefty looks towards market with ult, peeks, gets nothing as Zipsy takes the head off the shoulders there, but there's a plant going down for the Jones side as that was enough to keep them distracted at market, and Zipsy tries to take back sight with the Fade, but that's 4 kills right now for this Chamber. If you can get 1 more, that's an ace. Or 3, I apologize, I couldn't read there. But Nightmare goes down through the smoke, just Red Frost trying to watch the smoke. Not sure where they are, though, dealing with the K, but they're going to get through it there. Peeking, and Red Frost gets one, trying to get to the back site. As time is coming close to expiring, and Jones's chamber gets the last pick, and Jones goes up 7-3 here. An excellent start for the Eagles.
It looks like Whitney Young will be having to either. It looks like they are saving. It looks as if Econ is once again spread out, but Jones will be buying that Omen on the other side, so they can full buy. It looks like they're gonna be going towards A side again, with Chamber probably lurking.
Yeah, that's what happens with Whitney Young trying to. With getting picks there, doing well. They get some picks there. They get some economy down. We're going to see a clash at mid. J-God catching Zia, who is a little bit aggressive there. Not characteristic of Whitney Young there. Doing well on that patient defense. B-hop lefty catching Zipsy Doy up on top of that wall there. Didn't really look up there. Not 100% sure where they were. He's going to catch... I can't read that name. I apologize. Quink at Market. But from backside with the assist from Jet. DPB getting one with those kills, trying to fend off a 1v2 here alone. Can't get any picks through the smoke or any hits through the smoke, but they know that Spike is down at A site, and they know they're going to have to retake it, as Lefty just has to go all the way around to try to get back on the site, not wanting to deal with a potential pick from DPP after they go through that smoke. But they are not looking the right way as they come through the smoke, and Game Over catches them, and that's going to be a running body shot to end the round for Jones as we approach the last round of the half, and it's quickly 8-3 Jones.
Game Over really used that off-wing angle to his advantage there, and it looks like Whitney Young will not be able to full buy, leaving Zipsy with a half shield. We're gonna see another Odin from our chamber on Jones.
Unfortunately
No.
not. We love Odin's, that Wheaton North team down pretty big, actually almost made a comeback, but a full team of Odin starting it there as we head in an aggressive an offensive defensive push here from Z1A, but getting this capture where Jones evacuates that side, deciding to, as they're the only person there, and we see an A-sided push here. Chamber for Jones, and Game Over heading back site, trying to just get out of there as the A push slowly creeps towards the site. As there's still two defenders on A, the rest not at A, which is a little unfortunate as they don't know yet. Whitney Young still trying to make their decision as to where Jones is. They do know those two were there, and they do know those two might have a little damage on them, but Chamber does have ult, and he is probably going to use that maybe towards mid site as he has before. Red Forest, a little bit of a patient push here for Jones, trying to wait for all 5 coming out as the Fade ult comes up and the Omen ult comes out as well. Lefty kind of lost in the smoke there. Game Over getting to the bottom there, trying to set up smokes. It's quickly a Jones site. Whitney Young evacuates, and it's a 5v5 retake now. Ooh, Astra kind of screwed it over for a teammate, getting rid of the cover that they needed to get to the other side, but Red Frost can't really do much there. Still blinded and deaf even with that ult coming down. See one through the smoke. Lefty leaves the smoke, gets one, gets picked by Red Frost, who's going to try and defuse here, but one of them gets picked through the smoke. Frost should have held there. That might cost them, and I think it will as J-God gets one. And it looks to be a little bit of a rough situation here as he's full flashed, but they don't know that yet. And he comes towards site, and he's holding the defuse, but oh, he had the crosshair on him. He was just moving as Whitney Young, backed by that Quink 3K, gets another round as they switch sides right before the half.
We see that Whitney Young is on attacking now.
Yeah, Whitney Young is in green.
So Whitney Young is going to be...
sorry, yeah, no, Whitney Young's in red.
Yeah.
I apologize.
I got it. It looks like Whitney Young will be buying half their team half shields. So they're playing more defensive, and it's going to be a 3-2 split on Whitney Young's side.
Yeah, not a full buy, not a full, whatever you want to call it, not a full save here for this first round, trying to get some util, get some light shields there to try and sway this towards their favor as We see normally a chaotic pistol round from Jones. I don't remember seeing Jones lose a pistol round in the game. We commentated on them, Lane Tech versus Jones. But Jgog kind of making these little peeks, trying to see what he can at mid. Doesn't see... Sees one up this left side as we hear screaming upstairs. But Jgog watching this mid site, that Asher smoke going down, so he can't see anything, so he evacuates. His chamber does, though, gets one right before the smoke comes up, evacuating site immediately. Pulls out the shorty that he finds on the ground as game over. Looks to put down a smoke as the other team, the rest of Jones tries to make a push from backside. Blank getting one, and Jgog getting another, Game Off getting a third, and that's gonna be a really, really well done retake from Jones there.
Putting the score to 9-4 on the Jones side. That was a really impressive pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, beating Whitney Young at their own game on their own retake there. Just kind of getting back there. You saw, who was it? The chamber on Jones' side, switching it up there, teleporting out, grabbing a shorty and getting a kill with it as well, as he just does kind of use one of his abilities there, which I'm not sure if that's the one that recharges or not, but we see a kind of a struggling team effort right now from this Whitney Young side as we see a full B push here.
It does look
economy.
like Whitney Young is forcing here, going towards B main, but Letty is holding it with the op. Does not.
Judge can't do anything as Zia gets one, and complete trade there. Red Frost getting Cooper though, putting this towards the Red Frost getting caught by Cooper. But yeah, no, putting this towards the side of Whitney Young as they try and form another retake at a as Jones tries to form a retake at a disadvantage here, and their chamber just kind of shooting randomly. Actually, almost worked for him earlier, so why not now? As trying to make a retake, splitting up into 3 parts here, convening at market, trying to get somebody. Gypsy gets one, Gypsy gets one, Chamber gets another, Jgog gets one as well. As it's a complete trade match there. Jgog behind, trying to get a little bit on the plant, knowing that one of them's going to come around here. Has the Bulldog. Get one and backside. They know there's another one trying to reload quickly, trying to bake out a reload. I'm not sure they got a full reload there, as they're going to try and hold because they have to there. But it's unfortunately for Jones, that is not enough. And Jones, that's not enough for Jones. And Whitney Young takes another round here, trying to put this game back in their favor, being down very early, 5-0.
Whitney Young forcing there was very beneficial for their overall playstyle.
And we informed Jones's chamber's name is Stumpy, so we will be calling them Stumpy. Not sure what happened with the name there, but Stumpy now.
It does look like they are doing a 2-3 split, going towards A main, sending one out cat.
Yeah, Jones looking to, Jones looking to make a little money on the defense here. Only 2 Buckies and the rest in the pistol class here as Jgog gets 2 shots down, sees somebody just trying to defend that mid push very slightly as we see a more split push from this Whitney Young team here. Very conservative with Bomb though. His Bomb sits backside and Zipsy looks towards these angles at A, trying to make sure nobody's coming through. His game over kind of just waits for the shorty there, trying to catch one of them off guard and get a pick there. Quink getting one in mid-long, Jgog down. And now we see Whitney Young at an advantage here as they're right next to each other. Game over not knowing what's happening to the smoke. And they're going to somehow avoid each other. Wow. And the Game over is sitting there. Sees the Roomba. Roomba gets past. Nightmare won't. And they just get caught by Quink. Just getting absolutely destroyed there. Bucky, not enough against 3 players as he catches Stumpy there. Lefty headed back towards site to try and get this retake. But Market goes down. And they can't get it anything before the wall goes down. And Cooper and the Jet, the last 2 remaining, as we see 2 B-Hop members try their best to retake the site for Jones here, trying to get some shots through the walls, trying not to get wallbang themselves. Lefty headed towards site. I'm not sure they know where Lefty is, but they make a good assumption there. And Quink on the 3K leads Whitney Young, only down 3 now against Jones.
The shotguns did not do Jones justice there, and they will be having to force buy here, only being able to half buy shields.
Absolutely, but now they're not in an econ round anymore, and this might make a difference, and they might swing their economy back in their favor while up 3. But if you're Whitney Young right now, if you're a Whitney Young fan, you're going to want this team to try and take the advantage here. They've got momentum 2 rounds in a row, and if they win this game, that'll be big, as they've got the Jones team on their back here, who hasn't lost a match to anyone except Walter Payton this year. Here, less than a few hours ago, as Quink heads towards mid-site, and we see a push, typically a very split push, 2 on A, 2 on B, and 1 towards mid, as this Chamber tries to get a pick there, and there's a clash at mid with this Asher smoke down, preventing anything real too much happening, as Lefty is maybe aware that somebody's A site, trying to shoot through the wall, trying to find somebody there, but can't really get anything, as we see a really, really slow Whitney Young push. They know they can win this with the better guns that they have. As well, not they know they can win this. They know if they win this, they'll have better guns and be able to win the next game with the better guns they have. Whitney Young really doing their best here to try and win this game, taking it patiently, trying to win this round specifically, as Cooper looks towards B-site, sees one of them, puts Nightmare down, gives a Nightmare done to themselves, as Lefty waits, trying to find somebody as there's a clash. Cooper getting caught by the Prowler there. Astra goes up, it's kind of on a wall there, but we see as Lefty tries to stop that take from Whitney Young, but just can't do much there. Kind of overextending a little bit, getting completely wiped. As we see Stumpy, one of the last, Stumpy trying to take this back from at an advantage with the rest of the Jones team. Zia catching Cooper though, putting this at an equal 3-on-3. And Stumpy gets 1 in the smoke. DVP getting another. Quink catching Stumpy though. Quink getting another. Quink doing work for this Whitney Young team, but can't get anything. Jagog tries to get the site away from this KO. Will he have time to defuse?
Yes,
and
he will.
yes, he will. Yeah. Excellent round there from the Eagles to take that back. That was a must-win round there, else they would have had to go econ next round. Still a lot of deaths, though. It is a little rough now. Economy's not great. You're going to have to maybe force buy a little bit, maybe save a few players. Are probably talking about it now, but either way, Whitney Young's probably going to force buy here, not wanting to get down too much, or let this Jones team run forward with it.
We'll be seeing Stumpy be utilizing his chamber op as a buy, and then we'll see another judge on the
Another
team.
a judge for game over there, as we see a very, very A-heavy push from this Dolphins team, headed up this right side. The pod squad tries to find this A site and get another round here and keep themselves in this game and in this map and in LAN, as the Fade ult comes down, and they're gonna make an aggressive push. Game over, walking into the smoke with the judge, can't get anybody, kind of a little overwhelmed with 3 people. They didn't know that though, as Quink gets 1, Zia gets another, but through that door that was closing, not much you can do there on that other side, as the Chamber ults for Jones' side, almost getting 1, gets flashed though. Lefty, Chamber goes down, Lefty getting 2, as Stumpy with Chamber ult tries to catch someone they know backside. Zia peeking, almost peeking a little bit, but they know that Chamber's low, and Jagog back up thanks to Lefty now, as it is a 3-on-3, 2-on-3, 3-on-1, as Whitney Young makes me eat my words and comes quickly all to win, to make that advantage for the side of the Dolphins there, as they're going to evacuate site, and Chamber can't really do anything. And that's going to be a really quick round for the Dolphins on that E thing. Nobody got caught there. Even the Chamber's really close and really, really low there. Lowest health there, as we are going to see a timeout for this Jones team, struggling a little bit.
Stumpy dying there was a really beneficial play for his economy, because you get more credits when you die.
You do get more credits when you die as opposed to not having any kills there. It's actually interesting. Think about that. But yeah, it's usually Valorant different from a game like CS:GO, where when you live, you get much more credits in CS:GO. So staying alive is much more important there. Saving guns obviously not too important, but Stunna calling this timeout for this Jones team. What do you think this Jones team is going to have to reconvene and try and figure out here?
I think that they are going to be using less shotguns, because that has not been working out for them so far. And I think that they might not push up as much.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. A really, really aggressive pushes here from the Dolphins, and these retakes kind of a little overextending individually, trying to take on teams. Not overextending, not a word you use too much outside of a game like Overwatch or something, but you see it happening here. Jones struggling a little bit on retakes. I see a more B A-centered push.
We are sending 3 towards B, but Spike is going towards A, so they might be using that for info.
Yeah, Lefty putting up alt here, watching this A site, trying to get anybody they can, but Whitney Young's kind of just decided, maybe we go mid a little more, focus a little more mid, try and get a few picks here. 3 watching this mid site as the Fade almost walks to market, deciding against it after hearing that Roomba. Still sitting in market, trying to deal with this push from this mid side as Lefty watches this lay long side. They're about to find out. Yeah, I was gonna say that grenade comes down. Lefty getting a little damage there, but shouldn't be too much of a problem, considering the fact that they have ult and they can get a good pick here if they are careful and use it out correctly. But we're gonna see this Whitney Young team switch sides here. Maybe we'll rotate towards B. And we're going to sit B long, trying to just deal right now, trying to just wait for their push, everybody to get there. But they're going to decide to not wait for their fourth as Chamber switches back to backside as this push just goes heavy. DBP getting Cooper as the push it gets on site extremely fast and kind of left in the back, leaving that Stumpy back in the backside and just gets caught. There's not much they can do. Lefty getting one, like I mentioned, with that ult. Very, very strong ult for Jet there. And Lefty looks towards top C after their teammate Game Over gets caught on that right side. They catch one on that right side themselves, though, getting Quink, looking through the smoke, trying to see if they can see anyone. Their other teammate, Jagog, on the other side, getting their head taken off. Not much you can do there with time close to expiring as Jet comes down and gets caught by Red Frost.
We really saw Jones playing for retake and playing on site actually. Putting Stumpy back site with that teleport was very beneficial for them, but that
Whitney Young team kind of just got on site really fast and dealt with Stumpy in the back there who didn't have an escape there. I mean, it's really rough there. Chamber ult trying to deal with 4 people convening on you from 2 angles. It's a little bit of an issue there. If you're trying to win that fight, maybe you could get one. Probably not, though, as he watches A site with a split push from this Dolphins team, headed towards A, more particularly with Spike at A site. See, Chamber can hear the other team and knows they're there at least, as that's a little intel. But Fade looking towards mid after hearing something in mid. Astra putting a few smokes down for their team there. Frost doing a good job there with smoke so far this game. Really, really patient for the Dolphins here. There's not really overextending here. Not really trying to ego peek really quickly. They're just watching and waiting, trying to get some more intel. But Jones is going to be just as patient, and we're going to see an A-site push. I don't think that Chamber has unscoped the entire game, and now it might pay off as the Whitney Young team slowly pushes, and it will. Getting one, getting away. Still got caught by that Prowler, though, but I'm sure they'll take that any day. Cooper sitting in market, not knowing there's one behind him, deciding to just not go, and heading not through the smoke. Red Frost looking towards market. Lefty getting one right near market there. And Zipsy down as Jones is going to try and make a retake here at a heavy advantage. They get Jagog. Red Frost gets 3 really quickly. And that collateral 4 as the last one sits backside. And we see a Red Frost ace. An absolutely wonderful play there. Looking a little confused after that 3rd kill. Or after that 4th kill, rather. Not really sure what was going on, but they do get that ace there. And an absolutely wonderful play for Whitney Young there, as that's what they need to get back in this game. Only down 1 now after being down 5-0.
It does look like they're going towards A site this round. That ace was incredible by the Astra.
Absolutely, we're going to see that in the clip highlights.
Yeah.
In their clip highlights for a while. We see a more A-centered push here for the Dolphins. That was a great play, and thinking back on it, I mean, it's just, you could see that struggle where there was like complete confusion behind them because they thought their teammate was the enemy. As we see a clash at this A site, Lefty getting caught, game over, getting DPP though, and Red Frost getting one more, as this is an advantage for the Whitney Young side as they head towards this A site push, and now Jones is going to have to retake the site. I apologize. Retake the site as JGOG gets rid of the Killjoy as they try to get it together. Getting a Vandal, though, on this Econ round is a good start. JGOG getting one, flashing out, trying to get the other. Gets a full flash and gets Frost there. On a excellent flash there. Zia deciding to ult to defend this point as they want to get back into this game right now and tie it as it's getting close. But a headshot through the box will get him. Quink getting two, though. Defending the site well. Doesn't know their line of sight and can't make it as JGOG is, I apologize, as Cooper gets this defuse for the Jones side after such a wonderfully played game, or game for each side. Each side fighting really hard there on that push to get on site and trying to keep it, even using an ult there by that KO, who unfortunately got headshot through a box, which, you know, they knew where it was. They saw the pulse come out and they gave it a good shot, and probably really good knowledge there of how that works there for this Jones team, who's a really intelligent team.
I think having 3 on A originally put Jones at an advantage there, already being able to defend the site. It looks like another 3-2 split, probably going towards mid, maybe getting a pick towards B on that jet.
Really, JGOG and Zia headed towards getting flashed there, unfortunately. Getting flashed by Zia, rather, as he flashes his team, unfortunately. Lefty watching this B site, and we're going to see a more A-centered push here as Market comes down, and they try and defend it as they look to get off of it. The Jones side getting one. Quink, who knew there was 2 there but didn't know which way to peek, had the right there but didn't get it in time as Roomba comes down in a heavy mid presence here for the Dolphins. Lefty trying to get out of Market, deciding that it's not really worth it there, watching the door, and Zia getting a spike finally that was taken from them earlier in the round. They dropped it and they intended to push B, but they never got it as they rotate back to A site, and the Dolphins try and wait to get this A site, but JGOG is going to be a little bit offensive here, peeking into this middle site here, getting one, preventing them from coming through, and Zipsy getting that bot back, trying to get onto site here, as well as JGOG drops the ult, coming towards the side, almost throwing down a flash, deciding not to as he goes back site, worried about anyone in or through the smoke. As Jones makes their final rotation for this backside. DBB getting JGOG on that ult. Z1A, but Z1A getting a plant down too. DBP, Cooper, wow. DBP just getting a double kill there. Excellent double kill for DBP, putting this Jones team at a serious disadvantage. Getting another, and Chamber trying to keep this line around for Jones, but it's a little bit out of reach. Feels a little bit out of reach here as he sits up top with anybody watching all of his angles that he could push from. Jones is Stumpy so far, doing extremely well through this game. We've seen that Marshall ace earlier. We've seen two aces so far, which has been incredible to see. DPP watches back of this tunnel, trying to maybe find something, hoping that Stumpy makes a pick, but it's pretty clear Stumpy's leaving, but he's gonna get caught at mid, and I don't think there'll be any repercussions though as bomb goes off, and he sits backside at Market, trying to backside at Market, I apologize, trying not to get caught there, saving for that round, as now Whitney Young is within 1 again after being down 5-0.
It looks like a 5-man B push from Whitney Young. It looks like they will be trying to save on the Jones side after losing that last round, having 2 rifles from getting that Stompy still alive.
Yeah, Stumpy's still living. Stompy.
Sorry.
Quink goes out for a prowler here, doesn't catch anybody. Some knowledge though is Lefty didn't shoot it though, but Lefty's gonna get caught by everybody, somehow not dying there, but getting caught as they jump backwards. Zipsy getting a pick with the Vandal there, kind of a money situation there too, as Stumpy sits back towards the top of site now, trying to get onto this point and reclaim the point that now is owned by the Dolphins. It's JGOG coming down, Market getting flashed, getting caught by Zia and Zipsy. That flash, an excellent tool for them. Stumpy getting caught though after a kill, and DPP getting that final kill on Cooper there, evening this round. The comeback is complete for this Dolphins team.
It looks like that 5-man execute really helped Whitney Young proceed the site, and there was just no time to even like defend it or retake. which really gave them a lot of momentum.
Absolutely, 11 is as far as they get. This is a interesting statement that gets tossed around a lot here on this intern broadcasting crew. But as we see, 11 to 9, and Jones hasn't won since, and we'll see if they can win now that Whitney Young has hit 11 as well. As we see a really close match, like we expected here from the 13 seed and the 1 seed. Jones, an excellent team so far in the regular season, wiping Lane Tech, who sits as the 2nd seed right now in a 2-0 match in a pretty good route. As we see this Whitney Young team, this Whitney Young team headed towards A site, trying to convene there after thinking about B for a minute, deciding against it as nobody went to mid, and they weren't going to mid. But now there's an ult from the Omen on the Whitney Young side as we see a really aggressive push. That nade pushing back Omen into heaven now as Stumpy sits under sight, suppressed, and Cooper sits suppressed as that ult is now over, which should give them some leniency here as Quank gets one, but they have sight now, and Whitney Young now has advantage on sight with a 5v4 retake in the favor of the Dolphins. Shots coming through the floor, Lefty getting one on the unknown shots there coming through the floor. They decided to shoot back as Z1A doesn't know there's one there. Convening, there's more, gets one, can't get the other, as the Jet did get caught after she dashed out. Zia getting Cooper, game over, getting Zia, Zipsy getting game over to give the Pod Squad the lead. Whitney Young having an excellent last 3 games.
Jones's econ is ruined and does not look like they had the advantage for putting this into overtime.
Yeah, that's going to be really rough as, you know, you're running out of money. You're going to have to force yourself a buy. As they bought a judge. Lefty bought a judge for somebody else, but they do have ult, so they're going to rely on that this game, as well as Chamber is going to rely on their ult. And a Spectre, but the Pod Squad doing an excellent job there. A fan favorite nickname already, as Lefty looks at sitting backside B, trying to just maybe watch something coming through, as there is a heavy B presence they're not aware of yet. But that might change as they look a little bit towards mid, maybe deciding, we'll go to mid, as DPP is probably heard by somebody on that Jones side after that jump there. Pretty loud. Throwing a Roomba down, though, maybe to confuse them a little bit. Shots coming towards mid as Stumpy on this defense trying to watch something and trying to get something with that Spectre there. Haven't pulled out their op yet and have decided to, as they're just pixels away from knowing somebody's down there. They're just not sure yet, though, as Jones tries to defend this push here from this Whitney Young team with a better econ. On the B site now, they've convened for this Dolphins side, deciding that, hey, yeah, we're going B site now. After a little idea of coming back towards mid, they wow, and quick turnaround fast. The push starts. They got one at mid. Lefty getting another, and it's their disadvantage for Whitney Young side. Lefty getting a third. The third down defender, Zipsy getting another to try and even this up. Jagog coming back as the last defender. Gets 2, Red Frost. Kind of getting, not even sure if they knew that they got 2 there, but Cooper getting Red Frost as they come off site. And now we are headed to overtime, folks.
Those ults really carried them into overtime.
Absolutely. I'm not even sure. I'm not even 100% sure Red Frost knew entirely that they had gotten those kills, as they got the first kill and then went blind immediately, walked backwards and got a headshot off a lucky shot there.
It's kind of even for both teams since econ has been replenished and is even on either side. So it looks like it's going to be heavy towards B, sending Chamber on a lurk towards Cat, it looks like.
Yeah, you see a lot of Chamber lurks in this meta, which may get changed in the next few days as the next episode, something like that comes out. I'm not sure what the word is, but we see a very heavy B presence here from the Whitney Young Dolphins. Looking towards mid a little bit, not 100% sure that they're going to head B yet, but I think they're going to decide here as they head up. As Stumpy lurks backside, and gets caught there on that Jones offense. Zia doing a great job on that Whitney Young defense, impeccable for what they've been doing so far in the tournament. As Red Frost just kind of shoots through the smoke, knowing that Jones already has sight, and Lefty getting it quick there for this team now. And now game over is planting, and Jones already has sight very fast into this round with full econ. This could be with weaker econ on both sides, this could be a really important round here for the rest of overtime. Lefty just sitting under market heaven, trying to get one. Gets one with the Phantom. Ooh, can't get the second one as Zipsy gets Lefty and trades a little bit with full health, full shield, trying to come get this. Jones on the retake as the Eagles trying to retake, throw out a Prowler, and kind of blind and confused there for the Rays as Red Frost sneaks through the smoke, blinded, but not for long. As DeKalb tries to get on the other side, gets one, gets overwhelmed by all three pushing at the same time, as there's not going to probably be enough time as they try and hold it, but they can't get it done. And an excellent clutch for Cooper on the Jones side there to give them round 13.
Having that chamber for lurking really gave no info for the Whitney Young team. So even though Stumpy did die, it did provide a lot of
yeah, a lot of intel.
Yeah, a lot of
I mean, I think they knew at the point. I think the reason Stumpy died is they were sitting back B site there, or A site rather, trying to catch Stumpy and whatever Jones defenders they thought there were more of, but there wasn't more, so they started to push aggressively, and Stumpy got caught there with a Phantom, unable to stop the two offenders. As we see now, Whitney Young on offense in red and Jones on defense in green here. Getting a Nightmare Grenade down doesn't really do anything. Nobody's back there at mid-site, or at midpoint there. Keep saying the word site, but A-side defense for this Jones team, and they're going to try and get this game here as they've had a little bit of a rough go at it with these Dolphins. Lefty really close to clashing with S18. And is there Z1A rather in DPB? Two excellent players for the Young team. They know there's one there. Gets one, gets a trade though, and DPB gets the other there as they've decided they're going to switch sites, head towards this A side here. And ooh, one through the shot. Game over, gets one in the head. Raze comes up, and that's going to cause a little bit of a distraction there as Whitney Young gets two there. And the distraction of Raze going up can cause Whitney Young to push onto site and get a few there as JGOG at a disadvantage now. A 3-2 retake at the disadvantage of Jones now as JGOG and Cooper set up site. Blinding themselves, not blinding any Jones defenders. Zipsy gets one, and Whitney Young not fully there yet and trying to get this round as Cooper gets one, and they're on the 1-on-2, and the attackers win. Whitney Young, the pod squad, extending this game farther. Oh, wow.
the pod squad really popping off with the team play there. Getting the trades.
Absolutely. It's going to be a little bit of a rough time now. Now it's a win by 2, I believe, in Valorant, right? Like, it's win by 2,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, so we're going to see this team, Whitney Young, who's been struggling on defense, but really well on offense now. It's kind of chaotic right now. And it's a little interesting right now to think, because both teams have been struggling on the defensive side and doing very well on the offensive side. So right now it feels like this one's never going to end as JGOG throws a knife out, catching DBP, getting a little bit of info, but it shouldn't be too much as that was front sight. As Z1A watching this mid site, trying to catch a Jones offender sitting at mid, as they know there's a few there, but they're going to decide to back off the B site now, headed a little bit towards A and mid. Trying to head towards the A site now with Spike. As that goes down for JGOG. The nade goes down against JGOG. JGOG gets it. Z1A still waiting in the smoke, about to find every single Whitney Young player at mid. If this smoke goes down a little early, they're waiting for it to end. Throw out the flash. Get one flashed fully. Get B-hop Lefty, as Lefty did get the one that Z1A was peeking at, but Game Over got Z1A as he peeked. As it's looking disadvantage right now for this Whitney Young team. Getting one though from Zipsy, but can't get the rest, as the last, as now it is sitting as a 1-on-2 right now for this Whitney Young team as they try and retake in this crucial round here. Red Frost peeking from this lower side on B, can't get any, and Jones gets this 27th round. It's been a long game.
Whitney could not isolate the 1v1s there, which really provided Jones enough
Sorry.
support to go through it. It looks like a heavy side push, sending 3 down main.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting right now, too, because we don't see any ults up. And that's going to really affect us. Whitney Young has had a lot of pushes good on alts, but so has this other Jones team, as their alts on defense didn't serve them too well here as they head towards this A site. Maybe a bit of a lurk backside, but they just decide otherwise. They're just going to come back and pushes a team as they wait for this last one. And Jones is actually going to rotate a little bit towards his B side, thinking that there's a presence there as they haven't pushed A yet as aggressively as they normally do, as one waits in CT for the push to begin. But they're going to start it. It looks like Whitney Young's going to start it now as Roomba comes and the entire Jones team rotates. Oh my god, a one-tap from Stumpy. Another headshot by Stumpy as he looks to peek, snapping back, headed back sight. Zipsy getting one more on left in the form of Lefty, but a strong push kind of destroyed here by this team, this Jones team, getting the last one in the form of Zipsy, and Jagog puts the nail in the coffin for the pod squad as Whitney Young takes the loss 13-15 to the #1 seeded Jones Eagles here. What did you see from both teams that you liked?
I saw a lot of like change up in strategies where Whitney would either play back or push up quite often. They changed it up a lot, leaving Jones to have to really guess, but Jones really did end up pulling through, I say.
Absolutely. I mean, Jones kind of up 5-0 had the Dolphins had their back on the wall. They're up 12-11, but Jones with ults was able to force overtime, and without ults were able to end overtime. And that will be the first map over, and we're going to take a quick 3-minute break here. Don't leave this browser as we have more IHSEA LAN action coming to you. Welcome back to some IHSEA action between the number 13 seeded Whitney Young Dolphins versus the number 1 seeded Jones Eagles. And we are on map 2 here as we saw an incredibly close match here as defenders attackers make their picks here. And it's really been a close match. Last round went to overtime to 15-13, I believe, as the Whitney Young Dolphins have been really giving this Jones team, who's just been a guillotine all year, a go for their money as they're going to try and bring this out to the third game here, and it's been really well. We've seen a lot of team play, like we mentioned, from this Whitney Young team, and this Jones team too has been playing a little better as a team. I've noticed as they had to deal and had lost about 4 or 5 rounds in a row to this Whitney Young team. What do you think about the picks here on Haven?
They're pretty similar. We have a Fade and Breach on either side, but the smokes are going to be traded out for Astra and Brim, which I've seen Astra a lot this season, which is really interesting.
Astra, not typically in meta, but I mean, we see here Whitney Young uses Astra, Jones uses Astra. Really the only 2 teams that I've seen too much on these featured games that use Astra, as I don't tend to keep up with all of the matches, but I do my best too. But we have a lot of teams in the IHSEA, and they're all really, really good, as we see this year. It's a lot harder to win now, as it feels like in the IHSEA, as teams place higher. Whitney Young, a 13 seed, rivaling this 1 seed, and you can tell by that the skill pool is getting better and better year by year.
It does look like Jones will be attacking more aggressively, buying up. Yeah,
actually, almost exactly the same buys here. Would you like to see more similarities in these teams and these picks and these money buys and these economies? Because it shows us really what's better. The Jones is more individual player, or Whitney Young's more, I guess, team play here. As we see a Nightmare Grenade go out, as Utah's being used really early, which kind of decided the last game here. As we see, Whitney Young, as Jones rather, decides to head B and C, and it staves off at A. And we see this B site push here from Jones as they all centralize. Zipsy getting shot here a little bit by a classic 3-bullet. Nightmare Grenade goes down, gets a little intel, but as Breach brings a grenade through the wall, getting 1. Killjoy getting another, and the Jet and Fade getting 2 more, as we see 2 more, and a little rough to see on the side of ours, a little blurry, but we see a defender win here, or as right at the end there, we saw 2 picks on the side for Whitney Young as they do. Oh, Jones.
It does seem
to nothing.
Like Stunna was subbed in for Jones, as we saw earlier. I'm not sure who Stunna is playing this time.
Stunna will be on, I believe, I believe on the Breach. Stunna heading with the Breach. Excellent push there, but can't get it done there for Jones, as we see another BC mid-ish kind of push for this team, as we see a clash at this seaside here at Garage. Lefty trying to get what they can there, but deciding, hey, let's just go B with the rest of the team, as Spike is picked up finally as they head towards mid. Shots fired. 3 frags already on the side of Whitney Young, and Lefty heads up this left side. Coincidental, gets shot in the back though by 250, and it's almost looking like a close flawless for this Whitney Young side. As I say that, game over, getting 1 in the head, another in the head, 2 shots, 2 kills for this Astra here, avoiding that breach. I don't remember the name. Yeah, it's done. But they can't deal as the Prowler gets them. They go blind, and Z1A gets this last pick for the pod squad here, getting up early.
2 picks on a save round is pretty big, though, taking away guns for that bonus. And it looks like they are going to be splitting A mid towards B.
Absolutely.
Oh, it looks like they're defaulting this round on the Jones side.
Yeah, it looks like a default on the Jones side. As we see, whoever wins this game will be moving on, I believe, to the finals, and whoever loses will be moving on to the 3rd place game. So either team have already done great jobs here, but look to move on. As we see a very, very split Jones push here. But towards Garage, we see already a lot of action, and Ray's getting 1, a little bit of a rough on our side, can't read the name here, but Red Frost getting almost getting another there, but got flashed. Cooper kind of backing off here as this Jones team is scattered all over the place, unable to deal right now as they fend off for each other. But they seem a little fine on B without Bomb, though. Getting one down, placing some smokes, but Bomb sits on that side, too, and is headed up the C long site. Sorry, I apologize. And we see a rotate as they believe they know where they are with these Astra smokes. And Whitney Young coming through. Actually, Whitney Young coming from T side and Jones coming from GT side right now. Lefty catching Quink there as in that long hallway there. Unable to do it as Quink goes out in the open, not really looking towards that. DBP and Red Forest sitting in garage, and they're going to try and make this retake as Whitney Young did excellently on Haven earlier against the number 5 Redhawks team, but I think they're just going to save, which is an interesting pick because, I mean, they don't want to lose their economy and they're just deciding, hey, you know what? We're not going to do that. They are going to look and try and get a pick here, and actually, maybe a little bit of a no, I'm not sure what they're doing as they head towards site, maybe trying to just get a pick, but they can't get it done there as Jones gets their first round there. As actually you mentioned, there's probably more. Yeah, actually, I'll let you say it.
It's more beneficial to die there because you get more credits on the losing side if you lose. You get. I don't know how many more credits, but it's better than saving a bad gun when you can buy full next round.
Absolutely, and those little things can make the difference in a tight niche match against two amazing teams like this. And Whitney Young, again, smart like Dolphins are, as their mascot holds true, as we see, again, more of a A-centered push in between there at that A site, and the Raze comes down for this. Raze ability comes down, letting Quick get that ultimate orb as the smoke goes down as well. And Lefty gets shot about 40 times and gets big damage to their chest, but they're going to lead the push on the side for Whitney Young, nevertheless, as they look to jump or dash here, but can't get it done. Can't dash there, not really anywhere to go. But we see Jones still not sure where the push is headed. 3 on B, 2 on A, but B-Hop came over, just kind of got caught there, but lived to tell the tale. But Jagog cannot say the same as he was on A site and got caught by the other one on A site on the backside. Game over, getting another on this. On the C site now, as push heads towards C site, and Game Over looks to try and put down some smokes, try and come back, and the ult comes up for Astra there as the map is now split in half, and excellent smoke there by the Astra on the smoke wall, I guess you would call it there. But this retake is going to be really hard for the Jones side, for the Whitney Young side here. I apologize as they head out. Raise ult, shoot one, get one. 3 already for DBP with the chance of an ace here as they head down AB long, getting the 4th kill on the last pick. But Z1A gets the last pick. But I mean, if I'm Whitney Young in a game like this, aces don't matter to me. I'm trying to win, but the ace would have been nice to see.
It does seem like Jones has sent out a lurk and tried to flank Whitney Young so far for 2 rounds in a row, and Whitney Young kind of predicted it this round, seeing them get the pick on the flank.
Absolutely, a really scattered push, but it ended up working out. I mean, they killed 3 people. I think 2 people on C. Raze killed 2 people on C site. Yeah, 2 people on C site, 2 people on A site, and Z1A got the last one down B long, which they were sitting, but they came back to site once that Astra ult came up. Zipsy and Doi now on the defensive side for Whitney Young, trying to put something down here, trying to put up a Killjoy ult, maybe having some trouble, but they decide to put it in the bottom corner there. Z1A gets a little bit of an advantageous spot using that smoke to its using their brim smoke to their advantage there as they watch mid window, but that's not where Push is. Push is headed a little bit towards A as the rest of the Jones team decides, yeah, we're going to go there too with the other 2. And Quink up top, and Heaven completely blind, but as they're going to try and guess there, throwing a Nightmare Grenade down, headed up, trying to get a Prowler out, gets one, I think blinds one, but Jones has control of sight now, and Whitney Young is going to try to get their famed retake done here, as they have on so many times on Haven earlier. as they have 3 Heaven, 2 down the side. An ult coming out for Breach there on the side of Whitney Young trying to take back the site. Stunna does get Zipsy though, even blinded. Quink gets the rest, but the Jones team overwhelming in their power here. Z18 getting another blind. Z18 doing great with blinds there, doing an excellent job, but not enough to get Whitney Young back to the site as Jones takes their second match of the game, and we are just seeing this game go back and forth and back and forth. Neither team getting a grip on the economy, but both teams a little bit actually low in money, but neither team get a grip on the economy or the game for that matter, as whenever we see a team win 2, the other one comes back, wins one, much like the end of last round there.
It does look like Jones will be forcing, so they will have the upper hand on guns, and it does look like Whitney Young will be half buying. They're playing a default again for info.
Yeah, with that buff Stinger that got buffed this act you mentioned to me beforehand, that's going to be an interesting pick. Stingers are really, really good. And Z1A sitting a little bit of a cheeky spot there, trying to maybe catch the Jones offender off guard if they head up site. But that might be hard with a Brim and a Astra, or not an Astra, Brim and their Killjoy head up site, trying to peek down that C long. But this is not really going to get it done, though, as the smoke comes down. But Z1A in a really advantageous spot. They think they might know as they head towards it, but they get one, and that's a good trade on the econ round. Cooper getting another one as the ult from the other side now comes with the Fade ult, and that's hard. 2 status effects on this Whitney Young team at C-Site. Can't get any. Cooper gets one, Lefty gets one. Zipsy tries their best to get it, but gets killed by Cooper there. DPP, one of the last 2 defenders for this Whitney Young side, at a disadvantage on this retake. Gets one. Cooper not looking, but Quick gets blinded, and Stunna doing a great job taking advantage of it as DPP creeps up this C long, trying to get anything they can and try and take back the site. As Jones really not on site, but Stunna getting it anyway through a wall and a headshot through that box. Really, really good positioning there. Probably only seeing a couple pixels from the other side, but Jones evens this game.
Stunna playing that off angle was insane, and that ult combo really put Jones at an advantage there. Going towards, it looks like they're going towards A. No, it looks like they're defaulting this round.
Yeah, a lot of default pushes here for this Jones side. It is hard to push on this B Haven on this Haven side. It is a little difficult to do default pushes here, as they're probably harder on any other map because for the obvious reason of 3 points, and Haven has been doing great on the defensive side there as DPB gets picked, gets a little pick to them, not fully dead but a lot of damage as we see a BC sort of push for this Jones team. As they head up towards mid, head up towards C, looking towards garage a little bit, but they think they've decided more on mid here. Stunna leading the way for this team. Lefty leading the way in garage as well. J-Gog trying to watch his left angle here with the op. His shots are exchanged between Quink and their Breach on the Jones side, which I've already forgot the name of. Stunna, yep. And J-Gog looks towards his backside. Lefty getting caught kind of there, trying not to get caught by this Whitney Young team who may be offensive, but they don't, or maybe a little offensive there, but don't know. But Lefty gets one on that site, gets PvP, gets Red Frost, and nearly gets Zipsy, but Quink, thinking that is not their teammate, shoots at Zipsy, but luckily no team damage in Valorant. A little confused there, but a lot less confused on this side as they are pretty sure that Jones is pushed based on the spike planted up top. Kind of hard there, and they're blinded to see the colors on the outlines of your teammates, so be sure there as Z18 tries to lead this Jones retake, flashing out, not getting anyone I believe, except maybe the backside Stunna there on Quink, getting taking rid of any support there, getting one, Stunna getting one, I apologize, putting down Quink there at that backside as Whitney Young is deciding to save here, and Jones is gonna get their first lead of the game, and that's really, really big as the Pod Squad loses their first round here. But we're gonna see if any picks can be given for the Pod Squad. Z18 knowing that there's somebody coming, Zipsy knowing as well, same as Z18 as they get some peeks there, using some util to keep this team at bay. Getting another, and even on that loss, they hit 3 kills after the bomb went off, and the attackers fully won the game.
Playing exits there really helped their econ out, because obviously now,
yeah, game over is going to struggle to buy a little bit here.
Yeah, defense. I already forgot the name. Has to force.
Yeah, I mean the Whitney Young team does have to force a little bit, but that's that's a good round to lose. I mean, now you have to force a little less because you got a bunch of kills, but that stun's really going to do them in there, kind of facing back, not really choosing that aggression, but they do know there's more there. And this, all 5 offenders come through, kind of backing off once the Odin comes into mid. I believe that's an Odin. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, it's a Phantom. I apologize. I couldn't see what he was holding. But we see the A site quickly evacuated by Whitney Young, as they've done so many times before on Haven, and it is quickly Jones' site as they line it up for a retake. Nightmare Grenade going out. Same with the phase ult. All 3 ults coming out now. Killjoy up. And Cooper tries to get one. Can't. Does end up getting one. Lefty getting another. DP getting another. Cooper getting another. Zipsy getting another. And the Killjoy contains Cooper only. As the last two offenders sit and try to take back the site that they just lost. J-God getting a trade with Z1A and Cooper. Zipsy trying to bait a peek there. Knows one on the left side. Nearly gets one. Last defender has to stick here. He's going to have to stick soon, but gets caught on the peak. It won't matter as Jones takes another site. And that's a wonderful, wonderful round for Jones. You just wasted 3 ults on the Whitney Young side, and now Whitney Young is going to struggle to buy a little bit here, and now they're down 3 ults, which really sucks. And now, if you look on this Jones side, they've got an Astra ult, a Fade ult, and a Jet ult, which are 3 excellent offensive ults.
Game over using the jump peak on that last round really gave enough time for that KJ not to be able to defuse Spike, which was a really good play by Game Over.
Absolutely. I mean, Game Over seems both these teams are incredibly smart, doing incredibly smart things that you would see only professional Valorant players really think of here. And Quink getting with the Marshall, trying to get some kills here. Now kind of in a bad spot for the econ wise, so they've decided to do a save round here on this Whitney Young side, and Red Frost throwing out another smoke trying to cover his team there, but they're not really even remotely there, and that's just a waste of util, and they don't know it. Z1A kind of a little bit in a weird situation, but gets caught by Stunna, who just has a better gun overall. And Quink, and we see a large rotation from Whitney Young, and it's kind of a rotation into what's going to feel like a retake as J-Gog sits backside and Quink kind of evacuates site, just trying to get what they can, but gets caught through the smoke by Lefty with a headshot, demanding respect through the smoke there. Zipsy still watching it with a Marshall, trying to get anybody. DVP up top with the Marshall. Zipsy getting one on B side. A side, jeez, as DVP tries to get one, just trying to shoot there, but not really willing to go on the full peak there, as J-God catches Red Forest on the flank there, and they are going to have a little bit of a harder time retaking now, only at 2 angles instead of 3. I love that noise from that Marshall there. It's really cool. Thought we'd mention that as the peak comes from Breached, which they now know is below. Gives them a little bit of intel, but yeah, it's not going to matter as Zipsy watches it but can't get caught. DVP getting one, but Stunna getting his 3rd kill of the round. A wallbang and a DVP into heaven. And that's going to be a quick 4 in a row for Jones, as this game is looking a little grim now for Whitney Young.
And there's going to be a tactical timeout for Whitney Young's side. So what do you think they're going to do?
Well, here's the thing with Whitney Young, is they've been playing great defense so far, but they've just been getting overwhelmed. They lost those 2 ults. Those last 2 rounds, I really wouldn't think too hard about. They need to just keep playing their game, in my opinion. I mean, you're going to have to, you're going to have to probably make a little bit of a comeback, because you're going to feel like you're going to lose around here. I mean, Jones has got 4 ults right now, and they could any push they want. Save and get a Jet ult, and Chambers close to his too as well. I mean, it's hard right now for this Whitney Young team as they're up against so much, having to lose those 3 ults on that one retake, and they couldn't even get the retake done because of how well Jones played. But I think they're going to stick to their game, stick to their guns, and just try and bear out these ults, bear out these rounds, and try and get back into this game once their econ is a little safer. And they need to just win these next 2 games, maybe get this econ in the right spot. But it's going to be hard for Whitney Young here, a real uphill battle, and there's not much you can change against Jones here because they have been adapting extremely well every time Jones changes. But I guess they're just going to have to outlast to this other side and this other switch here.
They really need this momentum of winning those next 2 games, too. It looks like Jones will be defaulting again. Getting that intel is very beneficial for either side.
Yeah, Z1A coming through on this B site, trying to just get a stun through. Stunna kind of just watching. But you did mention momentum, and it is a little rough as a player because they can hear upstairs a lot of cheering for when something happens. So it's a little rough mentally to think about that and be like, oh, I just did something bad. Now they're like cheering for the other team. But we see a clash at B site now. My thoughts are cut short by this Jones team headed onto site real quick. Still not using an ult yet, but maybe as they get closer and everybody gets kind of together, they're going to maybe try and join ult here as Stunna sits right at the door, outlast that smoke and head back. Is maybe this Jones team is a little indecisive, maybe deciding, hey, let's go C now, because they're not sure what's happening on B. Not enough intel for them there. They head towards C. Tremor coming down and can get one, stun one, and that is the ult from two ults, Fade and the stun from this Jones side. Z1A trading with Jgog, Red Frost getting one, not a trade, I apologize, completely other side of the match. Kiwok getting one, Stunna getting another. This is a 3-on-3, and sights belong to Jones. Lefty getting another on the retake. DBB jumping up, getting another. Can't see it through the flash happening, but they still get one anyway as they look to try and deal with this last night. Game over, not aware that there's one in his crosshairs. They run into each other, and Zia can't see it fast enough. Game over. Gets the pick there as DPB creeps towards Garage and tries to end this Astra here to win this game that Whitney Young really, really needs, but they don't know where they are, and they're going to have to defuse here and probably stick it as Astra sits backside C, and he's going to hold the defuse. Astra's going to come out. They know they threw that smoke, but he's going to come out and get the headshot, and an excellent, excellent clutch for Astra as Jones gets another round here.
That Breach Fade combo has been seen twice by Jones so far this game alone. Breach and Fade are really good, like, team combo. As we have seen, like, their pushes have been insane.
Yeah, those ults are dangerous together because not only are you stunned, you are also, like, completely blind. You can't hear anything. You can't see anything. It's a little bit tough, and I'm surprised because on the other side, that same thing happened, and Jones managed to push through, even not being able to hear, not being able to see all too well, and with a little wonky vision, they still got it through as we see a Prowler head through Garage, giving them a little bit of intel there. And we're going to see probably... Jones really hasn't decided where they're going to push right now. Just kind of sitting back sight now. Maybe spreading out a little bit. Kind of turning into a default as the round goes on, it feels like. And we see this very, very patient Jones offense as opposed to what they just did with those two ults. And they're going to look... It looks like I had C as it's the only match they haven't... Only thing they haven't really seen or had intel on. They're going to give it a shot there as smoke comes down Garage though. But they're not going to head Garage. They're going to head C long. Apologize, drinking some water there as Jgog looks towards B site, trying to maybe set up a flank, but is kind of exposing himself as two defenders kind of start to rotate because of the B site shots, but head to C anyway. But that's Astra's ult up, and that's going to be a massive, massive wall in the form of a physical wall and just a general wall in the sense of it's going to be hard for this retake to come, even at an advantage here, as Stunna gets a pick there and evens that advantage from this Whitney Young side. B-Hop getting another, and can't get a third. DBZ with that Stinger getting another, but picks up a Phantom, and C long as three defenders sit through the smoke as they try and defend this, but Astra's ability comes down, and they're kind of throwing away Decayed and Vulnerable right now, throwing a nade as they're going to try and stick it here, but won't be able to get it. Stunna getting a third. Zia trying to flash and trying to do anything they can because they're not sure they can win this game, or they're pretty sure they can't win this round, but they're going to try and wipe this Jones team anyway. Oh, he wipes Jones's team, and he gets out of it. That's, you know, for a round loss, that's a pretty good round loss. But again, 8-3. You don't want to go up against this Guillotine and Jones. They could be this far down at the half. They were a lot closer, I believe, 7-5 last half.
That gun was huge for their econ, allowing them to fall by this round, which is a really huge round since it's the last round before the half.
Yeah, you don't want to go down on an econ round just because you literally can't buy anything towards the round. Cooper being able to be bought, I believe, by a teammate there because of that econ save. And we see Quink already getting aggressive with Z18 at different sites now. And at A site, we see a more heavy Jones presence there as they try and figure it out. Try and figure this out and try and get up 9-3 early, which would be a really, really hard comeback for this team as they haven't been down. So Dolphins team hasn't been down more than 5 and down 6. We'll see what they can do. But Jones still has to win this round first. As I get a little ahead of myself, I mean, in the sense that it's interesting to see. It's interesting to think about what's going to happen after this round, even as the round goes on. As on A site, you see a lot of shots already happening. Jgog already on site with the rest of his team, getting DVP for Red, getting one towards back site. Quick making a great defense here, nearly getting 3, only 2 as Cooper gets him in the back site. And he gets him towards the back tunnel there, as they've kind of just decided we can't push here. There's too many coming. So they've decided, oh, I relied. They're not going to push there. They're going to push from tunnel. But Z18 expects it. Heading down. Ooh, millisecond game there. Z18 could have gotten a peek there and maybe gotten killed there, but that's going to leave it as 3-on-2 an advantage for this team on Whitney Young, as he sees one, and he's going to get both. Oh, I apologize. He only gets one. Forrest gets one through the box. Z18 gets Cooper to end the round, as Whitney Young ends this half on a very, very high note.
Playing that crossfire was really strong for Jones.
Yeah, Jones.
Sorry.
Jones is now, for the spectators at home, Jones now is in green, and the Whitney Young Dolphins now sit in red.
And looking at Whitney Dolphins, they do look like they will be heading towards the seaside. Not buying up quite so much. They look to be half saving.
Yeah, it's an interesting team here. We mentioned how these teams play a lot differently, and it's actually ironic right now because Jones is not known for being a team player, and their frags are a lot more together. They've been playing as a team, and Whitney Young has been kind of on these individual runs with each individual player, as we see a lot more top fragging, and Red Frost really towards the bottom of the leaderboard there, trying to pick it up in the second half, as Game Over is already overrun by like 400 utils, getting DVP with the Roomba there, as Red Frost gets Stunna, and the objective already belongs to the Dolphins as they swim onto site so fast. And we're going to see a retake by this Eagles team, as Cooper heads back site and the other two sit in garage, trying to just make a lineup here as smoke is down and they are safe. And Nevergrenade goes down, can't do anything as the other two in garage are wiped. And Cooper tries to put down a prowler, trying to do anything he can, but there's one on his left and he doesn't see it as he nearly gets clubbed. But DBB finishing them off from a distance there with that ghost.
It would have been insane if that Brim got the knife on him.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to see just the Brim's face, just like on the left side with the melee out, trying to get a pick there, but yeah.
Does seem that Jones will be saving this round.
Yeah,
no, never mind. They're going back with the Stingers. Only half buying for their team. No. Stinger is becoming the new meta this act with the new buff of the fire rate.
Yeah, I really think the Spectres are meta round 2 when you win, because you've got a longer distance there, and you can maybe peek a little patiently, maybe sit at a bit of a distance there, which is a thing Stinger struggles with, but not there, clearly, as Lefty gets one, and the very A-heavy Whitney Young Dolphins try and spread out now, as they know that they're fully aware, as they saw all 5 members on the site as they race to C-site and try to stop this plant, from this Z1A here, but Jones can't do anything as Zipsy Zipsy tears the head off of Jegog. Stunna getting Z1A on point. Spike down, and the grenade not going to be enough in the poor situation there, but DVP has Spike now, and on the site it is a 2-on-2, and kind of a reclaim-ish, but they haven't got Spike down. Lefty and Frost finishing it off for the Dolphins, though, as they win the first 2 very, very quickly and bring this game within 2.
Jones buying there might not have been the play. Having their econ totally trashed, they have to save another round and cannot bonus.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to get some Spectres because they all did die, and you do get a lot of money.
Yeah,
I think you get a difference of what? I think it's about 300, which can still buy you a Spectre, but there's still a lot of money on the side.
Does seem like they will be forcing, however, buying up, and it does look like Whitney Young will be saving here.
More toward an econ round, still trying to get as much money as they can, trying to get an advantage, because if they can win this econ round, that's going to put the Jones econ in terrible dismay there. And as they're going to have a great econ there, as Prowler comes out, Jgog trying to deal with it, just deciding, I'm out and leaving, as Quink and Brim there get on site and decide to leave tunnel there, but as they go back and try to grab Spike there, as I articulate my words correctly. and they head towards this A site. Nobody's on it technically right now, but Jet's going up there to watch. And for Whitney Young right now, that's a great push. You already on site they just rotated. So that's really interesting there. As Zipsy shoots down this tunnel, up from the tunnel towards Jagog, who's trying to prevent a little bit of a flank there from this other side as all of the members of Jones try and reconvene on point here. And Red Frost gets the first pick after after a lot of shooting there. And Forrest gets the first pick after a struggling first half. Jagog coming onto site now, trying to retake point, but Red Frost getting another. Oh, not Red Frost, I apologize. Game over, and Jagog getting assist from Red Frost. Jagog getting another here. Jagog getting caught by that ult, but it's going to push him in to Brim, and that's going to give him the retake there for Jones. Jagog with an excellent retake there, and I think he should have time.
He does have time.
I'm not 100% familiar with the bomb on Valorant, but I know the noises. I know what they mean.
It does seem like they will have enough money to buy on the Whitney Young side, but it does look like another save round, or at least half buy from the Jones side. Looking towards C, putting 2 towards Garage, it seems like. It doesn't seem like Jones will be putting anyone at A, leaving it defenseless, but that won't be a problem since Whitney Young is going towards C side.
Yeah, as we see a very C-sided push here, but DPB catching that aggressive push. Lefty getting another, and that's going to be a really aggressive push on the mid from this Jones team, who's already got them down to 3 players right off the hook here. But Red Frost is going to try and counter this here. Lefty trying to prevent themselves from getting killed by Red Frost. Frost getting 3, getting 4, and on a really big quick swing, the Dolphins just float right back into that and keep this game alive, keep this round alive, even down 4-3 there. That was really good by Red Frost, who's had a really big struggle and has already started the round, I believe, started the half at 3-9 and is already back to 12-10. Excellent reconvening of the game here as we see a more characteristic Dolphins team here. Whitney Young winning that round there.
It does look like we're going to be seeing Jet knives this round on defense on the Jones side. It looks like another default for Whitney Young. Haven't seen that before from them on this side.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of econ rounds, and they know that.
Yeah.
As a quink, it's Valor out, gets Lefty flashes and or smokes rather, tries to get out of there. Not really sure that anybody's going to push, but did get catch by that Prowler because they didn't want to waste any knives, understandably. And we see Lefty head up towards this heaven as there's a strong presence towards the C site as Whitney Young convenes onto the site. The Dolphins trying to fight for it. B-Hop Lefty catching 1, Quink getting another, Lefty getting another, and Forrest getting Lefty, ending that ult. Cooper getting Quink there. And we see this ult in effect, kind of not doing too much for this side of the Jones team there, as they got 1 there only, and traded with this Whitney Young team, who's gonna finally plant after having to deal with this ult there. But Red Frost running into a brick wall there. Jagog turning around and somehow, some way, getting DBP on that turnaround as the Jones Eagles come up 10-7, and they split it so Cooper can get points. Yeah, Cooper's got ult now. No, not Cooper. Jagog. Jagog has ult. I'm not sure what that switch was for. Maybe it was just a little sportsmanship. Well, thank you. You know.
Jagog's insane flick there. Not checking his corner, but it didn't seem to affect him much. It does seem like it's gonna be a save half buy on the
on this Whitney Young team here. Yeah, the pod squad. Yeah, you can remember the name, but that's pretty funny. But we do see a lot of ults on this side. I'm gonna figure they're gonna try and get it here. Is even with a save round, those ults can make a big difference. Jagog having to shoot there, not really wanting to get that Prowler, and it ends up going to waste there as Stunna gets this flash off after being flashed. And this is kind of a flash nightmare for both teams now, as neither team can see. Reyna blind jumping in, Stunna getting 2, Jagog and Lefty getting 1, Quink only getting 1, and quickly that Dolphins push is annihilated. And we see Zipsy just kind of like, all right, I'm going to wait, but not waiting anymore, heading onto site, but gets caught by Jagog's deadly op as it's 11-7 Eagles now. And the last time they were at 11, didn't go too well for this Eagles team.
Went to overtime, it seemed. But it does look like they should be having enough funds to full buy this round. It does look like a C push. They might be playing slower this round to gather more intel.
Absolutely. Whitney Young back against the wall here. Don't want to bring this to match point too early, as that can put you really, really down here as we see a full buy from both teams. No real force except from this Whitney Young team. Actually, side has a little bit of a must-win scenario here, or they're going to have to save on match point as DBP catches game over in garage, ripping the head off the shoulders there. An easy way to get into a good advantage here as Lefty sits on point watching garage after that pick. And the peek, ooh, barely misses the op as Z1A on the other side, getting one as they try and switch sites here. Stunna catching the odd one out who hadn't switched yet in the form of Quick as they quickly run towards site. Spike in the hands of Z1A as the stun comes out, but nobody's on A site, and they're going to find that out right now, and they are very, very much going to get this point down. It's going to have to be a retake here from this Jones side, and I mean, they're doing a great job. They're actually preventing that plant and giving them themselves a little more time as they set up the ult there and prepare the ult from Stunna. As more ults come down from both sides, Brim's Hellfire coming down, Lefty getting one from the top of heaven on the ropes, getting DBP as the other one comes out. Prowler comes out. Zipsy can't see anything. Red Frost headed trying to get this point back, gets a flick on the Lefty but can't get anything more as Stunna headshots him. And Zipsy tries to keep this game alive, tries to keep this round alive rather. D18 and Zipsy, Z18 and Zipsy getting caught by Stunna's dangerous Vandal there. Good job on the ult there to get that round in, get that retake going for Jones. And at a disadvantage, that's gonna put match point up against these Dolphins.
It was a great use of util on both sides, I'd say. But it does look like the pod squad will have to be half buying this last round, trying to force up, trying to get any momentum they can into this next, if they want to get overtime.
Yeah, Whitney Young has really got them on the ropes here in econ round, and even if you weren't at the ropes, this would be the end really for the economy right now for this side. But they have to buy here as this. The Killjoy turret getting some intel for them as they know there's at least a Vandal on C site, and the pushes come out aggressive with the fade out coming down. Game over, not able to get one, getting some damage in, a lot of damage in, getting DVP. Stunna getting another, getting two as he's blind and he can't finish it off. Jagog getting another though, Z1 in the form of Z18. Zipsy with the Spectre getting Stunna there as Lefty looks on this long sight trying to keep this push dead for the Dolphins, but they are able to push, and Jagog gets the last two, and the defenders win, and Jones moves on to the finals. And this is they were in the finals last year, I believe, but this is going to be their chance to take the championship they wanted so badly last year.
Being on a win streak, only losing one map, that seemed like a pretty close call for me.
Absolutely. I mean, that was an excellent play by Jones. They read that team like a book. They came back to the rec side. They made new pushes. They did a great job there. And now they're moving on to finals, which I'm not sure what time it'll be. I assume 5, but times are not final. There'll be a countdown once this stream fully ends. We saw a lot of good plays by Stunna there. We see that more not team centered there. As overall, there's more frags on the side of. On the side of Whitney Young there, but they can't pull it out, and that's going to be a great win for Jones, and Whitney Young is headed to the third place match. I'm Carson. That is...
I am JC.
And that is the semifinal done. Tune in for the final once the countdown comes in, and come back after that.
Hello, welcome back to the Illinois High School Esports Association Valorant State Championship. I am here, of course, joined by the Dalton McGee. It's been a long day.
It has.
Sorry about tripping over the words, but it's been a long day.
It's been a very long day. We were up at 4:30, leaving, getting out of Springfield at 5 to get here. Everybody had different travel times to get here, but we are finally at the end. Those quarterfinals were close. The semifinals were even closer.
Yes.
And we had some nail biters there, but even though they were very close games, they only went 2 games long for those matches.
Yeah.
So we're an hour ahead of schedule. We're looking at a bronze match between Yorkville and Whitney Young to see who gets to take home a trophy. The other one will not. And then the championship match, the long-awaited rematch.
Lane Tech and Jones College Prep, which, by the way, traveled together today for LAN. So
Literally in the same bus.
either way, the first and second place trophy are going on the same bus tonight.
Yeah, those two teams have quite a rivalry, especially in Valorant. But there's also a lot of goodwill between them, and they've
Absolutely.
they were talking before this match about how proud they were of representing Chicago public schools so well. Hey, and hey, if Whitney Young wins, all these trophies are going to Chicago.
Yeah,
So
that's true. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. It's all going up north.
And it definitely has been a Chicago-dominated year. Coach Rakowskis at Unit 5 pointed out on our last night when he and I were talking about this. No teams south of I-80 got to this LAN final this time.
Really?
Yep, that was the first time it's happened in a very long time, but this is definitely a northern-dominated game this year, and we see that here with our Chicago Public Schools there.
Wow.
So,
well, just real quick, speaking of, quick shout out, we did shout out, of course, CPS and Chicago Public Schools, but we also want to shout out the one of the organizations that have really helped not only this stream and today go very smoothly, but this entire season. Of course, we're talking about League OS. League OS, everyone over at League OS, including Joel and Marty, and Pitch, of course, are absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for what you've done for our organization, but also just what you've done for the students that play within our league. So I know that you can talk a little bit more about it, and you will, but I just have to say we've been thoroughly impressed with League OS, and we're very happy to have them a part of the IHSEA family.
yeah, we met them at I met them at the NACAD conference when I went there to speak there in Des Moines, and that relationship started, and it has blossomed into this really great partnership with the IHSEA. When you guys are watching the streams, the overlays, that's them. Yeah. Those brackets you see, the transitions, League OS is making all those toys fun to play with on stream. But it's not just that. They'll be the first to tell you Illinois is just so competitive with our esports. Let me explain something to everybody at home real quick. So we run Swiss seasons. We've talked about that all year. And so basically the way it works is you play a random opponent week 1, and then as the matches go on, your next opponent is the closest in record to you possible, and then when there's a pool of those that could be chosen, it's still random. So traditional Swiss is win-loss record. You play against the same people with win-loss record. But in Valorant, we don't just track that. We track map differential, and we don't just track that. We track round differential. And so when these teams are getting matched up, they are literally playing the exact carbon copy of who they're facing in the standings.
What I found really interesting too is that it's actually come down to some of these matchups have been, and some teams' placements at the end of the year have come down to round differential, which
One
is
round.
Yeah, it was actually 1 round difference, same exact game loss, game win, game loss, and it would just keep going down the list until we got to the round differential. It was like 1 round difference.
Yeah, I mean, for example, Revis was the 12 seed heading into the online playoff, and Whitney Young, who we're going to see in this third place match play, was the 13 seed. And when you looked at the standings initially, you're like, well, why is Whitney Young under Revis? Because they have a better round differential, same game differential. We went into it. Let me tell you what this League OS coding does. We found out that it rounded to the nearest whole number for the map differential, so we thought it was the same, but it wasn't. It was 63.5 versus 62.5, or excuse me, 63.3.
Yeah.
And they rounded, but these guys coded an impossible system that we basically do this crazy Swiss in Illinois, and we were up many sleepless nights, Joel and I sitting there trying to figure out how it worked, got the perfect system for what has been something that we were not able to get from other platforms that we just using.
And just in general, something that they've gone the extra mile, I think, to kind of help us here in Illinois. So again, just overall, we're really appreciative. We're excited to continue the year using League OS. But again, back to the day. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so another shout out I want to make real quick. You're used to seeing a face commentating that you haven't seen all day. That's Dell from Lane Tech, Frugal Endgame. That's because Dell's playing. in the championship match and hasn't lost yet today. So
Can you imagine if Dell wins the state championship today? She's gonna be like, "Yeah, I couldn't cast. Sorry, I was too busy taking
Winning.
first place." Yeah, I know.
the,
Isn't
the
that
subtle flex for the rest of the year in every other game she'll play.
True.
But I did want to shout Dell out and just all the coaches and parents that have been supportive of these kids, making this possible for them. We know as teachers that so much time goes into this, and so many of us are so underpaid because of the youth of esports. But we appreciate everything you guys have done for your kids. They appreciate it. These experiences are once in a lifetime things. We literally have a kid that came to watch, not play, instead of go to their homecoming tonight because this is so cool.
Like, I didn't, they made that decision on their own.
We're saying,
Yeah.
but like this is something that these kids love. So to the parents and the teachers and the coaches, the administrators, everybody that makes this possible for them,
Thank you.
thank you, because it's a labor of love, but it matters to these kids.
Absolutely.
And they're doing great things past this. We've seen IHSEA students in the past go on to play professional, go on to college, get full ride scholarships. We're doing real things with esports in the IHSEA. So I also wanted to shout out everybody that makes that possible at home.
Yeah. I have one last shout out. Do you have another?
Oh, I do, but I have to say it, I think, now instead of at the end of the broadcast. So I got one, but it's
Really?
got to be last. It's the last thing we always say. It's the last thing we always say.
Okay.
He'll be mad at me if I don't say it.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, what's your thing?
Well, my thing is a little bit different. I just want to shout out Dalton McGee. Truly, you have done an excellent work in this first season of the year. I know it's going to continue going really well, but you deserve a little bit of recognition here, just a little bit. Not to stroke your ego.
No, words of affirmation don't work for me, but I appreciate it.
Seriously though,
Thank you.
I think people deserve to know Dalton McGee. Basically, worked with League OS day in and day out to make this happen. And of course, we have an excellent personnel staff to accompany you. But really, Dalton leading the charge this year and really bringing the competition to Illinois and ensuring that it's all going smoothly. So
I'm glad to know my psychosis.
We
is
appreciate psychosis, sleepless nights, and lots of executive director. What do you do?
Yes, the tickets until 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
Truly.
Those are fun. I got to say it because our trophy presentation in the past, we've been able to do it on camera. With the setup today, it's upstairs. We will not be doing that on stream here after this match is done. But as every broadcast ends, I got to say it. Everybody, when this is done, do your homework.
Do your homework.
TiVo always says it. Do your homework.
I miss TiVo.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with our casters in our championship match. It is the Eagles of Jones College Prep versus the champions of Lane Tech College Prep. Let's see which Chicago Public Schools is going to take the big one home.
Don't go away.
See you soon.
Welcome back, folks, to the IHSEA LAN final here. And right now we have the grand final about to be played here. But before I get started with any of that,
Hi.
play-by-play.
Yes, that is me. My name is Failure Man. It's on the back of the jersey and everything. And yeah, I'll be covering play-by-play throughout this game because, you know, they felt I was qualified enough to come back up here, and I'm honored to take the position, and here I am. Feeling good.
Absolutely. And right now we've got a really, really good match, Failure Man. Failure Man.
There it is.
And we've got Jones versus Lane Tech, the crosstown rivals, number 1 and number 2 respectively. Came on the bus here together, have players that play in the same amateur organization. These two teams are interlinked, and now they're about to play off in a state final.
How awkward is that bus ride home going to be?
Probably not. They're very, very chummy with each other. They're really good friends, yeah.
I feel like, you know, if I were, like, let's say the team that I'm going against is finals, and then I wallop them, I feel like I'd be pretty salty. Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
and you have to go get on the bus with them afterwards. That would be really unfortunate. But based on our previous matches, this is going to be a really, really close game here.
Absolutely. I feel like most people have been looking forward to Jones and Lane Tech, or whichever team would beat, like, if Yorkville beat Jones, then that would have been like a crazy upset, and then that would have been an even more hype game. But even so, like, you know, Jones and Lane Tech, it's the rivalship of IHSEA. Like, what's there not to love? I
mean, they're in IHSEA. They helped the IHSEA out. Dell, one of the players for Lane Tech, is one of their is playing now, and is the reason that we are both casting here. Is Dell, our wonderful caster, can't let be here because unfortunately Dell has to play in the final. But these two teams are, like you said, child almost of the IHSEA is this rivalry and this esports as these schools battle it out. They played earlier this year, and Lane Tech didn't really, I wouldn't call it a blowout, but they beat I wouldn't call it a blowout. Lane Tech got beat 2-0. But these were close rounds that ended, 13-9, 13-10. They were really close, and Lane Tech looks to get some redemption here versus their crosstown rival.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, both teams have been showing up so hardcore. You know, Jones, I've been watching the streams. You know, Jones has been hitting so many crazy shots. So has Lane Tech. I've been watching everybody go absolutely ham. You know, Evil Blueberry on Lane Tech, he's going crazy. I've been watching everything they've been doing. And, you know, it's nice to see the commentation in the stream go through, especially since it's so easy to digest. And then once you actually, like, get it going on, you're like, whoa, what was that flick? And then it's just so good.
Yeah, even my father, who has not touched even any game of this sort, is starting to understand Valorant a little bit. And that's kind of test to our casters this year. Great group of people, interns, whatever you want to call them. Doing a great job this year.
Absolutely.
You did a great job for Springfield this year at their casting crew, but we were not allowed to have you guys. But as we wait for this match to start and the stream to get going, what do you think about who's your pick today?
Oh, okay. So, as a capital, all right, I have to just be for Jones. Like, you know, Lane Tech has always been like I can't call it a rival because they've always beaten us. Let me just say that. But, like, you know, we're not like friendly, so to say. So, like, I'm kind of preying on their downfall a little bit. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Chippy there on Jones. I'm going for Lane Tech. Obviously, cash a connection there. Hoping Dell can win there, and actually Dell will be signing my forehead if they lose. If they win today, Dell will be signing my forehead, along with the trophy for Lane Tech. I believe the actual whole team will be signing my forehead. So we'll look forward to that if Lane Tech wins. But Champions Eagles, pretty good match. Yeah, I mean,
I'm so stoked for this. It seems like, you know, we might be encountering some sort of form of issue here, but it's still taking a moment to get the stream up, at least for us. So
yeah, hopefully the game hasn't started and we are not just
we're not left behind.
Left behind, yeah. And it still seems like an issue here on this side as we do not have a stream, and I think we're getting another tech timeout, and there might be some clapping as the tech timeout may have worked. Yeah, it may have worked.
Oh, but there it is.
Here we are, and we are going to actually watch in depth now. It is already right in the buy phase.
Oh, awesome. Let's go. Perfect timing, actually. Still pause for the tech time. And both teams have a very similar comp, actually. The only difference is the Jet for the KJ and the Sova for the KO. And the Sova for the Fade. So both reveals are out there. And yeah, no, I'm super excited for what they're going to do. So let's get the round started. It's already looking like a primarily A push. And the KO knife pings off Rebu. Now, Rebu already could show what he does, but it doesn't matter because Stunna immediately stunned that man out and took him down. Cooper actually got pinged by that KO knife, kind of slowing down the push a little bit, but it doesn't matter because Lefty gets in there, and White and Lefty, they kind of engage some words in smoke, and Lefty takes him down. and he's taken all of that space already up in heaven. He's about to come across Blueberry. And their engagement, the Evil Blueberry actually takes down Lefty, despite the fact that Lefty had a frenzy, which is crazy. And Echo, oh boy, he got laid out by Stunna. Stunna actually has 3 going on for him, but it couldn't quite get Evil Blueberry. And then J-Gog over here, spamming through the smoke, took him down.
Absolutely, extremely fast push on this pistol round here as I try to combine both words, but an extremely fast push gives this first round to the to Jones, who's on the offense right now on this ascent match here. And it's kind of interesting here as we're going to see these teams who've already played scrim, many scrims against each other. These teams know each other, and they've been with each other a lot. But Blueberry's name, actually before LAN, I believe Blueberry's username was just regular Blueberry. So as we got to DeKalb, it seems Blueberry turned evil. And
The villain arc started.
Yeah, the villain arc begun, and Blueberry looks to get a few picks here and get
And
a
this
good
time, the attacker side still kind of looking A-sided, but they do have a little bit of a lurk coming up from the Jet and the Chamber. You know, they're just holding their own, making sure that nobody gets any anti pushes. And Blueberry over here holding a really close angle with the Shorty. You know, maybe somebody will walk into him, and that'll be a free gun for Blueberry to turn this round around. And you know, they're just gonna play these angles, see what they can do. They have a Chamber peeking down bot mid. Just see, like I said, they're just playing all those angles, trying to see if anybody peeks into anybody. It's like a second reaction time. Like, as soon as you peek, you have a millisecond. Bam, flicked onto their head.
Absolutely.
So,
Blueberry's been wonderful so far through this tournament, helping stomp out Yorkville earlier today.
absolutely, and it seems more so like, actually, White has an amazing flank over here. 4 people, not even aware. Stunna got timing by Blueberry and didn't even see him walk
Not
behind.
even just White, too, yeah.
And this is looking to be detrimental. They have free reign of the flank.
They haven't got on site yet.
And it turns out they have free lane, but they kind of whiff a little bit, and both of them get taken down in the back, but Thurl gets 1, and so Stunna gets 2, actually, but it doesn't matter because J-Gog gets 2 as well. And all that's left is a KJ with a Shorty. Against Stunna, I would not recommend repicking that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe try Heaven or, you know, save here, but, I mean, you got no one planted.
Yeah, no,
You're just
Blueberry,
gonna head Heaven.
Blueberry just needs to make something happen with that Shorty.
So then I guess you gotta
Oh.
maybe look at this a little better, break the window.
Maybe they could find a classic or something on the ground. They just need to find some form of weaponry other than a Shorty, because a Shorty is not going to end up winning them the round.
Well, I wouldn't say that too early. I mean, still the Shorty is now both of them are in close quarters, and Blueberry can
you're
jump
right.
down, but
But Blueberry didn't expect them to be hell and gets taken down,
Doesn't look the
making
right
that
way,
0
yeah.
and 2.
yeah, I apologize. It doesn't look the right way as Jones takes an early lead on their crosstown rivals, the champions there.
Overall, not a bad round, though. They did get 3 of their buys down.
Yeah, I mean, that's good on second round. They're buying, kind of put them a little bit in a little bit of a economy headlock here, as I guess I'll call it. But now Atlanta's going to force buy here, and if they lose this round, the economy's going to struggle, but they do have the better guns.
Yeah, no, they definitely need to, this round is the big round. They need to win this round. If they don't end up winning this round, they're going to be facing the consequences for a good 2 or 3 more rounds.
Absolutely.
And yet again, I think it's going to be a default this time, actually. People, they mostly have mid presence, but it doesn't matter because Stunna gets taken down immediately by the Chamber. And Lefty, he's just trying to make something happen. Sheriff, easily one of the best guns in the game. You just hit that headshot, and it doesn't matter how much money your gun costs. A headshot's a headshot. Thrudel smoking him off, and Evil Blueberry throwing some KJ util down there. They know there's a lot in trees. They know there's a lot going down in trees, so they're just trying to prevent any form of push as possible. Thrudel holding a really close angle in the smoke. Echo actually taking down 2. White pushes out and finds 2 as well. That was just a manslaughter.
Absolutely. less than 5 seconds, the entire team wiped off the entire map there. It's just a quick turnaround. Just everybody from a disadvantage to winning the game 5-4 to just nothing there for the side of Lane Tech, getting their first round rather. And they really struggled early. I believe they went down 5-0 against the earlier Lane Tech team. So this is a better Lane Tech team and probably a better Jones team that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the land buff. When you're local, that's just how it is. You get riled up.
Especially with Blueberry on that evil villain arc there.
And it seems like this is more of a primarily A push. Chamber is actually lurking a B just a tad bit, making sure nobody does anything rash. And Evil Blueberry has a really interesting angle off of her KJ util actually. If she doesn't get suppressed, she actually got suppressed, it seems like she might be in a little bit of trouble, but she actually finds Lefty, immediately gets taken out, but Echo finds 1, and Game Over finds 2.
I guess a triple trade there, but with extra 1-4.
White only down J-Gog too, so he could get rezzed. He actually does get rezzed, but it doesn't matter because Thurl peeks out as soon as the res ends, allowing Thurl to get 2, and now it's a 1v2. Stunna's got to make something happen here. He finds Thrudel, but doesn't matter because Reboot peeks off, and that's the round.
Absolutely, Thrudel, great job there, catching them kind of with their pants down, trying to revive the reboot, trying to reboot the KO there, and Thrudel peeked, got both kills, and both were down there, and that's going to be a really, really rough round for the side, because now they're going to save, even though they could buy E here, but they're not going to. It looks like they're going to go for a more econ-sided round here, just trying to get a better economy overall, because, I mean, we mentioned it a lot.
Hold up here. I think Echo is he's gonna do the oldest Silva trick in the book. That wall right next to that lobster, super wall bangable. He's got to know it, and you just have to know what's gonna happen here.
Absolutely, he's done this a lot.
Yep.
Echo is a demon.
And
Theoden.
Oh, they just barely made it past the wall bangable spot. Jagog pushing out, but it doesn't matter. He's met by a wall of lead from Echo, and Echo's just holding on to sight, like for dear life, in fact. But it doesn't matter because all the boys are there to back him up. Both Reboot and Blueberry take down one. All that's left is game over with a measly ghost. Just hoping he can find something or someone, but that doesn't look like that's gonna happen.
Game over, running for their life now. But
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a rough situation.
He's alerted the horde. They're coming for him now.
Absolutely. He can make last stops too as he's game over runs for his life.
He's so like you can see the fear in his eyes, but it doesn't matter. Evil Blueberry is there to meet him over in mid, and that's just kind of that for the round. 3-0 Lane Tech actually taking the lead now.
Yeah, after down 2-0, they get back into this game, taking a lead over these Eagles, the champions, looking to be the champions this year. And we saw a lot of that time. We talk a lot about momentum on these streams. We talk about a lot of mental momentum, especially at LAN, when you can hear everybody upstairs cheering against you or cheering for you, and you can hear the other team's reaction to whatever you're doing. It's big, big momentum here, but economy momentum is important too, and that's why we saw that save round there from the side of Jones there.
Even so, Ascent is more of a defensive-sided map, so I mean you should expect the defensive side to most likely just take more rounds in general. So it's kind of looking up to par, but that's not entirely true because sometimes anomalies happen, and sometimes the defense just doesn't take the lead. That's perfectly fine.
Absolutely, it's really hard on this map to take over the defense, or at least do it, especially with these teams being so even and having such similar picks.
But it seems like actually they're starting to push down Catwalk. I think they're going to do a tree A push, and they're just going to try to you'll notice that both the Sova and the Omen over for Lane Tech they're playing mid. They're doing the mid peak. They're trying to pinpoint any location. As soon as they pinpoint a location, they're going to make that rotate.
Yeah.
So at the moment, they're just standing at arms, waiting for any kind of presence to show, and it's looking like it's going to be an A hit. As soon as that KJ turret goes off, you'll notice both of them start to rotate over to A. There's two over there. A Fade ulti comes through, and the execute has happened. Site is fully clear, and they're starting to make space, starting to get that plant down. Door gets closed, and that's the plant. Thrudel holding really close in the smoke yet again, just hoping somebody goes into it. And Reboot actually finds Jagog. And Thrudel gets taken down as well.
Top mid there is Killjoy. Is going to do a lot.
Echo finds one, Echo finds two! He's max relaxed and all cool. And there's absolutely nothing going on. They had to back out because of that KJ ulti. Oh, the Sword Dart scans both of them, and Evil Blueberry just cleans up. It's not even funny.
Absolutely, Evil Blueberry completely cleaning house there, back in the back of Catwalk, whatever it's called, in the back there, towards near A site there. And as we can see, I mean, these types of games are very, very interesting to watch. You see, you mentioned information. Information is everything in this game.
Absolutely.
It's been everything in like CS, Valorant. I'm sure a lot of these players that played CS, they understand the importance of information, especially in a game like this. And they're using the util to their advantage and trying to find information is exactly what both these teams are trying to do. And I think tonight's game might just come down to who has the more information and who plays their utils better, because these teams are very, very even and are very, very similar with each other.
When both teams hit every single shot, it just comes down to who knows more. It's just how it is in this game. And actually, Chamber Ultimate comes down, and so does the Jet ulti. Lefty, he's holding a really close angle here. He might just be able to updraft over onto the chamber, and actually he finds the Sova instead. He peeks in, sees the chamber, dashes out. Oh, he finds the chamber! Lefty making moves. Oh, and he almost finds the Sova as well, but gets taken down. White actually takes over game over as well, making Lane Tech actually a slight numbers advantage, but it doesn't matter because chamber op is in play, and they're kind of just rocking with sheriffs and stuff. Sunna actually takes down the KJ turret, but I don't think he realizes Evil Blueberry's pushing up, and he gets shot down, but Evil Blueberry whiffs the shot a little bit, leaving Stunna with a whopping 80 HP with 8 armor.
Absolutely.
He's got to make something work. He is the hero op, so to say.
Sheriff's only looking like Cowboys out there.
And would you look at that? What a shot from Stunna. He takes down White. Jagog also takes down White. Stunna takes down Echo. And now they've got guns. They're they're feeling good. I don't think they realize the fact that Thrudel, though, is up in heaven. Blind comes through, but it doesn't matter. Jagog's got the cover.
Spike
And all that's left is Evil Blueberry. Door is closed, so even if Evil Blueberry goes through trees, it's not going to amount to much because they'll have to give away their position. Now with Flank, that's more like it. Although I'm not entirely sure if they're going to clear Jagog out of wine,
Yeah,
or if they'll have to win the 1v1.
Absolutely, and you're seeing Chamber there too, which is a little bit of rough thing, but it won't matter.
Surely enough, Jagog wins that 1v1. Just how it is.
Just how it is. Very, very good job by Jones there to get back into this game. They lost 4 in a row to Tech there. They didn't really want to lose economy like that, and that's really, really rough. And they're not going to leave the spike. Earlier in the year, I actually remember very distinctly, Team Jones was playing, Lane Tech. No, it wasn't Team Jones. Jones was playing Wheaton North earlier, and they left the spike in spawn and lost the round. But, you know, sometimes you don't need spike. Yeah, who needs it, really? And they're going to leave it, actually, at A site as we see a more B-heavy push for this Jones team, but it's a little more default.
Absolutely, and actually, there's more. So it's more so B heavy, like you said, but they're actually playing a default. They put the spike down. They're waiting for anybody to peek anything, especially this Chamber. Rebu has an op, which means that Rebu can get really aggressive here, and if they punish him for that aggressiveness, they can then execute onto the site that he usually plays on, which is B. So they're just waiting for that aggressiveness, and there it is, right there. Stun it, takes down Rebu. Now they know B has 1 to 2 players, while A could also have 1 to 2 players. So it's just whichever one's closest, and they decide to execute onto A. Nobody's on site. Everybody's in heaven. This is going to come down to a retake from Lane Tech, and Thrudel throws her blind out.
With some ults here, though, it might be a little easier for this Lane Tech team, as Jones has nothing on the side of ults.
Surely enough, there goes the KO ulti. Sova ulti is also available if they want to, but it doesn't matter because Game Over finds White. Thrudel also finds Cooper. Thrudel also finds Stunna! Thrudel making massive impact on the round, but it really might not come down to it. I'm not entirely sure myself. Echo here with an Odin. If he can get a ping on somebody, he can get a nice wallbang and end up affecting the round. And Echo, yet again, with that Odin, he's just spraying. He's hoping, he's praying. He actually finds one, but doesn't matter because he ran out of bullets in his Odin. The first time that's ever happened. And he almost gets taken down. What a flash coming out, and Game Over finally takes down the reign of terror that is Echo.
Absolutely, Echo loves that Odin, has been using that Odin all the time. If you watched our Lane Tech Wheaton North, Lane Tech Jones stream earlier in the year, you would know that Echo is a little bit of an Odin fiend, picking it over almost everything, no matter how much it costs there. But we see, again, these two Chicago public schools going against each other in the Windy City showdown here, as we see a default push, but there's an Omen on the other side.
But real quickly, I'd like to bring up Wheaton North since you brought him up. I really hope one of these teams pulls up with a crouching tiger maneuver that Wheaton North did. That would make my day, absolutely. LAN finals and they pull up with all Odins crouching down mid. And actually, Cooper peeks the turret, but he takes on Evil Blueberry as well. Evil Blueberry had all advantage there, feature advantage and everything, and it did not matter. Evil Blueberry took it down. White actually takes down Game Over as well, and Cooper finding Thrudel, making this a 3v2. And A side is completely clear, or A side is B side's clear. A side has 3 people on it, so it's looking like Lefty can make some space here, being an angle that they really don't expect, and possibly get 1 to 2 picks pretty easily.
Yeah, that waiting though is a little rough though. That rotation is gonna cost them a little bit of time there, and Reboot is gonna get an opportunity.
Actually, Reboot kind of timinged just a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Lefty with a wonderful flick onto Reboot, takes him down, and that's a free plant.
Absolutely, here's him jump there, and that's kind of why you gotta be careful. But I'm not sure you even knew that they were there or still rotating, so I wouldn't blame anybody that. But Spike comes down, and it comes down to Echo and Lefty to defend to retake this site.
But Sova Drone doesn't find anything. They also have Fade Ulti, which they didn't cast out. Flash finds 1. Actually, the worst possible outcome. Echo finds 2 with this sonar dart, and he just cleans him up with the Odin. What a wonderful day.
Absolutely. You love to see the Odin crouching tiger right there from Echo, as he's going to get this alt point, and they're going to put him a little closer to the alt now, as defenders win and Lane Tech takes back that lead after the Jones Eagles,
that Hunter's Fury also a very good ulti. I mean, it's almost a guaranteed pick as long as you play it right. If you wait for them to start to put that spike down, normally they put it down default. You Hunter's Fury is that default spot, and you'll be chilling. You get at least 80 damage off, if not a free kill. So it's a low risk, high reward ultimate. You need as many points in it as possible.
Absolutely, and you're going to see probably that be played exactly that way. These two teams are incredibly smart. Jones barely getting by Whitney earlier. Kind of getting by pretty well, but first round, because of Wit, they won.
I think it's, yep, it turns out it's going to be an A rush. KO ulti pops out. There goes the flash, and then the execute comes on. Dashes onto site. Thrudel pops her ulti. Ulting directly on the site, just trying to clear sight. Evil Blueberry peeks out. They know Evil Blueberry's hell, and it turns out Evil Blueberry gets taken down. Thrudel just kind of has to sit here and watch as the rest of the team has to regroup for that retake. And what? It's Tether. Tether finds 3. I don't think they realize the fact that Tether found 3, though. Or maybe they do. Grenade comes out. Grenade at least gets 40 damage on everybody. And Rebu, he just needs to play something here. Rebu actually finds Lefty. That could have been the pick he needed. Actually, Rebu finds Jegong as well. And Thrudel finds Stunna. And then Rebu finds game over. Man, these names are hard.
These names are real hard. They have decided to not give the casting crew any breaks here, as an excellent retake is played to bring this game to 6-4. You saw there, I mean, it would look like kind of the end there, as they were all 3 tethered up top in heaven. Thrudel sitting back, kind of suppressed there. It was a little bit of a rough situation, but they came back. They got the right angles, and again, it came down to aim and intel.
Yeah, Rebu, he just peeked that angle, found the jet, looking in the wrong direction, looking into the trees, tapped him out, and then immediately when Stunna tried to go for the trade, Rebu found that, peeked him out, took him down. It was just wonderful gunplay from Rebu. And now I think Jones is going to have to save here. Yeah.
Absolutely, Jones looking vulnerable as to
that Jagog is kind of going for like a hero buy here. 300 credits. And a dream.
Absolutely, really patient. Really, really patient because, not a lot of money.
And it's seeming more so like they're playing yet another default, but it's seeming more so heavily B-sided. And Rebu peeked over, and so did Stunna, and both of them TP'd out. They said, no, I don't want none of that. I'm good. And Lefty holding a really interesting angle. Open to peek anybody in either catwalk or market. The flash comes out. Evil Blueberry takes a few shots. Nothing you can't walk off. And Lefty, I think he tapped Rebu. Yeah, he definitely tapped Rebu. Rebu kind of feeling thunder right now. And Evil Blueberry peeks out, finds 1. Nade falls through, and it doesn't matter. Thrudel finds a KO, making a team ace for Lane Tech. Lane Tech being extremely dominant.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw this earlier, too. I mean, Lane Tech crushed Yorkville. They came down, they were down 7-2, and got right back into this game. And, not easily, obviously, but they've been playing extremely well. Though I would like to refute your claim on being able to walk off a bullet to the chest.
It's always possible in Valor. You never know, man.
Absolutely.
I feel like I could take a Vandal bullet. It hit me right here. Feeling good.
Absolutely. Yeah. As we see more buys here, Guardians though, a little bit of.
I think they're just gonna have to rush the site. They have the obvious gun disadvantage. They're gonna have to rush the site, and Echo just hits him with the oldest Sova trick in the book. Rebu finds 1 as well. Finds Stunna. Jet dashes onto site, and Cooper finds the trade. Echo all alone, sat on this B site. He's waiting for his team. He's praying. Actually, he didn't even need to. White found Lefty, and then Evil Blueberry found game over, and that was just kind of that.
And he didn't have to give anything, as Blueberry just came down the site out of nowhere and just kind of dealt with that last pick. As we saw that first round, not this last round, but they kind of switched up the strategy there. On that econ round previously, they held off, really, really patient, and it really cost Jones on that offense there.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, Lane Tech being extremely dominant. You said that actually in their last scrim that Lane Tech ended up losing?
Lane Tech lost the last regular season game 2-0.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a stream match 2 weeks ago on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
Would that be 2 weeks ago? Or last week. Technically last week, I believe, but I'm not great with dates or names, so.
Clearly Lane Tech, they've been sitting in the lab, they've been thinking, they thought, I'm sure they were thinking this is going to come down to them, Jones. So I'm sure they've been studying their opponents and studying them hard and figuring out what they need to do to counteract what they're doing. And speaking of that, Stunna peeks out Rebu, ends up tapping him, TPing out before that KO knife stunned him. And that's a free damage on Rebu, which could be detrimental to him because, headhunter shots are headhunter shots. Those things hurt.
Those things do hurt.
Game over, actually, in trees, but it doesn't matter. Lefty's got his back. Lefty actually gets blinded by game over, and so does Evil Blueberry, but Evil Blueberry with the counter strafing ends up ruining game over's life. Rebu and Evil Blueberry find both Lefty and Jagog, and that's the entirety of A. It's just gone.
It felt like Rebu was kind of taking bullets there, or the team was taking bullets with that sheriff to the chest, and didn't really do well for them there.
Although this is so easy for Stunna. Everybody is with one-shot capacity with this head under that he no longer has because KO. But they both peek out, defeat the KJ turret. Rebu peeking out on Stunna. Stunna finds him at least, but then Evil Blueberry finds the trade. And Cooper, he's just jumping on the side. He needs to do something. And Evil Blueberry finds 4.
Finds 4, and Lane Tech is up 9-4.
That's another pistol round win, which means they get their buys, which means when they get their buys, there's more likely they'll win that round because
Yeah.
gun advantage. And it's, in all honesty, it's not looking too hot for Jones.
Oh, I mean, all year they've been in what seems to be invincible. They've been playing rounds with unconventional strategies when they're up big, so they can learn how to play on these competitive stages against these hard teams. And out of scrim, this team is smart. This team has been really intelligent. Blueberry even has a Vandal already.
Yeah, that's the Ultra Force.
Absolutely.
And it looks like they're going to take a more aggressive angle. We saw this earlier, actually. Aggressive KO and jet angle. The flash comes through. Lefty at least taps Reboot. And taps Reboot again, ending that poor man's life. And then he's still holding down Tiles, making sure that nobody shall pass Tiles.
Absolutely. Lefty was great with the Marshall. I believe they came close to an ace last game.
And Jagog actually playing the support role just in case Lefty needs any help. But it turns out that might not be the case because B-side is getting hit hard. They know they're coming. White throwing everything he can, but it doesn't matter because Cooper hits him with a one-tap burst. And here they come. The gates have opened. Echo flies through, and Cooper dinks him before he gets taken down. And all that's left on site is Stunna. He's got to make something happen here. No more Headhunter bullets. He dinks Evil Blueberry. Evil Blueberry's lit hardcore. He finds one. He almost finds two, but Thriddle takes him down. But that doesn't matter. That's hardcore damage on there. This is almost a guaranteed. 2 body shots. That's all they need. And it turns out they don't even need the body shot. He headshots one. He headshots another. And that's a wonderful round from Jagog, getting the thrifty.
Yeah, and a great flash there too. Got both players able to headshot Thrudel, who really had no idea what was happening, kind of stuck behind that bomb, but couldn't see either. So, a great thrifty round there for Jones, which is what they need to get back in this economy momentum, this mental momentum, and back in this game overall.
And I feel bad for Evil Blueberry actually ending up buying the Vandal, and now it's in Jagog's hands. So, yikes. That's not what you want to see, but this is exactly what Jones needs to finally pick back up the pace and take these rounds back.
Absolutely, you never want to buy for the other team, and sometimes it just happens like that because, Valorant.
Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some.
As we see a really, really heavy B push here.
Oh yes, it's looking extremely B-sided. I have a feeling they're going to pop KJ ulti, and they're just going to walk on the B side once KJ ulti is down. Throw the knife to clear close angles. Stunna has to TP out. And actually, Cooper gets scanned by the Sova Dart, and instead of popping the KJ ulti, they're just going to walk on. They have the entirety of market. Oh, it doesn't matter. Stunna finds one. He finds 3, actually. People just walking into his crosshair. He's thirsty. I can tell. That man wants more. Door gets broken open. Jagog finds Thrudel. All that's left is Evil Blueberry.
Down B.
He's logged, but I don't think they know. But doesn't matter, because Jagog finds another one, making a flawless round for Jones. This is perfect, so to say.
Perfect, yeah. Flawless, you could say. Had a little damage, but not too much when you win the entire round with nobody dead. You're getting great. I'd buy shields any day, but as you see, game over. Still without Spectre, but still an excellent round. Stunna getting 3, just kind of walked into Stunna's crosshairs there, and he was hungry for that ace, but Jagog got him back and got the last 2.
Game over actually kind of looking at double bonus. Now the double bonus, that's a risky maneuver right there.
That's a very risky maneuver there.
But if it ends up working out, then game over will almost max out on cards in this upcoming round. Actually, with a more of a B side heavy push yet again with a lot of mid action. I have a feeling they're gonna push down trees as per usual. And Lefty actually taking a lot of space in A main.
Absolutely, game over saving, turning into a bank there.
Both actually game over and Lefty are holding this one-way smoke. But it doesn't matter because they are going the opposite of A. Actually, it's going to be an B execute. KJ ulti comes through. They know their market. Stunna finds 1. Stunna almost finds 2. TP's out, but I think he TP's into the KJ ulti. Yeah, he's just barely outside the range of the KJ ulti. Evil Blueberry walking out. Both players detained by the KJ ulti. And Stunna, he's just got to sit there, look at his hands. And that's a free sight for Lane Tech.
Equal though on the retake as bomb goes down.
Now they just need to make this. Now they just need to make the retake happen. And Lefty actually flies in with the Omen Blind and finds 1, and then Game Over finds the other 2. What a use of util there. The updraft dash over the roof, hit him with the Spider-Man maneuver.
Yeah, flew over, turned into Junkrat there, and we see Game Over finish that off for the Jet.
This is Valor, not Overwatch. Wait a minute.
It's been kind of blurred here with these Rage players and these Jet players making plays like that, but great job there by Jones to come close to this game as now it's 9-7, and there's only been 1 Lane Tech win since the half.
As soon as Jones found that thrifty round, it was the mental went straight up, the economy went straight up, everything was looking good for Jones.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering who upstairs is what teams they're cheering for as we see a little more of a default push here, one extra on A site here, not as default as rushing B, but
Yet again, so normally when you don't have the gun advantage, you just gotta sit back, relax, wait for them to push into you, so that way you can have the advantage on them. And then if they end up pushing into you, get the gun. When you get the gun, life feels better. But they're just waiting for people just to push into them. They're gonna play their angles. They're gonna play really safe because whatever you do not want to lose a man here.
absolutely you want to feel safe with a extra, maybe extra Phantom Vandal on your side as you're trying to just save some money there.
And Lefty and Thrudel actually decide to back off. They do not want to fight that anymore. Reboot peeks out, but it doesn't matter. Evil Blueberry swiftly executes him. And all that's left is Cooper on this site. I think they've realized the fact that B is their weaker site, so they're just taking advantage of the fact that there's less man on it. And KO ulti actually comes over on A site? Yeah, that KO ulti was all the way on A site, but it actually kind of reached just barely. And they're gonna have to play. They're gonna have to play post lane here.
Yeah, that's intelligence there though with that KO ult from all the way over there, still getting someone.
And it turns out that KO is actually gonna come back from the dead, get revived, or not. Swift peek, but it doesn't matter. J-Gog takes him down with a stinger, and that's a thrifty right there, I think, right?
Yeah, they spent a little bit. They spent a little bit, but a little too much for it to be a thrifty, but still a great round. And a lot of money saved as they full buy. Both teams actually full buy.
Lefty's got an op.
Other than Stunna. Stunna doesn't have that much money. Stunna's kind of struggling on the money front here. Not similar to Lane Tech, who has kind of, we see an op from Lefty's side, but we don't see. Stunna's got op.
Stunna's got op.
Stunna's got op.
He's got his chamber up.
How could I forget about how chamber works as an operator?
But yeah, they're running the double op here on the defense, really just taking all of the mid control entirely possible, actually.
Watchtower turrets.
But it doesn't matter because yet again the KJ ulti comes over onto B, basically signaling that it's guaranteed to be a B push. Fade Dog finds something, and Stun is just sitting there spinning his knife. He knows he's not going to be able to do anything until this KJ ulti ends. So he's just going to sit there, wait with his team, and play for retake. And now that KJ ulti is over, he can start to make some moves. Especially peek out with that op. But White has a really close angle over here on stairs that Lefty's actually holding extremely closely. And they just kind of need to peek out for White. Thrudel peeks out, immediately gets taken down. And then White finds Stunner as well. That removes an op from the game. But Lefty still rocking with an op. There goes the chamber. There goes the chamber TP. And Cooper finds Reboot through the wall.
Knowing common spots, yeah.
Thrudel finds two, actually. Thrudel going a little crazy. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. And then Evil Blueberry clearing off the game. And that makes, unfortunately for Jones, they are Omega broke.
Absolutely.
And op will drain your funds really quickly. And they are.
Yeah, and they're going to call a timeout here. And we saw that round, actually. We can see Jones's intelligence that round. Lefty holding that angle, didn't get a KO, unfortunately, but was holding that angle because that's a really common spot to hold a close angle. And we saw just through the wall. If you think about it, on Ascent, every single time there's a B plant, there's almost always someone on that box.
Usually somebody on that box chilling. That's why it's a very active wall bang spot. And actually, in some of the games that I ended up playing too, like you could just be walking through market and they'd wall bang through market, and you're like, I didn't even see him, right?
Yeah. It's really hard to especially beat someone you can't see but has an idea of where you're at, and that was rough. Every single shot hit through that wall, and what do you think Lane Tech is going to do here to try, or what do you think Jones, is going to do here to try and get this game back in their favor?
Well, right now Jones has tried almost every trick in the book. Actually, they haven't tried rushing into their spawn. They kind of peeked into it a little bit. They like the Omen smoke, and they'll kind of peek into it, but they don't actually do it. Like, they don't walk. They're not holding that W key, and I think that's what they need. If they catch Lane Tech by surprise, then maybe they could try to do something. It's just the problem is they have both Chamber and KJ, which are amazing flank watch characters. But maybe, and just maybe, if the Jet, kind of blanking on his name right now. Maybe if the Jet can get into the backline, smoke off the chamber trip, they can make some things work.
Absolutely.
And it turns out that might be just exactly what they're doing, but Reboot immediately shuts down Stunna. And the Jet's there, but Lefty finds Reboot.
Down B.
Spikes down without
They have
anybody there.
Spike, but yeah, it doesn't matter. They're entirely on A. The entirety of Jones rotates over, and they're actually going to use the Omen ulti to pick back up that Spike, but it didn't work. They played that correctly, and they stood on top of the spike, so the Omen ulti did not work. And so they actually have to walk all the way over to B main, which is being held down like a fortress right now. Every angle is being held by at least two people. So they need to try something
I
here.
mean, Jones has made Alcatraz in that B tunnel there. After that, that's a really intelligent play by Jones, as we mentioned. They're really smart.
The problem is whenever you do that, you're giving up pressure actually everywhere. So they could come from any of the angles. So they can come from main, they can come from market, they can come from their spawn, they can come from genuinely anywhere. And that is the biggest problem with holding angles like that. But actually, Brutal throws a blinds 2, and KO uses both the grenade and the flash to try to prevent the push, and actually finds Brutal as well. And game over finds Evil Blueberry. White is still chilling there too, but it doesn't matter because Echo finds Cooper. Flash flies out. White ends up getting taken down because of the flash, and all that's left is Echo. But all they need is Echo, and Echo finds 2. Wallbang through the box, and all that's left is Echo and game over.
Echo still has a lot of health too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an excellent play. Just like knowing that they were behind the box, maybe getting us some communication that they might be behind the box. But Echo wallbang as he
Both game over and Echo have their ultis, and it's a game of ring around the rosy, but it's too much for Echo to clear up. And game over finds him with his back turned for an easy elimination.
Yeah, Game of Ring of Rosie, like a Scooby-Doo episode there. Feels like, as we see, I mean, Lane Tech's kind of on their heels now. I mean, Lane Tech's kind of on their heels now with Jones coming back a little bit more and playing into this and still fighting, even though they were up a little bit but down very, very fast. And that is just an intelligent play there, or intelligent play by Jones there to stand on the bomb. I mean, they got that back there, but I mean, I guess Echo just outsmarted.
Yeah. But it looks like it's yet again they're really taking advantage of the fact that their B side is weak. They're just rushing through with the KO ulti. KO gets downed, and both Lefty finds 2 actually. But it doesn't actually. They just. What even just happened?
There's no B weakness, it seems. It's 3 players at B site. Doesn't even matter. Only needed 2. It really is. Lefty just kind of
shut the door on their face.
Shot them, and they all. Sorry.
Kind of slapped them.
You got me there on that, but Lane Tech kind of got the door shut on them, like you just mentioned, and got completely ran through by Jet there, just kind of running right into that Vandal. There's not much you can do other than change up your looks to maybe more of a default push with 1 extra on this A side here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be more so a mid push. They're just gonna try to take advantage of what little mid they can, because if they can just gain that space, it'll be pretty big for them. And actually, Lefty might be going for more of an aggressive push here. Procs the dash. It's possible he could peek out a 2 reboot, and the KO blind actually blinds the drone, so that drone actually finds nothing. And Lefty finds the chamber over in tiles. Making this, it's gonna be a rough one for Lane Tech to try to recover from this, but they're gonna try. Actually, Jgog finds White, and Thrudel finds. Actually, game over finds Thrudel. Wrong omen, and yeah, no, this is looking terrible for Lane Tech. They 2v5. It's still winnable technically, but they don't have Spike. They have 1 ulti, and they probably have Sadness.
Absolutely, we say a lot on this cast. 11 is as far as they get, and Lane Tech hit 11 when it was 11-8, and now we're kind of seeing a little bit of a close match here. But I mean, not a close round per se, as it's very heavy in the advantage side.
I think they're just gonna cut their losses, save their guns, and try again next round with their firepower that they kept.
Absolutely.
Left over.
They're going to set up a little bit of a defensive front at spawn, but it doesn't look like for the last 30 seconds, or at least right now, that they're going to really push too hard.
You know, I think that Jones also realizes that, and they're just chilling. You know, they got the bomb, they're vibing, they're jumping around.
A little bit of just understanding there, but they're still a little worried they're headed to B site.
I mean, you never know. Especially like they could be flanking in a spawn for all that we know. That's why they have the person launching spawn there as well. So I mean, they're in all honesty just vibing.
Yep, cutting your losses, and you bring those nice 2 guns to the next round. Where I think they're going to struggle a little bit economically here, as they do have 2 guns there at least. Even with no, they've got the buy there actually.
Just barely. They're gonna have to force up as much as possible. White actually not being able to afford a rifle has to go with the Bulldog instead.
Wouldn't doubt the Bulldog in any sense, as I personally don't see enough ADSing with the Bulldog, as I think the burst is better, but it's probably objectively not. But we'll be real. And we see a default push on this side again with what Lane Tech likes to do, a default push with somebody on B instead of A.
I mean, even so, actually the Bulldog turning into a Guardian. A general evolution, I'd say. They're just it's either somebody in Lane Tech drops their gun for him, or they get a kill and they'll drop the gun. So at least that's what I think their goal is. They're trying to wallbang through that wall, and actually I think they tagged Lefty just a little bit. Actually, no, they didn't. Lefty, they're just playing with walls right now, man.
Yeah, Lefty stood in the smoke. Actually, smartest play for Lefty.
And Jagog holding tree still with a mighty grip. No, they're not letting go of any of these angles here. Everybody's individually holding their own angles, and it's looking more so like it's gonna be a B hit. Evil Blueberry and Stunna about to have a little confrontation themselves. As soon as Evil Blueberry peeks, the Stun is there waiting for him. Evil Blueberry doesn't peek Stunna.
Ooh, Stunna knows though.
Stunna definitely knows. He's holding that crosshair, and he actually misses the shot. TP's out though, and Echo finds Lefty, and Cooper finds White, but Echo finds another one.
And
This
I
is
think
a
they get
big
that
round for
back,
Lane Tech.
yeah.
I don't think.
It's a must-win here, economy-wise. And we put in a rut here as 11-11 strikes.
Actually, Rebu finds game over, and Stunna has just been a demon in backside. I think that's why they just decide to leave him alone and just go over to A. They're like, I don't want to deal with that. And Blueberry and Stunna having yet another confrontation here in a moment. Stunna holding that angle, tags Rebu or Evil Blueberry just a little bit, and walks right on by. He does not care. He does not need to fight that anymore. And this is a 1v4 for Stunna. Possibility to win, very low. Is it there? Yeah. And actually, the Sova drone spots him, so he's gonna get pinged through the wall, and he's gonna have to make. He has to make something work here, or just save his gun. Those are his two options. Gets scanned yet again by the Sova dart. Like he can't find any piece right now.
Got direct hit by the shock.
Yep. And they're just dumping Util into Stunna. Stunna actually peeking out just a little bit. Two are playing in hell. It's all on him, and he actually finds Reboot, but gets taken down by Echo. Echo having a massive round, takes down two over in switch through market, and absolutely just changes the flow of the game.
Absolutely, and that is huge. That pick might turn into a little bit of an economy issue there if they can win this game, or they can win this round rather. But Lane Tech's got the momentum in their favor, and I think this round's really gonna be really important whether or not whoever wins here.
Yeah, no, it's actually just down to this round, because if Lane Tech wins, they get the map. If they don't, then we might be headed into overtime. Then we go through the overtime rounds, and actually Lefty has an op, and to be honest, I just want to see Lefty off. I just enjoy operators.
I love Lefty Op. Lefty Op, awesome, doing great with that Marshall. See what they can do
And
with an op
Rebu
now.
is about to just look at the. Oh, actually, Lefty misses the shot.
They both do. They both had ops. I think so. Oh no, never mind.
No, Rebu had a Vandal. But Lefty missing the shot, and Stunna holding this close with yet another operator. Rebu can't get a break. Peeks an op, and then peeks another op. And then Lefty peeks three people, and he finds one actually before he gets taken down by Thrudel. That's the best trade they could have actually hoped for. Game Over finds Echo, and that's spiked down in trees. Dagog takes a peek with his flash, and Game Over takes down Evil Blueberry, and 12-11. This is. Oh, I don't want to speak too soon, but the ulti advantage is definitely on Jones' side, and I'm feeling this might go into overtime.
Yeah, maybe, but I think it's south. Whoa. Bring it back to my own school there on accident, though. But Lane Tech is still a great team that can probably beat this all, but I think we're going to see everything except everything thrown to the wall here as they try and get this game back, as we hear a little bit of a sick beat from G-Gog's knife and a very heavy B push for the champions.
They have to make this B push work, because they don't have exactly the economic standpoint to be able to sit there and just play defaults with their stingers. And actually, the Silva ulti comes down. They know that Stunna likes playing backside and trying to flush him out, and actually tag Stunna with the Silva ulti, hitting him for 80. And Cooper just, poor Evil Blueberry didn't deserve that. Stunna holding a really close angle, but he's just barely outside of the line of sight of Rebu. Rebu and Echo both peeking him, and Stunna finds Echo but cannot find Rebu. And now it's looking so close. Never mind, Lefty finds Thrudel in the smoke screen, and he might. No, he doesn't try to go for the.
Go down.
And that's actually the White gets his ulti off of that pick from Agog. And Lefty, he's got to make something work here. No abilities to his name. And Game Over yet again. No abilities to their name. All it is Lefty. Lefty can do this, I guarantee. The flash flies at him. He just kind of looks away from it. And no abilities besides an updraft and a dream. And Rebu takes Lefty down, making the first map go to Lane Tech.
Yep, the champions with a wonderful, wonderful first map win. I think so far this entire season against Lane Tech, which, I mean, maybe not in scrims. We'll see. I didn't look at scrims, but we did see really, really great performances from the B-Hop players, as well as not too great ones that they could improve on too.
But, I mean, overall, that game was absolutely crazy. Like, you peek an angle, and it was just a death sentence, basically. If somebody was holding that angle, that was it.
Absolutely. They held it like iron, but they clearly are not irons as
Absolutely.
we head towards a break for both teams. Stick around. We've got more championship action in store at DeKalb.
Oh, yeah. Hey, welcome back, everybody, and we're going on to IHSEA Finals. This is the big game. We're going on to map 2, and of course, we're going to Bind. Lane Tech took over last map, Ascent, 13-11. So close to that overtime, but didn't quite make it for Jones. So this is the map that Jones needs to make happen. Because if they don't, they're out of there.
Yeah,
That's
it's
that.
game over in these grand finals here at DeKalb, our wonderful hosts for today. But moving on from that, probably towards the game we're actually playing. I mean, we're going to see probably a lot of meta picks here on Bind. It's kind of out of meta Binds a little bit. You can't, yeah, it's really.
And teams overall are looking pretty similar. I mean, they do have double flashes there with Lefty and Jgog both locking in, and they have Brim Smokes, which is unusual. I mean, we saw an Astra here and there a little bit in Bind. That was really about it. Yet again, Nameless kind of popping in with that Chamber, which we always love to see. Chamber is such a dominant character for no reason at all. And Stunna, instead of playing Chamber like he did last map, he's on Raze now. Meanwhile, the enemy team also have a Brimstone. They have a Fade instead of the double flash. White on Raze. Raze is just extremely dominant in this map.
Absolutely.
Rebu also on the Chamber. Chamber's just too good to pass up. And Evil Blueberry on the Sage, which is just unheard of on Bind, in all honesty.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a, probably you'd see that maybe lower ranks, but again,
You're gonna see that. You're gonna see them wall off elbow. You're gonna see them wall off A side default plant, and you're just gonna see those walls that just make everybody not like life as much.
absolutely. But I mean, it's intelligence by Lane Tech here. Is they're gonna this level of play you don't see Sage a lot. You saw Sage a lot, maybe a little lower level. Sage doesn't get picked on Bind just because there's better operators, but Sage with those walls is gonna really make a big problem, I think, on this defensive side for the Eagles here.
What I really want to see though is I want to see some Grim walls. That's what I want to see. I want to see some walls where Sage is just up in like God knows where heights, and you're just like, whoa, what are you doing up there? And he finds like 3 of them. That's what I want to see.
Fake jet plays.
Exactly.
Fake jet.
They can just sit up there on their walls, drink some tea, and be A-OK.
Drink some tea up there.
But round starting actually, and it's looking more so B-sided, and Jgog flashes off Rebu, who is peeking showers, and the dog comes out. They're just trying to clear outside as much as possible, and Echo actually narrowly avoiding that dog.
Yeah.
Full util in hand. Actually, White gets lit up from Octagon. They're not aware of the Octagon push. Lefty just util dumping that central area, just trying to clear them out as much as possible, and he takes full elbow space. They know right now the B site is looking really weak. Lefty has infiltrated the back lines. He is ready to go. He's ready to ruin their plans. And actually, they have no idea he is there. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. Rebu actually finds the Chamber, and Rebu finds also Jgog. So they're kind of panicking, and Lefty just finds White. He's just looking at him. Echo gets taken down by Stunna, and White gets taken out by Lefty. And actually, it's kind of reversing around. Thrudel finds Lefty, and they got spiked down. And in all honesty, Stunna's just playing Ring Around the Rosie with Jgog.
Jgog, yep.
And
So
no, it's Rebu actually.
it's Reboot, you're right, yeah.
And yeah, no, they're just kind of playing around in this U-Haul. They're trying to take U-Haul control. Evil Blueberry takes down Stunna, as Stunna takes down Rebu as well. And all that's left is Thrudel and Evil Blueberry versus game over. And that was there goes Thrudel. And now it's just a game of Ring Around the Rosie. Game over. Could have almost had it, but got run and gunned down by Evil Blueberry. Making it the first round goes to Lane Tech. That's not very good for Jones.
Especially with Lefty playing Spy back there, getting a headshot that Raze was just not expecting.
Yeah, no.
I mean, yeah, White was just not ready for a sudden...
Actually just assassinated.
Yeah, a sudden, very, very sudden breach appearance behind him, clobbered in the back of the head. But stayed off the knife, though, staved off of it, so, they didn't get that...
The disrespect.
Yeah, the disrespect and the fact that you still could have missed there. Full for sure kill there, as we're gonna see. I believe this is default on Bind, right?
Kind of. Of course, Lane Tech does have the gun advantage. They won the pistol round. So overall, I think that Jones is just gonna have to play. They're just gonna have to hope Stunna gets a nasty headshot with the sheriff, or they're gonna have to have the Chamber, who actually has no name, like said. Just they need to get something with their head under. One of these
Stumpy.
One of these slight gun advantages just needs to find something, and it kind of doesn't seem like that's gonna happen as they get util dumped and just stomped out at the door, and all that's left is the no-name Chamber over here. 4 bullets, 5 people. He has to make something work here. Evil Blueberry peeks through and just flattens the Chamber.
That push died like a paper towel through a stain. I mean, that's
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
she
that
fell apart.
Rough. Push fell apart. Great picks overall by this Lane Tech team. As now they're up 2-0 and in a close match with these two kinds of teams. Though every map matters, especially this beginning economy. Bind is a more
Defensive side of it.
yeah, defensive-sided map. I think you mentioned earlier, but Bind is incredibly more defensive-sided, and I mean it's great to just win as many as you can on the side.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
are going to have to go on the offense, but even on the disadvantage last time of the map, Lane Tech got it done and won the first game.
Evil Blueberry went for a really aggressive peek, but immediately got shut down by Lefty as Lefty hit the concuss on him, and Rebu holding that truck angle, which it always seems to catch one. He held that angle and actually got a 3K against Wheaton North, if I remember correctly.
You do remember correctly.
And that legitimately just threw out their whole base of operations. You know, Rebu's still chilling on top of that box. As soon as one peeks him, he almost finds one but gets taken down by Echo. And what a breach blind, actually. He peeks in, but it doesn't matter. Echo finds Lefty. And that's a gun for Echo. He's got to try to make things work here. 3v4, no guns though. And actually, as soon as he pulls out the molly, Thrudel pulls out the molly, Echo peeks out. But it doesn't matter because Echo has their back. And White with a pretty nasty flank, but it doesn't matter. That smoke went down at actually the most unfortunate time. Thrudel takes down, game over, and all that's left is Echo versus Jagog and Stunna. And did not find either of them actually, but that is heavy economy damage on Jones's team. They only have 2 rifles left, so they're not even gonna be able to full buy this round.
Actually, they might. No, they didn't come close, but as you can see, Judge for Nameless there. I believe that is Stumpy. I want to say that's Stumpy, but I am not 100% sure. It was Stumpy last round, I think, but they're going to go with Judge, and Judge is a bit of a scary pick.
I love the Judge.
And we see our Judge Fiend beside me right now. And, I mean, Judge can be a big difference. You can get 4 or 5 kills with the Judge, or you can get not even a little bit of damage on, like, 5 shots.
Yeah, but, it's looking heavy A. They know they have the gun advantage over there or they have the gun. Oh, actually, Rebu! They just lined up for him, and that's just unfortunate for Jones. Like, there's nothing you could do about that other than not line up. And that kind of just sends their round to almost being a loss, I'd say, unless somebody shows up here.
Yeah, major disadvantage early.
And Echo with yet another Odin. God, I love this man so much.
Loves this Odin. Very, very awesome. And W overall pick.
Oh, the Judge getting dropped, unfortunate, but a Vandal I do concur is probably better in this scenario.
Probably. You're
But-
in showers though.
They are in showers, which is a pretty close area. Just gotta clear all those angles, make sure nobody's hiding in any dark, dank corners, and I think they're just trying to cause economic damage here. I think that's their best goal. And actually, Echo peeks out. Doesn't matter. Stumpy takes him down, and Stumpy is stuck. Actually, he's stuck into the right side showers. But oh, Gamma Over gets taken down, and Rebu. This man's aim is either that of an Iron 3 or it's like actually Radiant top 200.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting there. As you do mention, Rebu can last round didn't really miss 2 like well-placed shots where they weren't even looking at him. But I mean that round clearly making up for it as Lane Tech takes a 3-1 lead, getting it on early, getting on this Jones team early and placing some pressure on the runner-ups last year too. Jones last year lost to Barrington. Yeah, thank you. And the finals in an upset, and it was again the 1 and 2 seed, which we've seen a lot in these Valorant playoffs. But we're gonna see if Jones can find themselves a state championship here.
This time it's looking more B-side heavy, a lot of long presence, but if I know anything, that breach will shut down any form of long presence. But it turns out actually they are not there, and actually they might just enter the breach ulti. No, they decide otherwise, but a Fade ulti is available on the defender side, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. White throws a nade. Fade ulti comes out. Boombot almost finds one. Thrudel just spraying and praying and actually finds one. And Echo also finds one. They're just shutting down all of this elbow presence until Lefty with the stinger in a dream, and that dream is alive as he gets that double spray. And also, Breach ulti, they really want to secure this round. They're trying their damn to secure this round. Evil Blueberry walls him off, but luckily there's an Odin that just so happens to be there. He's just spraying that spike. He's hoping he can find something. He ends up finding something before the diffuser diffuses the spike, but it turns out that Rebu has Evil Blueberry's back and gets that swift trade, making this 4-1 for Lane Tech.
Up early here. We've seen a lot of leads just evaporate like that. So we'll have to see how Lane Tech plays this, but they were just so desperate to try and keep that plant alive there, knowing that they're in a little bit of an economic rut if they lose here.
I mean, even so, not even their entire team could buy, so they might end up having to save. I mean, of course, Stumpy, he does have his ulti, if he so does design, and that's really about all they have going for them. They're going to have to light shields, which is really unfortunate, especially against Phantoms, because the whole entire drag about the Phantoms is the fall-off damage, but the fall-off damage doesn't matter if you have light shields, so, like...
Absolutely. Both Chambers actually have op right now.
They do have op, but I actually, both of them are popping the op, which is surprising to me. Evil Blueberry taking a really aggressive angle with the wall. Slows off Stunna. Stunna looking really not healthy right now. A lot of unfortunate stuff is happening. But Reboot actually takes down Jagog. And Stunna turns the tables on Evil Blueberry and just caps that poor man out. And Reboot finds another one down main. And I think they're just said, oh, no, we don't want to deal with that op no more. We're sorry, man. And they're just going to back off.
To apologize, they say, as they just head to the other side.
Stunna actually taking down White as well. Stunna being a monster here, 32 HP in a dream, but that's really all he needs. And Stumpy holding this A side, I think that he heard the rotate, and he's going to call for his team to rotate back on over A. And they have no idea. Actually, never mind. Their Chamber's doubling back over. He's going to peek through heaven, and he's almost guaranteed to take down one here if he hits that shot, that is. And Thrudel, actually, no, the Chamber peeks out and does find game over. But it doesn't matter because Stumpy has the trade. It's a 2v2. They have Chamber off with 3 bullets. They have a Raze with 32 HP. And they have the ability to potentially win this. But the ulti actually stopping the plant. And what a flick from Stumpy takes him down. Echo is still alive and well, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Defenders win, even though it was kind of a stalemate there.
Yeah, I mean, Echo just suddenly exploded right at the end there, but was able to get raised and win that round very, very well.
Spike was not planted though, so the defenders did by default win, which is just not what just needed at the moment.
Yeah, but a little bit of economic hit, but 5-1 still looms over your head like that, as we are going to see maybe a more B-sided push, as they're gonna really
This is the most mixed and close buy I've ever seen in my life.
Go all out and or not even a little bit, as we see a Marshall
And an operator on the same buy. So I'm curious how this is gonna have
a
to
lot more like a casual pick there.
And actually, speaking of the operator, Evil Blueberry looking to do some wall magic, but Stumpy, he saw Evil Blueberry at least, and instead of doing some wall magic, they just set a wall that off. They don't want to deal with the op. Thrudel getting sprayed through the wall, almost actually gets taken down, but just narrowly those bullets miss. And Rebu and Jagog are about to have some kind of engagement here. The Sky ulti comes through. White gets scanned. White gets tapped by the breach util. And Lefty finds Rebu over in lamps. And White is alone on site.
Yeah, jeez, it's kind of left alone there as the tech team tries to rotate.
Oh, actually, you know what? That's fine. White says, I'm alone, but I'm alright, and walks on the site, takes down Lefty. 1 HP, but Sage Shield comes by very nicely and very conveniently. Game over. The Marshall shots didn't even hit the Fade Dog, and this round is just a mess, if I just say so myself. Jagog peeks Evil Blueberry and takes him down. I don't really know what's happening, but Jones won, I guess.
But I mean, it's an interesting pick at the start of the round there. But I mean, interesting buys. But yeah, I mean, Jones gets that round that they needed. Now they've got a little bit of an economy, and it's just a little interesting here as now they try and make this a game, and we are going to see a tech pause because someone has
yet again some problems. A lot of technical problems so far tonight. I have a feeling somebody broke something. It always happens.
There's no more monitor. They've eaten.
They have eaten it. And I mean, last time we had a tech pause, somebody just spilled something on their mouse pads. They had to real quickly mop that up.
Oh wow, I wasn't aware of that. I was casting actually, but yeah, we've seen a lot of tech problems throughout the season for lane tech. Ironically.
Yeah, no. Although I do like the strategy here out of the double shotgun in hookah, and they just so happen to be pushing B too. This is absolutely perfect. Although that messes up the Grim Wall, which is exactly what I was looking for. And the Roombas actually end up gonna spot somebody at the very least. Evil Blueberry giving a heal before they say la vie and say goodbye. Because there's 2 people in hookah and not everybody is gonna make it out. I guarantee you.
Yeah, especially the judge and a lucky.
There's the judge. She finds 2 with the judge. Oh, Echo finds 2. He finds 3 with the judge.
Oh my
Free
goodness.
guns. Store and Thrudel finds game over 2 with the stinger, but it doesn't matter because Stumpy has the op. Evil Blueberry peeks out, misses the off shot. What a round!
No charge.
Yeah, wow. With the judge there turning it into a department store. down right into the hookah door there. And wow, as that loss was something else.
It was just a shredder, if I can say so much.
Causing a timeout for the
Yeah, they just need to take a mental reset. I know that whenever I get tapped out by a judge and my entire team dies to it, I'm just like, all right, deep breaths, deep breaths.
Yeah.
And then eventually you recuperate, and Jones just needs to come up with some form of strategy because it is not working. Whatever they're doing, it is not working. They're getting trumped at every single angle. They're finding hard times on entry, and then once they do entry, they usually get stopped by some form of Sage or Breach util that just, like, a Sage Aftershock legit just ruins their life.
I think Lane Tech needs to keep doing what they're doing. No matter what Jones does, I mean, Lane Tech is just outplaying them right now. Using
Absolutely.
the correct spot. We mentioned this earlier. It's going to come down to this. And we saw this. I mean, Lane, you can see right now that this game, the score probably doesn't reflect how hard Tech and Jones are playing right now. I mean, it's pretty even match, but I mean, there's just better utils on the side of Lane Tech right now. As that Sage pick is really, really working out, as maybe Jones hasn't seen that too much.
Yeah, no, those slow orbs are definitely causing problems for any form of engagements or any form of entry, as a matter of fact. They always seem to be at the right place at the right time. And like I said, legit, they try to walk on a site. There's a slow orb in the way. They can't walk on a site. Now there's a Breach Aftershock, and they took 60 damage to it. Like, everything just falls apart as soon as they try to make that entry.
Absolutely. Blueberry. Looks like they're going to set up another slow here on this A side.
Yet again, like I said, a slow, Breach util, Fade util, Reboot finds Stumpy. That was their lurk over in Garage, or in Showers, but it doesn't matter because White Flag peeks out, finds 3 of them with the Phantom, switches to the Classic instead of reloads, and gets taken down by Jagog. And Jagog's just running. I wouldn't want to deal with it either, in all honesty. Reboot peeks him and
Wrong place,
God.
wrong time. Ow.
just, that poor melon got smashed.
That's that really, the head off the shoulders there is really a rough way to go because I mean you were looking at it, you were staring at it, and you had it, you stopped looking, bang. Like that.
Legit, that actually looked like something you would see on Live Leak. I will say that. Like that was not family friendly.
That was a little unfortunate for the side of Jones.
Turn your eyes.
Now their detriment falls to 5 once again, even after that win earlier. But Lane Tech takes 2 rounds, storming back, refusing to let the Eagles get some momentum here, stomping on their throats here. We're gonna see a little bit of a very slow push with a lot of money.
I think they're just they have their buys. I think what they're gonna do is just gonna play back and they're gonna play their default because the default did work semi on their on the other map, just a little bit, not too much. But all they know is that their rushes are getting stomped down. Like it is not even funny how bad the rushes are going.
Yeah, we saw that a lot actually against Lane Tech. Lane Tech struggled to get on site on attack.
Absolutely, especially since
too. Yeah.
Bind is such an op-friendly map, and Reboot has that op, and it's not even funny how much pressure you get just by sitting in heaven.
Yeah, Reboot's aim is on point, and he is a dangerous man back in A side.
And yet, it looks like they're looking more so A side. Didn't even fake much util over on B to like try to force at least some rotate over. So I think they're just jump peeking angles, making sure nothing happens. There goes the smokes. And the Brim ulti as well to clear out Hookah. Stumpy takes the operator, does 80 damage to him, immediately walks away. But they have Fade ulti to play that retake. And there goes a Fade ulti. But it doesn't matter because a Breach ulti comes back too. So much AoE. Reboot with 30 HP left. He dinks off Stunna. And he almost finds another one in Lambs, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't quite find it. White finds Jagog. And Blueberry actually reses Echo. Stumpy just running guns. Brutal.
Oh my goodness.
Just drive-bys him. Game Over finds 2 actually. It's a 1v2. Game Over might have this in the bag. Or he could just get walled off. But little does he know, Blueberry's sitting there waiting for him. And he actually took down the diffuser. Game Over almost had that in the bag.
Absolutely. But again, Sage pick is really working out for this Tech team.
It is actually causing so many problems for them.
Yeah, that is really just such a rough way to have an experience. Be like, oh, I'm getting walled off, and then Sage has come from absolutely nowhere. But yeah, you're gonna see Lane Tech. I mean, they're getting closer and closer. I'm sure they're hungry right now for that. For that gold trophy. We have trophies, right?
Yes, we do.
I was making sure we didn't get plaques like the rest of them.
But yeah, morale is at an all-time high for Lane Tech, and Jones not so much. They need something to happen here. If they don't get it, this game will end swiftly.
They need some synergy here.
And
maybe
Reboot with one of the most offensive angles I've seen in a while. It actually just finds Jagog. J-Gog wasn't even like that's almost like J-Gog was like trying to do a jump peek, but it didn't matter because Reboot was actually just like inside of their spawn.
Yeah,
and student round
I was
started.
about to say Sky should maybe throw the cabbages, but I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yikes.
And now they're down one, and this is their buy round. They just gotta make something work here, man. Echo jumping in that doorway, seeing if they can find any info, and that doesn't seem to be the case. The smoke on Hookah, and everything is quiet, but they're definitely grouping up around B. Smoke flies back down on Hookah. I think they still realize that Hookah has some form of individual around there, or they're leaning more so towards B, because A side is being pushed up so hard. Like they're walking into spawns. They're making space over there on A side. So I think that they realize that they have to execute over here onto B. So they're using a lot of utility to try to prevent it. Yeah. There goes the Brim smokes.
Yeah, rotate finally coming.
Blueberry waiting till the last possible second, throws down that slow. Brim ulti comes through. Brutal getting sprayed through the smoke, but it doesn't matter. Blueberry actually gets sprayed through the smoke too, and now it's a 4v5 or 4v3, 4v2 actually. White takes down Stunna. Lefty, oh my goodness, Echo just spraying bullets trying to find anything, but it doesn't matter because Lefty finds them. That was just a chaotic round, and they definitely had the gun disadvantage there. Now the question is just, what did they do so differently compared to the other rounds?
Well, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, the rotate was really, really late for Lane Tech, kind of just a 3-on-5 there, or 3-on-4 rather. Reboot kind of a little bit of an offensive angle pretty quick, but we see a lot of that was really chaotic. I mean, Blueberry was stuck in corners. I mean, that B site is just going to work better for the way Jones is playing, and they just refuse to go there, it feels like, as they head towards A, kind of lose everything, try to get back towards B, but it's not enough, as we will see probably a little more of a default.
what a concuss actually.
Yeah, it's really
not allowing Reboot to hold that early peak. But it doesn't matter because nobody's pushed up showers, although Stumpy is sitting there ready, anticipating. In fact, he peeks the evil Blueberry and just annihilates him. So that's one for Jones. It's a 5v4 if they play this right and if they execute the site correctly, which they are actually. They have a lot of presence A, and now everybody's over at B, really taking advantage of the fact that Bind is, well, Bind. And now all that's left is Thrudel to try to hold off the Horde for the time being while they get the plant down. And this is looking so far so good. We've seen plays fall apart in a matter of seconds, so for all we know, that could exactly happen. And Reboot actually taking a really aggressive angle through CT. Fade Eye comes out, catches nobody. Stunna holding close for Thrudel. It takes down Thrudel. Oh, and Reboot doesn't need the op. Actually, he has 2 ops now, but it doesn't matter. He gets blown up by Stunna. Stunna finding 3, and then J-Gog finishing off the round. I think that was definitely an interesting play from Reboot because he had the op already, and then he used the chamber op, but he still had the headhunter. So it was a weird mix of operators.
Absolutely. It's kind of a little bit rough there. As I mentioned, they finally found their footing on B side, and now they have to switch sides. And I guess it is decided, but I mean, you're down 4. You have half the score they do, and I mean, you couldn't really. They kept pushing A over and over and over again, and Jones didn't realize early enough that B site was really not defended at all for like maybe 5 rounds. There was only 1 person on there.
Actually, oh wait, he has a frenzy. I thought he was gonna pull up. Oh, he has a head shot. He's gonna peek this early. He's gonna try to pick off one with the breach stun or with the breach flash. But it turns out they're actually all like face towards long side.
Yeah,
so
like
it's just gonna be a waste of a breach flash. But I don't think that they realize that this B push is coming faster than they think until the foot starts stomping. But they have full hookah control, which makes this really awkward for Lane Tech. Because without hookah control, then they have high ground, and the head hitbox is really weird. But actually, I don't even think they realize the fact that they just don't have hookah control. And Stumpy just ends that silence. And he finds 2 actually. He almost finds 3 with the headhunter. Evil Blueberry can't plant in these in this condition, but he can now that it's walled off, and he doesn't have to worry about it. But Lefty throw in the aftershock too. Spike is down in the middle of that tube. It's a 3v5. It's a 3v4 actually. Make that a 2v4. And game over. He might actually experience a game over right now as he is tethered in that corner. And the cross being held through Octagon. Thrudel with the flank though. Finds 1. Finds 2. Thrudel actually finds 3. Oh, and he almost
nearly an ace.
That was almost an ace for Thrudel, but Echo finishes off the round, turning that entire thing around. They had such an advantage.
I'm sure Echo might be hearing it through the headset right now.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's just like
still a round win there for. I just punched my mic for Lane Tech. There is the champions defeat the Eagles on that very lone round, a great pistol round for the side of the champions, and now they've
That
got
was-
they've got money. Remember how I mentioned earlier, those first rounds matter. They set up those second round wins, and if they win this round because of Econ, it's 10-4, and now Jones really has their back against the wall.
Absolutely, and it's just the fact Thrudel got that flank and just made so much of an impact, it wasn't even funny. Now Jagog gonna hold really close here, down main. It just gets flattened. That's just, yeah, it just gets flattened.
Yeah.
And actually they're walking through, but Game Over is flying at them at the speed of sound. Taps one, but gets taken down immediately. The wall comes up, default plant happens. Thrudel takes a little bit of damage, but it's perfectly fine. Sage Shield comes out, and now Stumpy, the shorty, peeks the angle, gets taken down by Blueberry. 10-4. That round wasn't even close.
Yep.
But, you know, that is the gun advantage. They got one gun down, which is perfectly fine. It's their bye round. If they lose this round, that's probably going to be game. Though.
That's probably going to be game. And right now, we see just Lane Tech. I mean, Jones has had this happen to them, it feels like, last year, too. I mean, very, very rough to be Jones right now, a Jones fan specifically. And, I mean, this is a really, really great job. I mean, by the champions. They've lost. They lost 2-0 earlier this season. Now they're on the cusp of
now
winning the
they're-
state championship 2-0 against the team that 2-0'd them, I think, less
Exactly.
than 3 weeks ago.
And, you know, they are... they're doing a showers push, but a showers push is just extremely dangerous just because the fact that, like, you know, close angles, they don't have the best guns for close angles. I mean, Stinger's all right, but they're just chilling in the smoke. They're waiting for it to go down, and once it goes down, the world is going to explode. That boombot actually, the worst possible boombot for them, as it hits all of them. Actually, that blind also was truly unfortunate. Stunna finds one, Stunna finds two, Jagog also finds one right off the rip. Another nade actually for Stunna. Stunna finds Blueberry as well, but then Thrudel finds him. That's actually 2 guns down for Thrudel, actually for Lane Tech. So that's not too terrible for, like, that's not a too terrible trade off, as now I don't know if they can all full buy here. Yeah, no, Jagog it just can. Oh, actually, Jagog got a buy from Stunna. So they're just like they're holding on with sticks and twigs.
Yeah, a massive, massive swap there. It feels like in momentum, but I think this could be what the Eagles need to try and put the champions against a wall here, against the ropes, and maybe get back into this game. But things are looking bleak in the sky for the Eagles.
Absolutely, 10-5. I mean, it is superbly winnable. Actually, maybe not so much now that Game Over has 10 HP. The ulti from Thrudel actually causes so much problem for him as he takes 140 HP. Stunna actually getting caught off guard by White, and White he's just walking around. He's claiming space. He knows what he's doing. Game Over still has those fade trails following him as Stumpy and both of the Sky walk over onto what's it called? Heaven. And actually, the Sky Dog doesn't clear bench. That is the worst possible outcome. He peeks in front. White with that crosshair discipline. And then he finds the last one. That Sky Dog. You gotta clear your corners with the Sky Dog. And White with that wonderful trigger discipline. Actually, he could have shot that dog, given away his position, and that could have been that.
He shot that dog. Not something you hear too often on a Valorant cast. Maybe a year ago when Sky came out, but happening a lot more now, which is a little weird, but yeah, I mean, we're going to see a little bit more of an econ round here. Economy is struggling. Stunna just with a sheriff.
I think that they're just going to try to force it into overtime. I think that's the best possible outcome. Actually, no, they're forcing up as much as possible. They want this to not go into overtime.
Yeah, that would be ideal, but I mean, they just want to win. They don't really care how it happens.
Yeah, if they lose this round, though, this game is almost guaranteed to be over. They have no money to their name. And Lefty going for a really aggressive angle. Doesn't find anything, though. Stunna also, or Stumpy going for a really aggressive angle, and now it's 5-3, and they don't have the gun advantage. Although Stunna does have the Raze ulti, and you know what? Sometimes that's all you need. Watch this 5-man Raze ulti coming up from Stunna.
Right, we'll be looking.
And Jagog also has a gun. This round is still extremely winnable, but not likely.
Yeah, as the odds, as the clock ticks, the odds for Jones go down.
And there goes one of their best. There actually goes their win con, and there goes their win.
There just goes the flawless.
Yeah, flawless.
Unfortunately for Jones,
And now let's take a look at that econ. Let's just take a look at it.
it's really. I mean, they get some stuff.
They got a bulldog.
They all died, so like they actually get some stuff here.
I mean, they've only taken L's like so far this half, I think. And so like they have maxed out the economy that you can get per round, but that really doesn't matter if all you can afford is a Sheriff and a Bulldog.
That's pretty true. Yeah, as you see, I mean, this is a defensive-sided map, and I mean, they're kind of just dominating them on this offensive side. Lane Tech not really caring how the map goes.
Although Chamber Op is available, Stumpy needs to be the hero they deserve, the hero that they need to put a matter of fact. And actually, Sky Jagog taking that TP just needed to get out of there, and surprisingly was not like in the worst possible outcome. And actually, Stumpy misses a shot, but White takes him down with ulti, and Blueberry also takes down Lefty. But don't worry because he's back up. White is back up, and now Stunna is taken down by Rebu. 5v2. It's not looking all too hot. But, you know, this is where legends are made. This is where Game Over gets a 5K with the Sheriff
Player standing.
and wins the round for everybody. He's holding those angles. And doesn't matter. Thrudel takes down Game Over. Making it 2-0. Lane Tech wins the championship. That's that.
Yeah, your 2022 fall season champions are the Lane Tech champions.
And there that is.
I hear the cheering back there. Yeah. Wow.
Really unfortunate loss for Joan. They lost their first map earlier in this bracket, and then they lost another one map earlier in the bracket, and then they just.
I don't think they lost a map to Whitney, but they came really close. They went 15-13 there.
No, there was definitely. I think it was the first match. Their first.
Yeah,
match.
they lost the
won.
match to Walter Payton.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Walter Payton on Pearl, which they weren't too acknowledged about, but that is it. And now on this bus home, Lane Tech is gonna have to hold this gold trophy
Over their heads.
the whole ride home. Actually,
Yep. Hopefully it's not too awkward of a bus ride.
Absolutely.
Happy I'm not there, at least.
also getting my forehead signed, so that's great. But now we're gonna move to the third place game, I believe. Yeah, we're moving to the third place game. I believe it is.
And we're joining in for game 3. It's
Is it
your
game 3 or is it game 2 right now?
right now they're in game 3, and it's Yorkville versus forgetting who it is at the moment, but
It's Yorkville versus Whitney Young. We'll be back with that game right after this.
absolutely. Last game, baby. Here we go.
Welcome back to the IHSEA State third place match. Actually, the finals have just concluded. Lane Tech being crowned as the state champions for fall 2022. But here we are in game 3, Yorkville versus the Whitney Young Dolphins, who have been putting everybody on upset alert. And a third place trophy for this team, who has not been to the playoffs before, would be wonderful.
I do have to agree, and it's nice to see. We thought we were done. The finals were done. The big conclusion was there, and it's just like, you know what? Let's throw map 3 of the third place game, and I was just like, all right, cool. That's what I want to see.
Let's do it. And we are going to see. I'm not sure how the other 2 rounds have gone. I know the first round was Yorkville won, and the second round was Whitney Young. Yorkville won, and Whitney Young. That rhymes.
And then here we are back on. Actually, we're on Icebox.
Ooh.
New map. Well, not new map, but a newer map that we haven't seen in a minute.
I don't think I have seen Icebox in the 3 games I've already commentated. So
I got to see Icebox once. So
I mean, Icebox is where magic happens. Absolutely.
absolutely. I mean, what's there not to like about Icebox? It's cold.
Cool. Hey, just like Illinois right now.
Oh boy, don't even get me started.
It was 32 degrees this morning when I got in my car, and I had to pry the ice off of my windshield. But we'll hope this game isn't as cold as that on Icebox.
Absolutely. I'm hoping it's because one map won, another team won map 2, so I'm hoping that map 3 is going to be a little bit close instead of that raffle stomping that Lane Tech had against Jones, because that just when it's so one-sided, it just kind of becomes unfun to commentate.
Unfun, but I mean, again, it was still very fun to commentate.
Yeah, I will
it's
say
the
that.
end of it's the championship.
Absolutely.
It was a great experience getting to hear them cheer right when they won the game. It was really cool. And I am gonna say, you know what? Yeah, that was a great match.
Yeah, it was a great match. It was it's just that final conclusion against rivals, and then it ended up not being so close, which was just what surprised me the most. And seems as though we're having some technical issues here.
Yeah, waiting on a PC reset. Somebody trying to turn their computer back on after just maybe a little bit of a rough game last time, frames wise, but should be in this game pretty soon. You've already commentated Yorkville. I've already commentated Whitney Young. Who's your pick today?
Oh, that's like picking between a rock and a hard place.
Immovable object versus unstoppable force?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Whitney Young.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are just excellent team players. I mean, they already went down 1-0 and then decided, hey, we're going to go win this game. And personally, they were like, they talked to themselves. They were like, we're going to win this game. I'm fully sure. And they went and are bringing it to round 3 now.
And I will say, though, I as much as I am voting for Whitney Young, I would like Yorkville, Supra. That man just makes me happy. As much as I hate to say it, his jet, it's just W. And what's there not to love about pressing your W key?
Absolutely.
Just flying in the action face first, and somehow it always almost ends up working.
I mean, when you practice like you play, and Supra probably has been practicing a lot of just crazy jet moves and crazy aggression. As you know, you see a lot of these games. You just see a lot of, you see a lot of patient pushes. We watched that, a lot of patient pushes, a lot of aggressive pushes, but you don't see a lot of jets flying through the air like a plane.
Yeah, Mach 10 flying through over the house in ascent.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was really, really good as he got them off guard and got that round there. That was very, very decent. We see a lot of great jet players out here. We've seen a lot of great jet players today, and Supra is definitely one of them.
I would have to agree, and still taking quite a moment just to get that computer kink worked out. But once it's worked out, we'll be chilling, and we'll be able to go into Icebox.
Absolutely. And we're just wondering, one thing I am wondering is how is DBP250 going to be playing along with Red Frost? Typically, both top frag come close to top fragging, but we saw Whitney Young lost to Jones and Red Frost in DBP. It really didn't perform all too well for that team, and every person on Jones or every person on Whitney Young typically has to perform as they are such a team-centered team.
Yeah, I would have to say that. It's just like sometimes we just have that bad game or that bad map, and like you get started off wrong, like you whiff like you you blind three, and then you peek the three, and then you miss like 6 ghost shots, and you're just like, all right, I hang up the towel, I'm done. And I think that's probably what ended up happening to Whitney Young. And it just caused a mental problem all throughout the game, and then eventually, that just catches up to you, and you end up taking the L. It's just kind of how it is.
Absolutely, it's just and Whitney Young really, really trying to get some brass, or rather some bronze here, as we head towards this third round, and maybe his computer is turning on. He's loading in, but that is the lowest loading time I've ever seen, and I have to guess there is an HDD on that computer.
Maybe like 3 minutes max. Right. Well, I guess here we are for 3 minutes. I will say though, Icebox. Let's just talk about the map real fast. I think we got it.
We got it. We can.
All right. Let's just talk about Icebox first, though. I will say though, like a lot of op angles, especially on Snowman. Operator being a very dominant weapon. You can hold so many angles. You can hold belt. You can hold top cat. You can really hold anything with an operator, both on attack and defense. Especially like if you Sage or Viper or anything like that. Those picks being, well, especially Viper. Viper is almost a must-have in Icebox. If you don't have a Viper, you're almost throwing. I will say that. Unless you have something big in mind, like an Astra or a Brimstone, and you have specific plans in mind.
Or a Harbor, but not in the game yet. So.
Not in the game yet. Although I'm excited to see what people will do with Harbor.
Harbor is looking like a very interesting operator that will completely just blindside the meta, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, I think from one of these teams we saw Sage.
We did see a Sage on a bind from Lane Tech to win that championship.
But also, like, from either Whitney Young or Yorkville.
Oh, yeah, we
one
saw
of them
Whitney
played
Young.
a Sage.
We saw Yorkville. I don't know, played that.
I'm pretty sure Hollywood Cole is their smokes. Midnight, I think, is their chamber player. Super's their jet. IDK is their flashes. So it's either Skyline or Midnight that played it.
Probably,
I think.
yeah.
And they did pull out a Sage on Icebox, so we can kind of expect that. We can kind of put together a comp around that. So like Yorkville is probably gonna have a KO. They're gonna have a Sage. They're gonna have a Viper. They're gonna have a Jet. Probably a Chamber to end it all off. That's probably gonna end up being their team. And then I know that Whitney Young, Red Frost really likes playing Astra, which I respect hardcore. Zipsy Doi, I actually don't remember seeing this person.
Zipsy Doi was the Killjoy.
Oh, okay.
Played Killjoy every single map. I'm assuming we're going to see more of the same here on Icebox.
And then DBP being their duelist player.
Rays, a lot of Rays.
Lots of Rays.
Seeing Rays.
And then Quink was Fade.
Fade, yep. I think they're going to probably stick with what they're used to here.
Absolutely.
His game is launching right now, luckily for us. So we'll be in a game soon. But Red Frost getting that, what do you call it? Red Frost probably going to be ending up on the smokes here as Chamber. Zipsy probably going to end up as the Killjoy here, but I mean DBP maybe plays Viper. We're gonna have to see who ends up playing Viper.
I think actually, and now hear me out here. I actually don't think that they're gonna go for the Viper unless Red Frost is willing to play Viper. I think that they're.
Where's Z1A, who's been the Killjoy so far?
Yeah, I think he's actually just gonna end up playing Astra if he's not Viper, he's most likely Astra.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have enough information on Whitney Young at hand to know what each player has played before this finals, but they have been sticking to the same old, same old. It's been working pretty well for Whitney Young so far.
And actually, let's see if our predictions were correct here. Red Frost actually pulling out the Viper, which I didn't think would happen. Yeah, with the Sova. Quink actually not playing Fade, playing KO. Almost entirely wrong, I would say. DVP playing Raze. We expected that. Zipsy Doi, you expected that. And
Maybe Quink on the instead of Z1A on the KO is a little new, but
Supra on the Reyna.
ooh,
Or at least the hover for Reyna.
Reyna's not. Reyna's just
Reyna got... Oh, maybe not.
Not.
Because Reyna,
Oh.
Reyna got that slight buff to her eyeball. And just
And
lots of
Jet.
Jet.
Yeah.
He thought about it. He's like, yeah. Nah.
Reyna's. I have a hard time wondering why Reyna doesn't get played as much, and the idea is, it's because of Jet.
It's just because Reyna's eyeball, yes, it did get the buff and has unlimited range now, but you can still shoot the eyeball as it's flying outwards before it blinds, so it's still kind of borderline useless unless they like raise the HP of it or make it blind as it's flying
Yeah,
out.
absolutely.
So at the moment, Reyna's in a better spot, but she's still not in the best spot, and she can still get out duelist by almost all of the other duelists.
Yeah, that ult though is something else. And
That ult
if Reyna
does.
comes back into meta, I don't know if Reyna was ever in meta, but as Reyna,
Probably somewhere around season 1, Reyna was
Reyna was, because you didn't have the addition of certain operators like Fade and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you had,
But,
it was, I think it was Jet Reyna actually, or Jet Raze.
Yeah, it was Jet Reyna, but.
But,
yeah,
Here we go. After the long wait, we're finally into the game.
we are on Icebox.
And defending side is going to be Whitney.
I can't read the names. That's gonna be Whitney Young,
Yep,
and the
the
attackers
Charlotte's
will
gonna be
be the
Yorkville.
Yorkville Foxes.
All right, cool. We got
And-
this.
It's just
We got this going. Hey, let's go. Yep. The rounds, a lot of people like to gravitate towards the A side. It's just so friendly. Like A side is basically home for Icebox.
Absolutely. It's
So-
just, I mean, default. I would call default for Icebox
But-
a full A push.
I would like to see Skyline maybe pull a lurk through mid. A lot of times, especially like a lot of times, if a chamber just lurks through mid, he'll probably find one or get a nice flank, especially on Icebox. So I mean, if he gets that lurk, he might find one. If he doesn't lurk and he ends up playing with his team, that's perfectly fine. And overall, it's looking definitely A-sided. They got 2 on A, or actually they have 3 on A. They have 1 in mid, and they have 1 over on B. And
They're looking to really count as A push. 'Cause I think they figured pretty well.
I mean, who doesn't push A on first round? And overall, Fade Eye flies through, gets shot down immediately. Zipsy Doi and Quink over here, backside. They immediately call for the rotate over from Kia. And Quink immediately takes down the Viper. That's a detrimental pick. And actually, the Sage gets taken down as well for a quick trade. 4v4 now. It's perfectly even. It's just now the smokes are not in Whitney. No, that's the other one. Yorkville's favor. They're not in Yorkville's favor, which is just a problem. Smokes are so important on this map for any form of entry. And now they're kind of just stuck in like a really weird limbo where they just have to sit in their spawn and just wait until somebody peeks out and makes a mistake. And unless Super does some kind of jet magic, that is, and flies in and
I think
finds
that's
somebody.
just called Jet. Yeah.
And to look at that, he's walking around. He's playing super aggressive as per usual, but does get taken down by the chamber.
I'd say he's playing supra aggressive.
And then Skyline takes down the Viper as well, and I think they're just going to head for the rotate. IDK over here, he's just walking through.
30 seconds
They just need to
left.
get that spike down. 30 seconds remaining. They need to execute to this site right now, right here. And Zia, I don't think they realize the fact that Zia is there just quite yet. He gets peeked out, finds the chamber.
Planted.
Now they just got to play post plan. Midnight and the KO. And the KO actually gets suppressed, so no more KO util. He does peek out and actually almost finds Queek.
Enemy
Queek actually finds the fade. IDK peeks out, gets taken down, and that's the first round. So Whitney Young.
Wow, that was a really long first round. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That felt like 3 rounds. I was thinking about other things the whole time. It feels like, but I actually just watched the same round over and over and over again. But here we go. And that was a really, really kind of... It was a clever thing for the Foxes to do there as they headed towards A. I mean, they got at A site, kind of jammed there in that little transition zone on ramp and behind that pillar there. And they got all the way to B site, but... Yeah.
That would have been a lot cleaner for their team if they just didn't lose their Viper right off the rip. The fact that they lost their Viper caused their push to slow down so much, and they had no spokes to entry on. They had people rotated over, and then Super tried to go for a really offensive angle and got punished entirely. So, like, just overall, that in itself made it just impossible for them. Actually, Super, speaking of the devil, he just W keys and immediately takes down their KO. That's Super all right.
That's super aggressive.
And he's just he now that they got that B pick, they know that that was one of their B players, or that mid player was gravitating more so towards B. So I think they're just gonna execute onto B. They have the Viper ball up. They have the they've got the Viper orb over there too, and they're just gonna Spike comes down. Maybe they peek through. Viper Molly at least catches the Viper, takes away 50 HP, and now all that's left is the post plant. I do know that they like to play post plant with these ultis or with these mollies. And I've seen the same exact scenario where they wall it off, but it doesn't matter because Viper just lobs mollies over the wall, and that's just kind of that. But it turns out that's not the case this time. They take down the wall, and all it is, it's 1v2 now, and that was a thrifty round.
That's great to see round 2. Yeah, I mean, Foxes get a good jump there, get a good jump on the Dolphins there. Dolphins notorious with their retakes, but Yorkville fends it off there. So we saw a lot. That was a really good thrifty round. We saw that even in the championship game. Losing that round can really set you on a bad path. We saw, every single game today, we saw just so much issues with having money, and that econ really, it's like striking teams that lost today is they didn't manage that econ, and those teams that won those first 2 rounds tended to win games today. But now we're going to see an A-sided push as per usual on Icebox.
And it's looking to be pretty aggressive actually. The Silva finds the Jet. And that's just, that opening pick is exactly what happened, except like on the opposite side now. Super tried to rush out and immediately got punished, instead of last round where Super actually almost won them the round because of said aggressive play. IDK was actually playing for that, which is pretty cool if I do say so myself. And actually gets tapped out immediately by the chamber. Just peeks out and immediately gets flat.
First of the caster.
And now they're stuck in another awkward spot where they have to like sit in the spawn kind of, but DBP, he's got such an aggressive angle, but gets caught with the TPs out. He's sliding his card towards them and just didn't have his gun out, and that's just not good for Yorkville. As now they think that they're gonna execute B. Skyline peeks back out, finds Zia, and now it's looking more so like an A push. Viper Wall finally comes down. And Quink, he's holding the kite angle. He finds 1. He almost finds 2, but it's okay. Midnight finds him. And now all it is, it's a 1v or 2v1.
30 seconds left.
Red Frost, I've seen him pull out of even tougher scenarios. But he is getting scanned by that Fade Util. And that in itself is just not good for him. Red Frost has to make something happen. 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, with only a classic against 2 Vandals, we'll see what he can do.
Double headshots, but it doesn't matter. Midnight takes him down. 3K for Midnight, not terrible. But that was their buy.
Absolutely, that is a little bit of an issue there. I mean, you saw them head mid, and 2 guys went over to rotate, and that kind of leaves that site open almost with only who was it? Kunke? Yeah, I don't know how to say the name. Quick. Yeah, gets on site, stays on site by themselves, and that kind of gives point to Yorkville there. And those slow rotations, you can't win games like that, and they need to pick that up. Whitney Young struggling with the same exact thing against Jones too, not committing to rotations, and when they did, they were just flat out wrong.
Yet again, Supra taking that really aggressive angle, almost gets punished for it yet again, but not quite. Takes the 80 damage though. That's like a fee for taking that pipe aggro peek. And Zia actually holding a really aggressive angle as well. That defensive angle could potentially get him a pick, and if that is the case, actually peeks him, doesn't find anything. Viper Molly flies out. And Zia really is just trying to catch anything in this angle. But in turn, he decides to back away before he ends up getting taken out. And overall, that's probably the right play. They need to play their numbers. They know they damaged Supra at least a little bit. And the Fade ulti comes out and catches absolutely nothing. So they know. So now Yorkville knows that the yellow's clear, everything on yellow is clear, everything around yellow is clear. Now they're just playing on site, and the Fade util almost reveals them, but doesn't matter because the KO knife is there to reveal both of them. And now I think it's just gonna get left back to a post plant scenario. Zia finds Supra yet again. Supra trying for a really aggressive peek, doesn't find anything, gets punished immediately. Viper ulti comes out onto B for that post plant scenario. Red Frost about to peek the chamber, it doesn't matter. Skyline TP's out. Red Frost has a really interesting angle here. Finds Sova, takes down, or the KO, takes down the KO. Sage Wall is up. Zippy Doy finds Hollywood Cole. Midnight and Skyline will find one as well. It's a 2v2, but the HP differential is way too high here. There goes SPD. He is sayonara.
HP or not, that's a headshot.
Yeah. Zippy Doy finds one. Just playing that post plant. Almost has to spike, but gets taken down by Midnight. Midnight actually popping off in these rounds here.
Absolutely, Midnight. I'm not sure how they've done earlier. We haven't had access to that, obviously, because we were casting the championship. But Midnight doing extremely well there. And I have a feeling with a name like Midnight, he plays Fade pretty often.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
a Fade name.
a Fade name right there.
That's a Fade name. And we see probably what we're gonna see what's pretty normal in Icebox and see a heavier A push here after losing on B. But maybe they'll give B another shot. But
Yep.
I believe
We have a tech pause.
Pause.
Yet again.
Yet again.
It's like a tradition. Every single map you gotta get a tech pause. And this time it's actually a bugged mouse.
No, wow. That's pretty interesting. I don't think we've had that one yet today. Had what? Computer reset.
Yeah, we had computer reset, mouse pad getting spilled, or water getting
I
spilled on
wasn't
a
aware
mouse
of that
pad.
because I was casting it and I just was told tech pause.
But
And it is
No,
already
that's a
over,
button.
apparently.
no, not quite yet. I mean,
Oh,
they're-
never mind. I apologize.
yeah, no, they got get their mouse situation figured out. We can't have
I
them.
think actually we're spectating the mouse issues, so maybe it might be over. They did not move once that tech pause started.
Possible Zia was having mouse issues, but I'm not entirely sure myself. But yeah, no, I guess this gives them more time to set up and think. And this is basically just like a timeout. It's time for them to think plans, think things through, maybe take some more rounds because Yorkville is very dominant, 3-1 right now. They actually just lost their bye, so they got to make something happen here.
Yeah, with not many options, they really got to beat the Dolphins on this end here. I mean, the Dolphins are. Oh, wait, no, I apologize. I really got to beat. Whitney really has to beat the Foxes here and hold a steady defense, which they have not been able to, just really at all so far.
I mean, yeah, but it's just that entering onto site yet again. Like they get the wall down, they get the post plant, and then like, what do you do against a post plant? Like the Viper mollies are there, everybody's peeking angles. You just don't get a whole lot of you just don't get a whole lot of like leeway to just exist
Yeah,
in a post plant scenario.
Post-plant scenario, I mean, Whitney Young has specialized in that. I mean, we saw it on Haven. Even against Jones, they struggled, but I mean, they still overall was probably the much, much, much better team on retakes than anybody else we've seen today. And especially that first round, I mean, they just completely stomped out the hope of Naperville Central. Newer team here, met the likes in the maw of the Dolphins.
And now tech pause is over. We're back to it.
And we are playing video games.
Back in the field, baby. Back in the field.
More video games as we see a
And
A-centered push. Like I
EVP
mentioned.
is actually holding that offensive peak on Jenny, but it doesn't matter. The KO knife immediately clears him out. He's got a TP out, otherwise he will die. And Supra already on site, already on 410. That blind coming through perfectly takes down DBP. Couldn't even see where he died from, but all he knows is that he died. Supra going on top of screen, just holding down that W key like I said he always does. And now he's peeking in their backline. He's basically just playing Apex Legends right now, man. This isn't Valorant.
Absolutely. It's just aggressive.
Speaking of which, their backline is also getting pushed into right now by the Viper, I think, or is that the Fade? I think that's the Fade actually. Yeah, by the
That's the
Fade,
Viper, yeah.
and
I think so. Oh, wait, yeah, no, yeah, I got you. That's
Yeah.
Viper, I think.
by the Fade, Zia has to deal with this somehow, some way. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a thorn in their side.
That is the Viper.
And
Frost, yeah.
Player standing.
all that's left, a 1v1, and there it is. Fade takes down the Sova. That was such an interesting round. The Fade kind of walked in their back line. Super just legitimately, he jumped up, did a backflip, tapped somebody in the head, did another backflip. This time, when he did a backflip, he was floating mid-air and then tapped somebody in the head.
Yeah, he decided his mouse blink key needed a little use, a little love, and he got one at backside, and they were not ready for it. They were trying to leave, trying to regroup for a retake, and the Foxes are up 4-1 early.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Jones almost come back from a similar loss, but not quite so much.
Yeah. I mean, they were down early, but I mean, we've seen a lot of comebacks in these featured matches this year.
Game is
in
not
the league,
over.
and
Supra
especially on Icebox.
still holding that W key down. Doesn't even need his gun out. He just has his knife out, just walking around. Dash is all. Their CT's compromised already. Like, what do? Supra's already in Snowman. What is this man doing? He has no like regard for his life at all. He's just kind of chilling.
Well, he doesn't need it. He's doing well without it, and he's actually winning without it.
Spike
Yeah,
down
but
A.
Actually, Spike gets caught down mid. Sage takes down the Viper, and now everything's kind of falling apart. All that's left is the Fade and the Jet on Yorkville's side, and this might be where the momentum changes. Super sees the one nest, takes him down. I don't even think he realized where he died from. And now Super is just holding these angles. He's out kitchen. Super takes down another. 2v2 now.
Yeah, Super on rooftop there. Not really what you'd expect.
And right now, it's just this man is just everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Like I said, he's just playing Apex Legends. Midnight throws the Fade Eye into the Viper world and doesn't find anything. Throws a Fade Dog into the Viper ulti, doesn't find anything. And actually, Quink finds Supra with his back turn. Normally it's the other way around.
This advantage has disappeared for the Foxes, and like you mentioned, this might be where momentum changes.
It's a possibility. Quink tapping Midnight. Midnight doesn't care, just needs to walk away. He knows when to fold them. And finally, Viper leaving their ulti. So that means that B is a possible... Actually, no, 9 seconds left. He needs to get that spike down ASAP.
I can't get to be in that time, unfortunately, for
Viper,
Midnight.
Viper Molly, KO Molly, all of the Mollies, and then gets head dinked by Quink. Now, Whitney Young's back on the board.
Yeah, real rough go at it for the Foxes there. Having to deal with that kind of experience there and trying to they had the advantage there and they couldn't capitalize on it, and that's what's really big there. You saw that rotate go very poorly due to, you know, Supra being on top of a roof or something. I'm not really sure where he was. I'm not sure he knows where he is either. He just plays the video game. But an excellent job, and as again B fails, they head to A. I mean, even though they did try A initially last time. But
yeah, I mean, now actually Yorkville, every single round has been semi-close, so Yorkville actually have to just save. Classics and Marshals, oh boy, along with the Chamber Operator, which is just better than everything. And actually, Supra finds Quink, and Skyline actually, he's walking around, he's looking to get a little antsy with his op, and Supra yet again, he's just in their backline, man, he's vibing. He dashed right there, DVP didn't even expect it, and Supra just took care of it. He still has his jet knife.
Wow.
Oh, Zia finds Hollywood Goal. And IDK, he's watching that flank. They do have spike down. They do have post plant potential. Super just needs to play this right. He does have his knives. This right here. This is his win conditioning right here.
I don't know if he got spotted there.
Like he didn't get. That was actually their KO's
That
knife.
was the KO's knife. Yeah, no spot there. And that's
So
mental.
So I don't think they do know Supra's down there. Both drop down at the same time. Zia finds Supra, but not scotch-free. One of them does get tagged by a knife, and then Red Frost takes down Midnight, and finally, Zipsy Doi takes down IDK, making it 3-4. Finally, Whitney Young finding that momentum.
As the Dolphins kind of put their foot on the gas here, trying to even this game up and get this bronze medal here. Bronze medal, bronze trophy. There's no medals.
But yeah, there's something on the line, something riding on this. They need to do their hardest. If they don't, then that's just not. It's just unfortunate for them.
Either team can look back on this year and look back on it proudly. Maybe Yorkville not getting the result that they wanted, but placing third 2 years in a row in this league with the amount of improvement we had, the amount of teams we had added is absolutely...
It's impressive.
It's more than impressive. It's absolutely, like, jaw-dropping.
But Red Frost actually immediately popping that molly. Oh, wait, actually, this chamber angle is really tight, but if he manages to hit somebody through it, that's just impressive. Supra actually dodging. I don't think they realized Supra's up there. And Supra finds Quink for free. They didn't even realize Supra was chilling up there, and Supra just walks away. Actually, I think he wanted to re-engage that, but definitely didn't. And Quink gets rezzed by Zipsy Doi. But, yeah, actually, he gets out with his life. Supra misses the head dink. And now there's a KO ulti, and it's looking like they're going to execute on day. Zia's up top nest. Never mind, Zia had to fall back to screens, and now they just play post plant. They have to play that retake.
Absolutely, cards being dealt there very heavily by what they have been doing on this aggressive push here.
And you know this is just a rough post plant for Whitney Young to try to play into. Nades flying everywhere. IDK getting hit by a random KO nade that just so happened to fall at his feet. Hollywood Cole taking down Quink. IDK taking down Red Frost. This retake is going wonderfully, except IDK takes down Zia. IDK finds 3 actually when he takes down Zippy Doi. And Supra gets that cross, and now there goes all of Whitney's momentum. Yorkville finally takes it back.
Absolutely. You put a really great point there. It's just impressive what Supra and Supra and just the entire Yorkville team is doing. They're holding angles, really tight angles, getting those angles done, and getting kills and frags for this Yorkville team. And again, that was really well played to stop that Dolphin momentum, and I guess stop them from swimming on to a bronze medal here.
I'll give you that one. That was a good one.
That's a good one.
But yeah, but this game is not over yet. Like, this is a defensive-sided map, and actually, the Dolphins are kind of losing their D. Maybe they have more of a better idea on their attack side. And Supra dashing up to the top of the tube yet again. One of his favorite things to do on Icebox. And he actually got like shot through the tube, and he's not feeling too good about it. But that doesn't stop him from taking down Quink and Zia. Supra yet again. Like I said, he's just playing it. He's gonna dash right into that, and there goes DVP. Unless it almost takes down DVP. Like I said, this man he's just W King. He's feeling it. He knows what he's doing. Viper ulti onto A. While Supra's causing so much trouble over there in mid, they completely just got off of A site, and now that's a free 4-man A site. And Supra finds 3 actually. I don't think he realizes that somebody's underneath him / behind him, and now Supra will unfortunately pass away.
That was a really good free call there.
And now it's a 2v4, but Viper ulti is on A, and I think they're just gonna save their guns. Yeah, it's just for the best. They have a Vandal, they have an Operator. I feel like they don't want to give that Operator to the enemy, so they're just gonna save their guns over here on B side. Let them play in the Viper ulti. You know, swim in the poison a little bit.
A little dip there, and maybe try and get this game back in the Dolphins' favor. Oh well, they're swimming, so yeah.
Actually, you know what? Skyline might actually go face to face with DVP's op. Actually, he's just he almost blew up. Actually, I thought he was gonna blow up there. And yeah, no, that's just the round. Yorkville taking another round, 3-6 now.
Yeah, 3-6, and they have got the momentum back in their favor, and the Foxes are really kind of putting this game really hard for Whitney Young. They've been kind of going on streaks here. Whitney Young winning the first round, then they won 4 straight, and that puts the Whitney Young down 4-1. That's tough to do after. I mean, you see that econ round that really swings the momentum. That they had so many less guns, and they got it done, got it through, and won 4 more rounds, and that's really excellent as we see a decided push here.
They're actually up and immediately gets taken down by Red Frost. There goes the biggest thorn in their side right there. And yeah, no, overall they've just been having problems with Supra, but now that he's out of the equation, they might just find this round to be a little bit easier. Skyline peeking out on top of box. And I think they're actually just gonna still commit to the side. Once they walk on, once they get that plant down, life is gonna be a lot better for them. Actually, that wallbang was spot on and it hit the Viper all the way down to like 40 HP, I'd say. They're holding on to this A side very well. 2 of them are stuck on yellow actually with an op trained at them. Well, now the Viper wall's up, not so much, but it's either they cut their losses and rotate off, or they keep on executing. And it's looking like they keep on executing. Yeah, no, they've got the spike starting to get down. Wall has to drop. IDK takes down Zipsy Doy. Quink also gets taken down by IDK, but Red Frost gets the trade, and I think they're gonna try to res him here. But if they get peeked, never mind. Red Frost gets Quink up for free. And now a Skyline and DBP. It's a 4v3 right now with a Viper ulti on the defender side. Overall, like, Whitney just wants this round. They need this round. And Skyline actually takes down DBP. Hollywood Cole takes down Zia. Red Frost takes down Hollywood Cole. Quink is just holding the spike, and I don't even think they realized it. Finally, Whitney Young takes yet another round, 4-6. And Quink is the last one alive.
Absolutely, we saw that Viper ult just change the tide.
They needed that round.
Yeah, for Whitney Young there. They needed that round. That Viper ult was going to give it to him. And, I mean, it kind of cancels out that very slow rotation. And again, like we mentioned before, Whitney Young plays as a team. 3 players have 7 kills. 1 player has 8 kills. This team plays similar to each other, and they play a team game. But,
meanwhile, on the Yorkville side, they just kind of let Supra do his own thing, and then they do their own thing.
They let Supra 16 and 8 and 2 really early.
They just let him run around in their back line, and if he just gets taken down, he just gets taken down.
Yeah, absolutely. Supra being really the only thing Whitney Young
Speaking
can't
of
stop.
which, there goes Supra. Sayonara, Sucker. There he goes. IDK actually getting a nice trade on Zipsy Doy, but then immediately gets taken down by DVP 250. And yeah, Skyline takes down Z as well. Skyline, unaware of the fact that DVP was peeking him, and actually misses that headhunter shot on that eye. I don't quite get that one, but alright.
Pretty sure
Skyline full blind.
Whatever.
In Midnight, actually, what a tether, actually. Forces the Viper to have to play on screens. with that DK and that mute, and I think actually with said mute, they're gonna just walk away from sight. Now they're gonna re-hit it, but I think that
Yep, that's gonna cause a Whitney Young rotation from their Viper.
oh yeah, they take the rotation away. They think they rotated over to B, but actually that knife might, and actually that knife was horrid and actually doesn't sell him at all. Quink, he has the thought that maybe they're still here, but he's not entirely sure. Whitney Young made a full rotate. Eyeball flies out. Quink finds Skyline, but Quink gets immediately traded out by Midnight. 2v2. Spike is planted. They have the Viper and the Fade alive. Fade although has no util. Viper I think has full util. No, just a Molly actually. And that's all that they have to win this round. Hollywood Cole actually playing a really interesting angle, if I do say so myself. Viper wall comes up, and now they start to walk onto site. Red Frost taking the zipline up, and nobody actually sees him. This might be detrimental. Oh, he falls down right next to Hollywood Cole. He finds one. Viper Molly goes through, and Midnight. And again, Yorkville beats so dominant here on Icebox, 4-7. And it's almost last round and a half.
Yeah, it's almost towards the half, and we're seeing a lot of clever plays from Yorkville, as Foxes are. And I mean, you get super down. You're thinking you're in a much better position. You get Midnight down. You're thinking even in a better position. And then you just lose on what is a wonderful play. I mean, you come off site. Whitney Young was like, all right, they're headed beach site, right? So they slowly rotate out. Quink.
There it is.
Jeez. Quink quickly stays back, has a feeling, but the feeling isn't enough, and Whitney Young loses there on a great fake rotate.
Yeah. But now it's just looking like a full A execute. Whitney Young extremely broke, actually. Has 4 stingers in hand. And there goes the KO ulti. They're just looking to execute onto this as hard as possible. Super dashes into his smoke. Double smokes it, actually. He's trying to play in an angle that they don't expect him. Sova ulti flies through. And Sova ulti actually doesn't catch a single thing besides his own teammates. It was a slight yikes, but last round and a half, you might as well use him while you got him. There goes the tether from the Fade. It doesn't find anything, but Super does get hit by the KO knife. I think they know that Super's playing on 410. Chamber TP's out. IDK finds Quink. That's a KO diff right there. Zippy Doi taken down by Skyline. Super finds 2 actually, both Kia and Red Frost. DBP, like, what is this man doing? Super's just dashing around. DBP finds 1, and then Super legit just dashes into his DMs.
Yeah, dude. I was not ready for that. But, yeah, Dupra, DBP there, kind of ran out of bullets. Stinger diff, I guess, would be the best way to put it, as just dash into it and just pulled out the Vandal and completely ran over by Supra, which is actually an incredibly good pun that I did not mean to make, because Supra is a car. Well, no, there's not a car at the LAN event, but there's... Yeah, you get my point there. It's really aggressive. Really aggressive push. We're going to see probably really aggressive push towards A side, as we always do on Icebox. And these matches are never cold, and we might see a little bit of a comeback here, as we've seen Elgin, DGS, and so many other teams this year make on Icebox.
An interesting dart, actually. That does scan Supra, and he's forced to have to back off, which is unlike him. But overall, they're just playing more of a default here. They have a little bit of scouting out A. They're just trying to figure out where everybody's playing right now. So they have a little bit scouting over A, a little bit scouting over B. They know that the Jet is on A side, as they heard the Jet dash. They don't know who else is there. Now they kind of do, as they saw the KO kind of peek out, but they don't know if there's any more there. That's the thing. They're just trying to scout it out, get their feelers out, see if they can find anything at all. And I think that since they saw both Quink and Supra, they're just backing off. And they're just gonna go over B. They're just like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with the Jet. Go elsewhere. I think that's exactly what they're doing. I'm about to make an execute over here onto B. They already have the Viper wall out. And now Hollywood Cole just kind of has to play post plan, except for the fact that he tries to peek out, but it doesn't matter. There's a sage wall there. He starts stabbing at that sage wall, cutting away at the eyes. DBP finds Skyline, but it doesn't matter. Super finds Quink. Now it's still a 4v4 in a post plan situation. Super gets tagged by the Sova drone, that one, and he has to back off for now. Red Frost overall, he's just playing that post plant with his mollies, doing what he can do best. Super actually going for an aggressive angle on Zia here. Zia gets tagged by the Fade Dog, but it doesn't matter. Red Frost has his back. IDK anymore. He's vibing, man. He's right behind Supra, and anything that Supra might want, and that makes another round for Yorkville.
Absolutely there. I mean, Cole there nearly just got himself absolutely annihilated and ran into 4 people, but the Sage Wall actually ended up saving his life and prevented him from doing such a thing. So
he was like, all right, I'm walking on the Viper wall. I'm at least taking down the planner. He's like, oh.
there's a wall, like, yeah, as a wall was erected directly in front of him, and he could do nothing to do it, actually, but it pretty sure it ended up saving him because he was about to run through that Sage, through his own wall with no fear directly into 5 people, but an excellent take back.
And it looks like Yorkville or Whitney Young is doing the classic where they even though they lost first round, it doesn't matter. They're still gonna force up, but it still doesn't matter because Supra one taps Quink, and there goes their force. But they're forcing the execute down mid, and Supra, he's just denying force, and he does get taken down. Red Frost takes down Supra, and they're just trying to make space with it. IDK almost finds one, but it doesn't matter. Skyline's got his back.
Down.
Skyline takes down Zipsy Doi, and now the Dolphins, they're kind of stuck in a scenario. Midnight takes down DBP. Now it's a 2v3. Although the Viper's not looking all too hot, 25 HP in a dream. Playing inside of her Viper orb. Probably trying to do what she can do best. Peeks Midnight, finds Midnight. She's just kind of jiggling inside of her Viper orb, but it doesn't matter. Skyline finds her, and that is horrible for the Dolphins. Whitney Young is, they forced up that round. Like, hardcore, and now they are Omega broke.
Now they're Omega broke and are 3 games away from, after coming so close to so many things, nearly putting up a great fight against Jones, and they're going to call a timeout here as they look to reflect on what they did wrong and maybe what they could do in the future. Nah, you see a lot of this Supra play. What do you think Supra adds to a team like Yorkville?
So basically, I will say this, like, the reason why Yorkville got just stomped out when they played against a higher team is because they're relying on Supra to take so much space on his own. Like, every once in a while they'll support it with a KO flash or something like that, but that's basically it. So that alone is against a higher team with better coordination, I will say Supra will just get stomped on, which I believe is actually what happened whenever they went up against Jones. And since Supra couldn't make that space, the rest of the team could capitalize off of it. It was really just.
I do believe they went up against Tech. Jones was the Whitney Young.
Oh, pardon me.
No, you're fine. Either way, they got stomped.
Yeah,
so.
Either way, they did get stomped out just because they're just relying so much upon Supra. And if Supra can't make that space, and if they deny Supra that space, then they're not going to find nearly as much success in their plan. Because right now, it's actually just Supra and friends.
Supra and friends. Yeah, a little bit of a main character game for Supra. Already 21, as we are 2 rounds apart from the half, and he's rolling.
You know, he is just running through people. He is everywhere you don't want him to be, and everywhere you want him to be at the same time.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I mean, he's unbeatable in the sense that if you're not watching your angles, you're not peeking with your team, he's gonna roll you.
Yeah, he's always there. And
even then, against a good team, he's still getting great picks like that with that aggressive attitude.
That is he is quite literally just the thorn inside. They kill Supra, and they little known fact, every round that they killed everybody, they won.
Little known fact.
So yeah, actually Skyline just spraying through on the default plant and actually almost finds 2. He definitely finds 1, which is exactly what is not needed from Whitney Young. And Hollywood Cole finds DVP, Skyline finds Queen, and yeah, no, it's just a bloodbath. They got 1 gun down at the very least, but it doesn't matter. That was their bye, and that was Whitney Young save, and now this is the round that they have to make work. If they lose this round, it's over.
As Thrudley, now state champion, would say 11 and they're done, but I wouldn't agree with that on this one, as we're seeing a little bit of a save from IDK, but I think that's just kind of out of choice.
Actually, I think they're just gonna try to drive this in overtime. They have enough to buy. Like, don't get me wrong, they could buy as much as they want right now, but they're kind of just bonusing here and.
Maybe more comfortable with his sniper in his hands, but can't afford an operator, probably, I guess.
Whitney Young is... They're trying their hardest, and Supra just walks out, finds Red Frost, there it is. And Quink just trying to make up for that loss, and it just gets tapped out by Supra. That gives him another dash. I think Supra's actually just going to look for the ace here. Dashes directly into a wall. Now he's stuck in a KO slow. He finds Zia, but it gets traded out by Zipsy Doi. That's 3 that Supra got on the round that... they can't let Supra get 3 on.
Yeah, I mean...
Actually, DVP found Hollywood Cole. It's kind of evening out slowly but surely. 2v3. They did take down Supra in return for the fact that they had to lose 3 for it. but maybe they can find something after it. Actually, DVP and Skyline have a little engagement, and Skyline wins that by far, actually. Or DVP wins that by far. And it's looking like it's going to be a B push through mid. Midnight throws out the eyeball. DVP doesn't even realize it, but he doesn't need to. Phoenix got his back. Midnight takes down DVP, and now all it is Zipsy Doy in a dream. Vandal in hand. He has the gun advantage, only slightly. He needs to make something work. He needs to isolate these 1v1s. He needs this round.
30 seconds left.
In this round, you have to go against an econ round on that point.
Exactly. And getting peeked by like 7 different angles. He's tethered, and that's just that. Now, we get to see Whitney Young try on their eco last rounds, and they're living on a prayer. Actually, they have max creds right now, like max lost creds, so they can kind of force up a Guardian and Light Shields, or some Vandals and Light Shields,
But this will be it. Otherwise, if they cannot fully get out here with a win.
yeah, no. Also, Yorkville is swimming in guap. They have all of the money that they absolutely need, so it's just not looking too good.
The 1% on the side of Supra, unfortunately, for these Dolphins. And the pod squad team favorite may not come home with cash.
Supra taking a really aggressive angle, and he finds 2! He got full Silva revealed, and he just walked at him. And now it's a 2v3 yet again. I'm getting flashbacks to the last round.
Yeah, oh my goodness, just...
Zia is taking one out of Supra's book, and he's just W King. Red Frost popping in the ulti, but it doesn't matter. Skyline shuts down Zia. And now it is a 1v3. And actually, Red Frost finds 2. It's Red Frost versus Midnight. It doesn't matter. Midnight takes down Red Frost, and that was just a bloodbath. That, oof, my eyes.
Yorkville coming home with the bronze and some brass again this year, and the 3rd place position. And I think the story of that game is Supra just drove them to a win.
Yeah, 27 and 13. Almost dropped a 30 bomb. Almost aced like 3 times. Like, the man was just walking.
It was just having a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
98 econ rating. You want to see that on a test score and not
Yeah,
Hollywood Cola's teammate. As you can see, there was a little bit of a carry there. But, I mean, they got it done, and they're going home tonight happy, I'd say.
Yeah, they get a bronze trophy. I mean, me personally, I'd take it. Especially when, you know, the gold and the silver is both Lane Tech and Jones. Like, you know.
You're basically Cincinnati this year, and last year in the I don't remember this year. I think it was January, but the college football playoff, and then Ohio State or Georgia, whatever you want to call it, in Alabama. So a little bit of a tough go at it. As this will wrap up today at DeKalb, and we have had an excellent game of matches.
Oh yeah.
And what I do want to give is a big shout out to our production crew who have been on all day.
Yeah, I can't imagine how to man. I'm kind of feeling a little bit for casting these few games. They've had to sort through all of these numbers, all these people, and you know that itself is taxing. So big props to them. And yeah, there's a wonderful LAN finals, and I'm happy the results that came in. They're kind of expected, but I'm happy with what happened. Yorkville taking another 3rd place.
Great games and some teams that we didn't expect to get in here. Whitney Young really making a great run in this playoffs, and I think they'll be back next year. I'm pretty sure it's a younger team.
It's definitely got me excited for the upcoming years, especially like maybe Yorkville can try to go for higher than a 3rd place, or you know Whitney Young can just stomp out Yorkville. But yeah, that's gonna have to be it.
All right.
Any final words?
No, I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it for me as well.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night and do your homework.
Yes, sir.